Chapter 3089. All right, let's invite the Heavenly King Divine Guards. Blue Merchant said loudly. Then the Wu family and the three major families sent people to invite the Heavenly King Divine Guards. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, there were streaks of rainbow light flying over from afar. As the rainbow light faded, a group of figures appeared in the sky. A few of them were from the three major families and the Wu family. There were more than 10 middle-aged men in purple gold armor. Their auras were as heavy as a mountain, especially the leader. His aura was violent like a war god. He was extremely terrifying. His aura was as strong as the patriarchs. Obviously, he was also a peak divine king. Commander Wang. Long time no see, Commander Wang. Seeing this person, the Jin family patriarch and others greeted him. Commander Wang nodded and said, "You said that there is evidence of the 9 extinction divine crystal being stolen. Where is the evidence?" Lan Shang said it. He said he has evidence. The Winged Man family patriarch said. Commander Wang looked at Blue Merchant and was slightly surprised. He said, "Blue Merchant, you have evidence?" "That's right." Lan Shang nodded, and then a simple and unadorned axe appeared in his hand. "This is my son-in-law, Lu Ming. He obtained the storage ring of the Dark Knight Demon King in a place called Demon Capital Mountain in Chu Tian Starfield. There is this axe in it. A projection is sealed in this axe. It records how the people of the Qin Tian Star area colluded with the spies of the 9 Extinction, Heavenly King Mansion, through the Dark Knight Devil to steal the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal." Blue Merchant said loudly. "Then open it and take a look," Commander Wang said. Blue Merchant glanced at the Jin family patriarch, the Winged Man family patriarch and the Qin family patriarch. He found that the three of them were just staring at him with bright eyes. They did not show any fear or uneasiness. Blue Merchant frowned. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps, the three families were not the traitors. However, at this time, the projection could only be made public. "All right." Blue Merchant nodded and then formed a seal. The axe glowed, and the projection of Lu Ming that he had seen last time appeared again. Everyone stared at it without blinking. Soon, they finished watching the contents of the projection. It's really the people from Qin Tian Starfield who stole the 9 Extinction God Crystal. And there really is a spy. However, those spies were all wrapped in black robes, and I couldn't see their faces clearly. Furthermore, they didn't reveal which force they were from. But I've finally found the 9 Extinction Godly Crystal. After seeing the projection, the scene fell into an uproar. Everyone was discussing animatedly. "Hehehe, is this your evidence?" Although they had found the whereabouts of the 9 Extinction God Crystal, who was the spy? "I don't know." The head of the Jin family sneered. "That's right. This brat dares to slander our 3 great clans. How audacious." The head of the Winged Person clan shouted coldly, his aura ice cold. "Brat, let me tell you. I want to kill you because you killed my Jin family's geniuses. Today you must pay with your life." The head of the Jin family shouted coldly and took a step forward. His violent aura soared to the sky and his killing intent was as cold as a knife. Now he could finally take action without any scruples. "That's right. You killed my son. You must pay with your life." The head of the Winged Person clan flapped his wings and thunder rumbled like a thunder god. As for the head of the Qin family, his figure flashed and his aura locked onto the head of the Wu family to prevent him from intervening. "Ridiculous. The Jin family has targeted me repeatedly and tried to kill me. Can't I resist and kill back? And Yi Xiang in the Starfield Ancient City, he targeted my wife and almost killed her. Can't I take revenge?" Lu Ming laughed. He was fearless facing the heads of the major clans. "I don't care what reason you have. Since you killed my Jin family's people, you must die." The head of the Jin family shouted domineeringly. His body was covered with dazzling golden light. He stretched out a palm and formed a golden palm, grabbing at Lu Ming. The palm was huge and boundless, covering a part of the void with a terrifying aura. Lu Ming realized that he couldn't move his body at all. His body seemed to be sealed and he couldn't even blink his eyes. In the face of a divine king, Lu Ming was too weak, like an ant. "Stop." The head of the Wu family shouted, and wanted to help. However, the head of the Qin family released his aura and locked onto the head of the Wu family. As long as the head of the Wu family made a move, the head of the Qin family would also release a thunderous attack. The head of the Wu family couldn't make a move at all. That kid called Lu Ming is dead meat. It's a pity that a generation's genius provoked the heads of the three major clans. There's no hope for him. Many people sighed. At the side, Commander Wang and the rest of the Heavenly King Divine Guards had no intention of intervening. The golden palm was about to grab Lu Ming. If it hit, Lu Ming would die no matter how strong he was. The gap between them was too big. However, at this moment, a sword light flashed and slashed at the golden palm. Boom. The sword light slashed on the golden palm, and a violent explosion erupted. Then, the sword light and the golden palm collapsed and disappeared. The head of the Jin family narrowed his eyes and looked at the blue merchant. Just now it was the blue merchant who attacked. You want to kill him? Have you asked for my permission? The blue merchant said indifferently. He took a step forward and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body suddenly relaxed. The pressure that the head of the Jin family exerted on him disappeared without a trace. Huff! Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that his body was drenched in cold sweat. Facing someone like the head of the Jin family, he was under too much pressure. More importantly, he couldn't resist at all. Blue merchant, you want to intervene? The head of the Jin family said coldly. Of course, he is my son-in-law. Do you think I will watch him be killed? The blue merchant said indifferently. Hehe, what can you do if you don't watch? Do you still think you are the blue merchant of the past? The teacher of the rebellious Jingyu? That's all in the past. Back then, your star core was destroyed. What do you have to stop me? The head of the Jin family sneered with slight disdain. What? His star core was destroyed? Lu Ming was shocked. This was the first time he heard of this. It turned out that Blue Merchant's star core was destroyed. After breaking through to the Divine King realm, the divine fire would condense into a star core. The star core was the core of a cultivator. It was no wonder that Blue Merchant, as Jingyu's teacher, was not sealed. Instead, he was allowed to be free. What kind of trouble could a person with a destroyed star core cause? Even if my star core is destroyed, it is enough to deal with people like you. The Blue Merchant smiled faintly, looking very confident. Arrogant. Then let me see what kind of ability you, the person who was called the Imperial Preceptor in the past, have. The head of the Jin family said coldly. He took a step forward and his aura exploded. Chapter 3090. The Jin family head's aura exploded, emitting a dazzling golden light. Then he slammed his palm toward Blue Merchant. Boom. The void trembled and exploded continuously. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. Peak God King experts really had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and even a life planet. Once they attacked, it was too terrifying. Facing a person with a crippled star core, he used a terrifying killing move right off the bat. He wanted to thoroughly kill Lan Shang. However, in the face of this attack, Lan Shang's expression was calm. The center of his brows glowed, and a resplendent light gushed out, forming runes. These runes intertwined with each other, forming a battle sword. The battle sword pierced through the air and slashed out, stunning the world. Boom. The battle sword collided with the Jin family head's void-shattering palm, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Buzz. The battle sword vibrated continuously. An endless sword chi slashed toward the Jin family head. The Jin family head's body shook violently, and he retreated like a meteorite. He retreated a few thousand miles, and his face was ugly. He was repelled by a person with a crippled star core. Soul power. How can your soul be so powerful? The Jin family head shouted angrily. Just now, Blue Merchant did not use divine power, but soul power. However, how could a person's soul power be so powerful? To be able to repel a peak divine king. So what if I don't have divine power to deal with you? Blue Merchant said indifferently. I don't believe it. Void-shattering palm and void-shattering sword. The Jin family had roared, and he used both of his ultimate skills. The golden battle sword pierced through the air, and the golden palm slashed toward Blue Merchant like a heavenly blade. The two types of attacks were aimed at Lan Shang's two vital points. The power of their attacks was shocking. The void-shattering palm and void-shattering sword were both used, But the Jin family head's attacks were 108,000 times stronger than Jin Yuan's. However, Blue Merchant remained calm. His glabella shone, and his soul power surged out, forming runes. Then it turned into a battle sword, and he slashed out a few times. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged a few more blows, but the result was that the Jin family's patriarch was completely suppressed. He kept retreating, and the golden light on his body dimmed. With his hands behind his back, Blue Merchant stepped out, revealing his peerless elegance. "Don't all of you want to attack? Then let's attack together." Blue Merchant's voice rang out, and countless runes transformed into a huge palm that grabbed at the winged race's patriarch. He wanted to fight one against two. A person with a crippled star core was going to fight two peak divine kings at the same time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. The clan leader of the winged clan let out a long howl. With a flap of his wings, thunder rumbled and boundless thunderbolts blasted towards the giant hand formed by the Blue Merchant. But when the palm pressed down, endless lightning was annihilated. The terrifying palm energy sent the winged race's patriarch flying. Dong! Then Blue Merchant stepped out, and the void trembled crazily. Endless runes condensed into two giant hands. One blasted towards the clan leader of the Jin family, and the other blasted towards the clan leader of the winged race. The leaders of the two clans screamed, and used all of their strength to fight back. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match. They were completely suppressed. After a few moves, the two patriarchs were hit by the giant hand, and their bodies were thrown thousands of miles away. Their bodies trembled, and they vomited blood. They were severely injured. Hiss! Many people at the scene gasped, looking at the figure standing in the void with his hands behind his back. They were filled with shock and disbelief. A person with a crippled star core was able to severely injure two patriarchs with just his soul power. What kind of combat strength was that? If his star core was not crippled, how strong would he be? Everyone seemed to be able to see Blue Merchant's unparalleled glory in the past. Back then, Jingyu had appeared out of nowhere. His talent was unparalleled and rarely seen in the world. At a young age, he rose to power and became the top expert of the Taishu dynasty, suppressing the other princes and even the crown prince. At that time, Jingyu's teacher was also peerless and unparalleled in the world. His strength was unfathomable. At that time, many people thought that Jingyu would become the ruler of the Taishu dynasty in the future, and become the sacred emperor of the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, Blue Merchant was called the imperial preceptor. Originally, so many years had passed since Lanshang's planet core had been destroyed. Many people had almost forgotten about this person, thinking that he would fall silent and disappear forever in the long river of history. They never thought that Blue Merchant's soul power would be so terrifying. Lu Ming is under my protection. How are you going to kill him? Blue Merchant stared at the clan leader of the Jin family, and said disdainfully, "Damn it!" The clan leader of the Jin family and the clan leader of the winged race roared in their hearts. Both of their families had existences surpassing the God King realm, but there were very few of them. They were all old antiques who had lived for a long time and were in seclusion. If they were to invite such people to deal with a heavenly God realm junior, they would be laughed at. Today, with Blue Merchant here, they really couldn't kill Lu Ming. Commander Wang, this Lu Ming killed many of our Jin family's experts in broad daylight, as well as the winged race and Qin family's experts. Such a lunatic, he must be punished. The clan leader of the Jin family suddenly turned to the commander of the heavenly divine guards, and said with cupped fists, "That's right. My son, Yi Xiang, was also killed by this person when he was drinking here. He must pay with his life." The clan leader of the winged race also said. They couldn't deal with Blue Merchant, so they could only ask for help from the heavenly divine guards. The heavenly divine guards were responsible for guarding the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor. And this place was also within the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor. The heavenly divine guards naturally had the right to intervene. Commander Wang frowned, looked at Lu Ming and said, "Is there such a thing? We tried to kill me many times before, and Yi Xiang almost killed my wife. I'm just taking revenge." Lu Ming said, "Bullshit, it's all nonsense. All of this is nonsense from him. When did my Jin family want to kill him? He's the one who tried to frame us. He even slandered us that we're the spies who stole the 9 extinction Heavenly King manor. The clan leader of the Jin family shouted, completely pushing away the matter of wanting to kill Lu Ming. As the head of a family, how could he say such words? How shameless! Lu Ming mocked. The clan leader of the Jin family's face was gloomy and said, "A life for a life. Commander Wang, please enforce the law." As long as the Heavenly Divine Guards intervened, it was useless no matter how strong Blue Merchant was. The Heavenly Divine Guards were full of experts, and there were even existences that surpassed the God King realm. Although Blue Merchant was strong, he had not reached the level of surpassing the God King realm. "If that's the case, Lu Ming, you'll have to come with us." Commander Wang looked at Lu Ming. "Wait." At this moment, the clan leader of the Wu family's voice sounded. "Clan leader of the Wu family, do you have something to say?" Commander Wang said. Chapter 3091. That's right. The Wu family's patriarch stepped out and said, "Although Lu Ming killed several people, don't forget that Lu Ming found the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal. This is a great contribution. It can't be offset by the lives of several insignificant people. I think not only is Lu Ming not guilty, he should be heavily rewarded." "What? What did you say? You're talking nonsense." The Jin family's patriarch, Winged Man family's patriarch, and the others roared, glaring at the Wu family's patriarch. The people Lu Ming killed were the Winged Man family's patriarch's son, and one of the Jin family's 4 heroes. In the Wu family's patriarch's words, these people became insignificant passers-by. Preposterous. Commander Wang frowned. The Wu family's patriarch was right. Finding the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal was indeed a great contribution. He should be heavily rewarded. These are 2 different things. He found the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal. He indeed has a contribution, but that doesn't mean he can be lawless, disregarding the law, and kill the innocent. The Jin family's patriarch roared, "Speaking of contributions, everyone here has contributed to the Heavenly King manor, but can you disregard the law just because you have contributed? Therefore these are 2 different things. He should be punished." "That's right, a life for a life. This kid must die." The Winged Man family's patriarch also roared. "Ridiculous. Reward and punishment should be clear. Are the people who died more important than the 9 extinction divine crystal? I think it's enough to offset the fault. I should even reward him." The Wu family's patriarch said. Commander Wang's frown deepened. He was in a difficult position. If it was an ordinary matter, he could easily solve it. But now on one side was the Jin family's patriarch, the Winged Man family's patriarch, and on the other side was the Wu family's patriarch and a blue merchant with unfathomable strength. This put him in a difficult position. No matter how he judged, he would offend one side. "I can only try my best to balance it out," Commander Wang muttered in his heart, then said loudly, "Lu Ming killed people for no reason. It's a great crime. He should be sentenced to death, but since he found the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal, his contribution should offset the fault." Lu Ming sneered. Commander Wang's actions showed that he did not offend either side, but in fact, he was still biased towards the Jin family's patriarch and the others. Logically speaking, he discovered the whereabouts of the 9 absolute divine crystal. This was a great contribution. The 9 absolute divine crystal was a precious treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor. How shocking was its value! The Wu family's patriarch was right. To the 9 absolute heavenly king manor, the 9 absolute divine crystal's value was far above Yixiang, Jin Yuan, and the rest. This was supposed to be a heavy reward, but the other party had brushed it off with just a few words. However, the Jin family's patriarch and the others obviously didn't want to let it go so easily. "No, we can't let him go like this. Wouldn't our Jin family's hero have died in vain? And my son Yixiang." The heads of the Jin and Winged Man clans shouted. They didn't want to let Lu Ming off just like that. "Commander Wang has spoken. What else do you want? Are you questioning the judgment of the Heavenly King Divine Guards?" The head of the Wu family said coldly. "I'm not questioning Commander Wang's judgment. I'm questioning whether the evidence of him taking out the 9 absolute divine crystal is real or fake." The head of the Jin family said coldly. These words made many people's eyes move. That's right. Whether the evidence that Lu Ming took out was real or fake, it was hard to judge. What if it was fake? Commander Wang's brows furrowed again. If he really wants to make up for his mistakes, that's fine. Unless he brings back the real 9 absolute divine crystal. How about this? I'll give him a chance. Since he found the whereabouts of the 9 absolute divine crystal, then bring it back and let him complete it himself. The head of the Winged Man clan said. His gaze swept around and said, Remember, I'm saying let him do it himself. None of you are allowed to help him or send anyone to help him. Let him complete it himself. This way, he can make up for his mistakes. Brother Yi's suggestion is good. I agree. I agree too. The heads of the Jin and Qin families spoke one after another. It would be dangerous for Lu Ming to take back the 9 absolute divine crystal by himself. Moreover, they had too many tricks up their sleeves. They could easily make Lu Ming die without a burial ground. No, I object. Isn't it a joke to let a heavenly god take back the 9 absolute divine crystal? The head of the Wu family said. If not, how can he make up for his mistakes? The head of the Jin family did not back down. You. The head of the Wu family glared at the head of the Jin family. I agree. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Many people could not help but look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming agreed? All right, Wu Hani. This kid has agreed. What else do you have to say? The head of the Jin family said. The head of the Wu family glanced at Lu Ming and shook his head in the end. Since Lu Ming had agreed, what else could he say? Blue Merchant's eyes flashed, but he did not stop him. Remember, you're on your own. Blue Merchant can't help you. The Wu family can't send anyone to help you. Do you understand? The head of the Jin family said. Of course. Lu Ming said. Very well, then we'll wait for your good news. If you can't take back the 9 absolute divine crystal, you'll pay with your life. The head of the Jin family said. That's right. It's settled then. In the end, Commander Wang made the decision. Humph. Let's go. The family head of the Jin family, the family head of the Winged Man family, the family head of the Qin family, and the rest cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. They then led the experts of the 3 aristocratic families and turned to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The storm was over. Then Commander Wang left with his men. Lu Ming, you were too impulsive when you agreed just now. Blue Merchant sighed. What else can I do if I don't agree just now? Lu Ming smiled. The Dark Ice tribe shouldn't be weak. Are you confident? Blue Merchant asked. Although you can't help me, you didn't say that I can't borrow other forces. I can still borrow the forces of the Qin Tian Star Field. I should be able to deal with the Dark Ice tribe. Lu Ming said. I'm afraid that the Jin family, the Winged Man family, and the Qin family will secretly attack you. Blue Merchant said. Don't worry about that. During this time, I'll send people to keep an eye on the experts above the Divine King realm. The head of the Wu family said. However, they'll obviously send people to keep an eye on us. So, you'll have to rely on yourself. The head of the Wu family said. Well, thank you for your help this time. I'm very grateful. Lu Ming cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Haha, you're friends with Zifeng. That means you're a friend of the Wu family. How can I just sit by and do nothing? The head of the Wu family smiled. Then, both parties bade farewell. And the head of the Wu family returned to the Wu family. Lu Ming and the Blue Merchant returned to the Starry Camp. Lu Ming, I have a feeling that your trip won't be peaceful. Take this treasure. In the courtyard of the Blue Merchant said. Then he waved his hand and a small pagoda flew out. Chapter 3092. This is. Lu Ming stared at the small pagoda floating in front of him with a puzzled expression. This is the King Pagoda. It can greatly affect the star core of a god king. I refined it personally. Take it, it might be useful. Blue Merchant said. King Pagoda. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming had seen this type of treasure in the Demon Capital Mountain before. During the battle in the Demon Capital Mountain, some young geniuses had used similar treasures to besiege the Dark Knight Demon King. This type of treasure could affect the star core of a god king, making it unstable and reducing the opponent's strength. That was how the Dark Knight Demon King had been killed. Of course, this King Pagoda can affect god kings in the 4th or 5th layer at most. The higher the cultivation, the smaller the effect. You have to use it wisely. Blue Merchant warned. Lu Ming nodded and kept it happily. If he used this King Pagoda well, he could turn the tables at a critical moment. Then he chatted with Blue Merchant for a while before leaving. When he left, he saw Lan Ling was still the same as before. She snorted and ignored Lu Ming. Lu Ming was happy to be free. He returned to his residence and bade farewell to Autumn Moon. Lu Ming had no intention of bringing Autumn Moon back to Qin Tian Star Field. Autumn Moon's cultivation had just improved and she needed time to cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that this trip would not be peaceful. It was better for him to travel alone. However, Autumn Moon also wanted to go back with Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head firmly. Only then did Autumn Moon give up. After bidding farewell to Autumn Moon, Lu Ming stepped on the transportation formation back to Qin Tian Star Field. After a long journey, Lu Ming finally returned to Qin Tian Star Field. He stepped out of the transportation formation in Myriad Spirit Star. Qin Tian Starfield, I'm finally back. Lu Ming took a deep breath and smiled. Now that he had returned to the domain of Qin Tian, he was not only going to wipe out the Dark Iceman and take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, but he was also going to settle some old scores. Let's go back to Kongxian School first. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then he continued to take the teleportation portal and headed towards the Kongxian School. Teleported to a planet not far away from the Xiankong planet. Then Lu Ming soared into the sky, crossed the void and rushed towards the Xiankong planet. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it was a piece of cake for him to traverse the universe with his physical body. Now, the speed at which he traversed the starry skies with his corporeal body was even faster than many starry sky battleships. Just like Lu Ming's starry sky battleship, it wasn't even as fast as his corporeal body. Like a phantom, he flew through the universe. In front of him, a planet slowly grew bigger. That was the Kongxian planet. Just then, a meteorite came crashing towards Lu Ming. This meteorite had a diameter of 1,000 miles. It had been floating in the starry skies before, but it suddenly came crashing towards Lu Ming. Sneak attack. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly, then threw a punch at the meteorite. Roar. A 9-clawed dragon rushed out with a roar. It was 10,000 meters long, and its body was winding. It rushed towards the meteorite and collided with it heavily. Boom. With an earth-shattering roar, the meteorite exploded into small pieces of gravel and flew in all directions. Lu Ming could easily smash a meteorite with a diameter of 1,000 miles. Who is it? Lu Ming shouted coldly and looked around. Hehehe, Lu Ming, I haven't seen you for a while, but your cultivation has improved a lot. A sneer was heard. An old man appeared at the place where the meteorite had exploded. The elder looked at Lu Ming with a cold and sinister expression. Yuan Xiao, it's you. Murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. This old man was none other than the inner elder of the Kongxian School, Yuan Xiao. His disciple Ying Song had been killed by Lu Ming. The Great Sky Saint, who was supported by Yuan Xiao, had also been killed by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming killed the Great Sky Saint, Yuan Xiao sided with the Jizun Saint. Later on, the head of the Jizun family betrayed the Kongxian School and was killed by Lu Ming. However, during that battle, Yuan Xiao had some matters to attend to and was lucky to escape. After knowing that the head of the Jizun family had been killed, he didn't dare to return to the Kongxian School. However, his hatred for Lu Ming was monstrous. All these years he had been wandering around the Kongxian planet, waiting for Lu Ming to be alone so that he could kill Lu Ming to vent his hatred. However, he had already arrived at the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Yuan Xiao had waited for so many years. The heavens didn't disappoint those who waited. Finally, he met Lu Ming, who was alone. He attacked without hesitation. The meteorite just now was pushed over by Yuan Xiao. Hehehe, Lu Ming, today is the day you die. Yuan Xiao sneered, his murderous intent incomparably cold. You want to kill me with just you? Lu Ming said indifferently with a trace of disdain. When Lu Ming had just entered the Kongxian School, Yuan Xiao was indeed high and unreachable to him. He could kill Yuan Xiao with a flip of his hand. However, all these were in the past. Lu Ming had grown rapidly. A peak heavenly god like Yuan Xiao was nothing in his eyes. Lu Ming, if it wasn't for someone helping you, I would have killed you with a flip of my hand. Yuan Xiao shouted coldly. The aura on his body was released completely. A strong pressure pervaded between heaven and earth. Half-step Divine King. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, not bad. Half-step Divine King, it's all thanks to you. Under such great pressure, I broke through and stepped into the half-step Divine King realm. No matter how talented you are, you're nothing in my eyes. Yuan Xiao laughed arrogantly. In his heart, no matter how talented and monstrous Lu Ming was. How many years had it been? Lu Ming was definitely not his opponent. After killing Lu Ming, he would find a place to cultivate diligently. Perhaps he could break through to the Divine King realm and become an expert in Qin Tian Star Field, living a carefree life. Oh, since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance. Come, attack me with your strongest attack. I'll let you die in peace. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, what tricks are you playing? Lu Ming's calmness and confidence made Yuan Xiao's eyes slightly narrowed. He was a little bewildered and looked around, afraid that there was someone else around. Don't worry, it's just me. There's no one else. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, I don't care what tricks you're playing. In the face of absolute power, everything is useless. Die. Yuan Xiao roared and threw a punch. A punch was like a light pillar, blasting towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. It was about to drown Lu Ming. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard. A 9-clawed dragon was formed. It roared towards the sky and pounced on Yuan Xiao's punch. The 9-clawed dragon's aura was violent. It was several times stronger than Lu Ming's aura when he smashed the meteorite. Boom. When the 9-clawed divine dragon collided with the elementalist's fist force, it immediately dispersed the elementalist's fist force. However, the 9-clawed divine dragon was completely unharmed. Chapter 3093. Lu Ming condensed a 9-clawed dragon and easily defeated the elementalist's attack. The 9-clawed dragon was completely unharmed. Your cultivation? How is this possible? The elementalist's eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. This outcome was completely different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, this move was enough to crush Lu Ming and crush Lu Ming into smithereens. But in the end, this move was easily broken by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body emitted a terrifying aura. He found it hard to believe that Lu Ming's strength had reached such a level in such a short period of time. What? Is this all you've got? Now it's my turn. Lu Ming said coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. In his opinion, the elementalist's strength was too weak to withstand a single blow. Although the elementalist had reached the level of a half-step divine king, the divine power he controlled was very ordinary. It was only at the level of a king-grade divine power. His strength was far from that of a half-step divine king in the starry camp, let alone Lu Ming. Run, run. At this moment, there was only one word in the elementalist's mind, and that was to run. He retreated rapidly and dashed in another direction. But Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Ah! The elementalist screamed in terror. His old face was contorted into a ball, filled with fear. Lu Ming, spare my life. The elementalist begged for mercy. Kill. But what answered him was Lu Ming's one word, which was filled with killing intent. Roar. A 9-clawed dragon roared and pounced towards the elementalist. It grabbed the elementalist with its claws and tore him apart, killing him amidst the elementalist's terrified screams. Back then, Elementalist had managed to avoid a calamity. If not for his appearance, Lu Ming would have almost forgotten about him. However, Elementalist had jumped out to seek his own death. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. After killing the Elementalist, Lu Ming felt much more relaxed and continued flying towards Kongxian School. Not long after, he saw a few streaks of light flying over from the mysterious void star. It's them. Lu Ming smiled. A few elders had come. One of them was Yu Xian's father, Yu Wuya. The other two were also veterans of Kongxian School. Evidently, they had sensed the battle earlier, and hurriedly rushed over. Holy Son Lu Ming. Greetings, Holy Son Lu Ming. When Yu Wuya and the others saw Lu Ming, they were slightly taken aback and hurriedly saluted him. Elders, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lu Ming smiled. Holy Son Lu Ming, We sense the fluctuations of a great battle just now. Did you notice it? Yuya asked. It was Elementalist just now. He wanted to kill me. Lu Ming smiled. Elementalist. Yuya and the others' expressions changed. Holy Son, are you alright? Where is Elementalist? Even though they saw that Lu Ming was fine, they still looked worried. Elementalist was an inner elder of Kongxian school, and a peak heavenly god. I'm fine. Elementalist has been killed by me. Lu Ming said casually. What? Killed? Yuya and the others were stunned. Then they scanned Lu Ming's surroundings to see if Lu Ming had any helpers. They found it hard to believe that Elementalist was killed by Lu Ming. Let's go back to Kongxian school. I have something to tell you, Lu Ming said. Then he flew towards Kongxian school. Yuya and the others could only suppress their doubts. There are probably other experts following the Holy Sun. They just don't want to show themselves. Yuya and the others thought. They still didn't believe that Lu Ming could kill Elementalist. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others returned to Kongxian school, and immediately gathered the upper echelons of Kongxian school. Even though Lu Ming was just a holy son of Kongxian school, his influence was comparable to that of a schoolmaster. This was because everyone knew that there was a terrifying nether dragon behind Lu Ming. After the upper echelons of Kongxian school gathered, Lu Ming told them about the 9 Extinction God Crystal. What? The 9 Extinction God Crystal was stolen by the Dark Ice Race. That despicable Dark Ice Race. Qin Tian Star Zone was almost destroyed. After hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone started discussing. Everyone, I came back this time to destroy the Dark Ice Race, take back the 9 Extinction God Crystal, and ensure the safety of Qin Tian Star Zone. Therefore, I need the cooperation of the Kongxian school, Lu Ming said. Don't worry, Holy Son. The Kongxian school will do our best. Yuya was the first to speak. We will do our best to cooperate. The other elders also spoke. As for Ouyang Qingxiang and the others, they naturally wouldn't object. That's good. You can start gathering people during this time. Lu Ming nodded. Holy Son Lu Ming, the Dark Ice Race was a big race that competed with the Ice Soul Race for supremacy. They are extremely powerful. I'm afraid that the Kongxian school alone won't be a match for them, Yuya said. Don't worry. I'll make a trip to the Ice Soul Race later. I believe that they will be very willing to cooperate, Lu Ming said. That's good. Yuya and the others nodded. After that, the senior elders left one after another to make preparations. After leaving, they went to a place in the Kongxian school, the Nether Dragon's secret realm. The Bone Demon had taken over the Nether Dragon's body, and had been cultivating in the Nether Dragon's secret realm, to recover the Nether Dragon's strength. After such a long time, he didn't know how much strength the Nether Dragon had recovered. This time, he might need the Bone Demon's help. With familiarity, Lu Ming entered the Nether Dragon's secret realm, and flew toward the Bone Demon's place of seclusion. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge Nether Dragon lying on the ground like a mountain range. Its body emitted a dim light. Lu Ming, you're here. When Lu Ming arrived, the Nether Dragon's huge body moved. Its huge eyes looked at Lu Ming. Senior Bone Demon, how's the recovery of this Nether Dragon's strength? Lu Ming asked. Hee, you can feel it. The Bone Demon chuckled. Then a huge dragon aura was emitted from the Nether Dragon's body. This dragon aura was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. The entire Nether Dragon's secret realm shook violently. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. It made Lu Ming feel like he was facing peak Divine King experts like the Jin family and the Winged Man family. This is peak Divine King? Lu Ming said with a trembling voice. Io kid, you're quite knowledgeable. Not bad, this Nether Dragon's divine power has been restored to peak Divine King. The Bone Demon chuckled, full of pride. Amazing, amazing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Lu Ming did not expect that Bone Demon had already restored the Nether Dragon's abilities to the peak of the God King realm. With such abilities, not to mention the Qin Tian Star Sector, even in the Ninju Heavenly King Mansion, he would be an overlord. As long as an existence above Divine King did not appear, it would be invincible. It's a pity that this Nether Dragon has been suppressed for so many years. Its origin has been greatly exhausted. Even if I use all my means, it can only recover to this extent. Could it be that it has surpassed Divine King? The Bone Demon sighed. Chapter 3094. After all, the Nether Dragon had been suppressed for many years. Even with Bone Demon's means, recovering to the peak Divine King realm was his limit. It's okay to use it for now. It's not very useful. I'll have to change it in the future. Bone Demon muttered. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. With Bone Demon's current strength and his help, Lu Ming could do many things with ease. Senior Bone Demon, I'm here to ask for your help. Lu Ming then told Bone Demon about the Dark Ice Tribe and the 9-Ju Sacred Crystal. Sure, just let me know when you're ready to set off. Bone Demon said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Logically speaking, Bone Demon was not needed to deal with the Dark Ice Tribe this time. However, Lu Ming felt that it would not be so simple this time. He wanted Bone Demon to follow him as a precaution. Lu Ming bade farewell and headed toward the Ice Soul Clan. After arriving at the Ice Spirit Clan, Lu Ming was immediately received by the tribe leader. How is it, Lu Ming? Is there any news about the 9-Ju Sacred Crystal? The tribe leader could not wait to ask as soon as he saw Sumo. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and said, the 9-Ju Sacred Crystal is indeed with the Dark Ice Tribe. It's true. I guessed it right. The tribe leader's eyes lit up. However, I ran into some trouble in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. This time, the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion will not send anyone to help us. They want us to deal with the Dark Ice Tribe by ourselves, take back the 9-Ju Sacred Crystal, and hand it over to the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Of course, Lu Ming skipped over some things that should not be said. I see. The tribe leader nodded and said, we will do our best to deal with the Dark Ice Tribe, but the patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan pondered for a moment. But what? Lu Ming asked. I've been keeping an eye on the Dark Ice Tribe all these years. The Dark Ice Tribe is hiding in a secret place in the Qintian Star area. They've built that area into an impregnable fortress. Plus, the Dark Ice Tribe is very powerful. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for the Ice Soul Tribe and the Kongxian School to destroy the Dark Ice Tribe alone. Even if we can, we'll suffer great losses. The chief of the Ice Spirit Clan said worriedly. It wasn't that he didn't know where the Dark Ice Race was hiding. On the contrary, he knew where the Dark Ice Race was hiding. But why hadn't the Ice Soul Clan attacked the Dark Ice Clan and exterminated the Dark Ice Clan for so many years? It was because they weren't strong enough. The Dark Ice Race had set up many great formations in their hiding place. They also had many experts. Even if the Ice Soul Race was stronger as a whole, they would lose a lot of strength if they wanted to destroy the Dark Ice Race. This gave the Red Flame Race an opportunity. That was why the Ice Soul Race hadn't attacked the Dark Ice Race yet. Now the chief of the Ice Soul Race was also worried about the same thing. Don't worry. This matter concerns the safety of the Qintian Star Zone. The other forces can't stay out of it. The Red Flame Race, the 3 overlords, and the other forces have to send people to fight. Lu Ming said. It's not that easy to get them to send people to fight. The chief of the Ice Soul Race sighed. Send someone to inform them first. If they don't send people to fight, we'll think about it later. Lu Ming said. The chief of the Ice Soul Race nodded. This was the only way. Immediately, the chief of the Ice Soul Race sent messengers to the other forces to inform them to send experts to fight. They wanted to exterminate the Dark Ice Race and take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal to protect the safety of the Qintian Star Zone. Lu Ming waited in the Ice Soul Race's headquarters. At this moment, the various forces were welcoming uninvited guests. In a hall of the Invincible Kenzo, the Invincible Kenzo sect master led the experts of the Invincible Kenzo to welcome a young man. The young man wore a golden robe and stood in the hall with his hands behind his back. He had a proud look on his face. He was only a heavenly god, but he looked as if he didn't care about the supreme beings of the Invincible Kenzo sect master. If Lu Ming was here, he would be able to tell that the young man was from the Jin clan of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Greetings, envoy of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others bowed respectfully to the young man from the Jin clan. No need to be so polite. The young man from the Jin clan waved his hand and said, "Let's get straight to the point. I'm here for the 9 extinction divine crystal." "Envoy, didn't you say that the 9 extinction divine crystal will be given 1,000 years later? It's not time yet." The faces of the invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed. "Let me finish first." The young man from the Jin clan's face darkened. The invincible Kenzo sect master and the others did not dare to make a sound. "There's a man called Lu Ming from the Qin Tian Star Field who came to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion to investigate the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal," the young man from the Jin clan said. "Lu Ming." The faces of the invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed again when they heard that. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. Lu Ming found out about the whereabouts of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The 9 Extinction Divine Crystal is in the hands of a tribe called the Dark Ice Tribe in the Qin Tian Star Field. The young man from the Jin clan continued. The faces of the invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed again. They were surprised. They did not expect the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal to be in the hands of the Dark Ice Tribe. However, this Lu Ming is audacious and has no regard for the law. He has offended a big shot in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Therefore, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion sent Lu Ming back to take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. However, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion will not send anyone to help him. However, I reckon that Lu Ming will ask the local forces of the Qin Tian Star Field to help him take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal," the young man from the Jin clan said. After hearing that, the faces of the invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed again. After a while, the invincible Kenzo sect master said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." The invincible Kenzo sect master will not send anyone to help Lu Ming and prevent him from completing the task. He thought that the young man from the Jin clan had come to warn him not to send anyone to help Lu Ming. This was exactly what he wanted. He did not want to send anyone to help Lu Ming anyway. "No, no, no." The young man from the Jin clan shook his head and said, "What I mean is, not only must you send someone, but you must also send all your experts." "Ah, what?" The invincible Kenzo sect master and the others were confused. Could it be that the messenger was here to help Lu Ming? However, the young man from the Jin clan changed his tone, and his eyes flashed. He said, "You must send all your experts. When you take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, you must find a chance to kill Lu Ming. Do you understand?" The invincible Kenzo sect master and the others were shocked. They finally understood what the young man from the Jin clan meant. The young man meant for them to pretend to cooperate and find a chance to kill Lu Ming. The young man's real goal was to kill Lu Ming. "Understood. Don't worry, messenger. We will do our best to kill Lu Ming." The invincible Kenzo sect master bowed and replied, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 3095. Killing Lu Ming was exactly what the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo wanted. He had been thinking about killing Lu Ming all the time. This was great news for him. Of course, he agreed without hesitation. This time not only you, but all the forces in the Qin Tian Star area that have a grudge against Lu Ming will participate. When the time comes, Lu Ming will die," the young man from the Jin family said, his eyes flashing with cold light. This time, the Jin family, the Winged Man family, and the Qin family had sent many young men to the Qin Tian Star area. They knew that the Wu family would keep an eye on the experts of those families. Sending experts to the Qin Tian Star area to kill Lu Ming was inconvenient. After all, they had to go through the teleportation formation. However, the Wu family could not keep an eye on the young men below the Divine King realm. There were too many young men from those families. Moreover, those young men often traveled outside to temper themselves. It was too easy for them to go anywhere they wanted. Therefore, the families had sent some young men to the Qin Tian Star area to communicate with the forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming secretly. How could they let Lu Ming get the 9 Extinction Divine Crystals so easily? They could not let him go back alive. This was the reason why the patriarch of the Jin family and the others had taken a step back. With so many forces joining hands, Lu Ming will die. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo said. Yes, of course he has to die. Also this time, my Jin clan has brought you a reward. Then a jade bottle appeared in the young man's hand. This is... The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo was puzzled. There is a king breakthrough pellet in here. Your cultivation base is in the third king god realm, right? After you take it, your cultivation base will reach the fourth king god realm in a short time. The young man from the Jin family said. What? My cultivation base will reach the fourth king god realm? The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo exclaimed. His eyes were burning with passion as he stared at the jade bottle in the young man's hand. If it were not for the young man's identity, he would have snatched it away. Breaking through to the fourth king god realm. He almost jumped up, his face flushed red with excitement. It was too difficult to break through the divine king realm. He had cultivated for countless years and used countless treasures to reach the third sky of king god realm. However, this was already his limit. He understood that it was very likely that he would stop here in this lifetime. However, the king-breaking pellet from the young man of the Jin family could help him break through to the fourth king god layer. How could he not be excited? In the Qin Star area, only the Ice Soul clan and the Flaming Flame clan had the fourth sky of king god realm. They were the two strongest clans in the Qin Star area. If he were to break through to the fourth stage of the Dao God King realm, he would immediately become an invincible existence in the Qin star field. His heart was already beating violently. A trace of disdain appeared on the corner of the young man's mouth. In the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, not many people would use the King Breakthrough Pill. Indeed, the King Breaking Pill could allow one to break through a cultivation level in a short period of time. However, there was a huge drawback to it, and that was that after breaking through, one could forget about breaking through again, sacrificing the future in exchange for a breakthrough in the present. Which genius would do such a thing? However, it was suitable for people like the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. The Jin family and the Wingman clan were well aware of Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming had a metallic life form that could kill a third king god layer existence. If the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo and the others went to kill Lu Ming, they would definitely not be able to do so. However, if they could break through to the fourth king god layer, they would have a great chance of killing Lu Ming. Take it. Hurry up and break through. The young man of the Jin family handed the jade bottle to the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo trembled as he received the bottle, and then thanked him profusely. The other senior members of the invincible Kenzo looked incomparably envious. The young man of the Jin family sneered inwardly. He naturally didn't tell the invincible Kenzo about Lu Ming's true strength. If he told them, they would be fearful. When the time came, they wouldn't be as decisive. As for whether these people would be killed by Lu Ming, he couldn't be bothered. In his eyes, these people were trash. If they died, they died. What did it have to do with him? As long as he could kill Lu Ming. If you do well this time, the Jin family won't mistreat you. The young man of the Jin family made an empty promise, then left the invincible Kenzo. At the same time, young men from the immeasurable sacred ground, the Mystic Academy, and the Flaming Tribe arrived. Moreover, they were all given King Breakthrough pills to help them break through. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally didn't know about this. He waited quietly in the Ice Soul clan's residence. Before long, the people the Ice Soul clan's patriarch had sent to the various factions responded. They agreed, and they said they would do their best. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback when he heard this. That's right. Whether it's the Flaming Tribe or the invincible Kenzo, they agreed to send people to kill the Dark Ice Soul clan and take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The reason they gave was for the safety of the Qin Star Zone. That's strange. I thought they wouldn't agree so readily. The Ice Soul clan's patriarch frowned, full of doubts. Who cares what tricks they're playing? We'll deal with it when the time comes. Perhaps they really do care about the safety of the Qin Star Zone. If they don't take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, they'll die in 1,000 years. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming naturally didn't believe that the other party would agree so readily. He guessed that there must be something fishy going on. However, he had the Bone Demon. What was he afraid of? I hope so. I'll start gathering the experts and head to the Myriad Spirit Star. The Ice Soul clan's patriarch said. Lu Ming nodded. then left the Ice Soul clan and returned to the Kongxian school. A month later, the experts of the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Flaming Tribe, and the Ice Soul clan gathered at the Myriad Spirit Star. The Ice Soul clan is familiar with the territory of the Dark Ice Soul clan. This time, you lead the way, the Flaming Tribe's patriarch said to the Ice Soul clan's patriarch. The Ice Soul clan's patriarch nodded. Then the experts set off. They took the teleportation formation to an area not far from the Ice Soul clan. Then they took the interstellar battleships and rushed to the hiding place of the Dark Ice Soul clan. The interstellar battleships cut across the starry sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Soon, a galaxy appeared in front of them. From afar, this galaxy looked extremely strange. The light of the star in this galaxy was very dim, as if it was about to be extinguished. However, some of the planets around the star were snow white. From afar, they looked like white pearls. Even though there was a great distance between them, they could still feel a terrifying chill permeating the air. This is where the Dark Ice Soul clan is hiding. The entire galaxy has been set up by the Dark Ice Soul clan. It won't be easy to break in. We'll need to work together, the Ice Soul clan's patriarch said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill, the Flaming Tribe's patriarch said. Okay, let's break the formation first, then kill our way in. The Ice Soul clan's patriarch nodded. Chapter 3096. After reaching an agreement, they left the cosmic battleship and crossed the starry sky with their physical bodies, rushing toward the galaxy where the Dark Ice Tribe lived. In the starry sky, they rushed forward like shooting stars. This time, the weakest among those who came to attack the Dark Ice Tribe was a heavenly god. They had no problem crossing the starry sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Activate the formation. As soon as they appeared, they were discovered by the people of the Dark Ice Tribe. They shouted loudly. Suddenly, runes appeared on those snow-white planets. These runes intertwined again and formed a huge formation. Whoosh! 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 Then, endless sword lights rushed out from those planets. Each of the battle swords was extremely huge. They were completely made of ice and were tens of thousands of miles long. They were extremely powerful. Humph! You want to stop us with a formation? Destroy them! The leader of the Flaming Tribe shouted coldly. His body was as dazzling as the sun. With a slap, dozens of ice swords exploded. At the same time, the leader of the invincible Kenzo and the others also attacked. Sword lights rushed into the sky and destroyed those ice swords. They naturally had to attack now to lower Lu Ming's guard. However, they did not use their full strength. Bam! Bam! The ice swords formed by the Dark Ice Tribe's formation kept exploding. In the face of so many experts from the Qin Tian galaxy, the Dark Ice Tribe's formation was not strong enough. Soon they rushed into the galaxy. Boom! Boom! The 13 sects of Qin Tian, the Flaming Tribe, and the Ice Soul Tribe had so many divine kings. With so many divine kings attacking together, the power was earth-shattering. Rays of divine light blasted toward those planets. Boom! 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 Those planets seemed to have experienced a magnitude of tens of earthquakes. Every ray of divine light blasted a large part of the planet. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was a true landslide. When a divine king attacked with his full strength, he could really destroy a planet. Moreover, there were so many divine kings. It was devastating. The earth collapsed and the entire planet kept exploding. The formation engraved on the planet was naturally destroyed. There were screams coming from those planets. Those were the people of the Dark Ice Tribe. Under the attack of the divine kings, those people of the Dark Ice Tribe exploded and their bodies and souls were destroyed. How dare the Dark Ice clan steal the treasures of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion? Kill without mercy. Cold voices sounded out as everyone broke through the barriers. The outermost planets of the star system were quickly broken through. Everyone charged into the depths of the galaxy. There was a huge planet closest to the star. That was the core of the Dark Ice race. Very quickly, all the planets in the periphery were broken through by them. They directly killed their way to the core planet. That is the core base of the Dark Ice race. Kill. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan pointed at the vast glacier in front of them and shouted. In front of them was a vast expanse of glaciers. As far as the eye could see, glaciers that were tens of thousands of meters tall could be seen everywhere, and they occupied a vast and boundless area. This was the real core of the Dark Ice tribe. Many of the Dark Ice tribe's experts lived here. The chieftain of the Ice Soul clan led a large number of experts of the Ice Soul clan to attack the glacier. Lu Ming and the experts from Kongxian school also rushed inside. Boom! Boom! At this moment, powerful auras burst out from the endless glacier. Some of them had even reached the Divine King realm. The experts of the Dark Ice tribe also came out. Bastards of the Ice Soul clan. Kill! Let's fight to the death. The people of the Dark Ice tribe roared. They knew that they would not be able to survive today. They could only fight to the death. Many figures rushed out from the endless glacier and fought with the experts of the Ice Soul clan and Kongxian school. A fierce battle broke out. At this moment, the people of the Flaming Tribe, Invincible Kenzo, Mystic Academy and other forces slowed down and even stopped at the back. Let them fight first. It's best if both sides are injured. Let's get ready too. The sect master of the Invincible Kenzo and the dean of the Winged Demon Academy communicated secretly. Murderous intent flashed in their eyes. In the end, they stopped at a distance and secretly prepared. These fellows are indeed unreliable. The people of the Ice Soul clan also noticed those people's actions. However, they were busy fighting with the Dark Ice tribe and could not do anything about it. There's something fishy going on. Lu Ming stood in the air, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. He naturally saw the actions of the Invincible Kenzo and other forces. If these people want to die, I don't mind swallowing them whole. A black-robed man next to Lu Ming sneered. This black-robed man was naturally Guemo in disguise. No, don't attack unless it's absolutely necessary, Lu Ming said. Guemo was his trump card. He would not attack unless it was absolutely necessary. The two sides continued to fight, but Lu Ming's side had the upper hand. Even if there were only the Ice Soul clan and Kongxian school, their strength was far above the Dark Ice tribes. Previously, they had been wary of the killing formation set up by the Dark Ice tribe. Now that the killing formation had been broken, the Dark Ice tribe was naturally no match for them. There was an elder from the Ice Soul clan who was extremely powerful. Wherever he went, no one was his match. He had already killed 6 divine kings. Lu Ming could see that the elder was at the 4th layer of the King God realm. He should be the ancestor of the Ice Soul clan. The Dark Ice tribe did not have anyone at the 4th layer of the King God realm. The strongest was at the 3rd layer of the King God realm. The 3rd layer of the King God realm from the Dark Ice tribe was locked in a fierce battle with the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan. However, no one was a match for the ancestor of the Ice Soul clan. He was invincible. His body flashed and he killed an expert of the Ice Soul clan. With the help of the other experts, the battle was one-sided. Soon, more than half of the Ice Soul clan's experts were killed. Anine, how dare you steal the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? How dare you? Hand over the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan shouted. Don't even think about it. If you want it, come and get it yourself. The Dark Ice tribe's patriarch sneered. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The ancestor of the Ice Spirit clan charged toward Anine, the leader of the Dark Ice clan. Boom. The ancestor of the Ice Soul clan slammed his palm down. A boundless cold wave turned into a terrifying palm energy that shot toward Anine. And Yin's expression changed drastically. He used all his strength to counter the attack. However, a 3rd layer of the King God realm could not withstand the strength of a 4th layer of the King God realm. With a loud explosion, An Yin's body was sent flying. Even though he cultivated ice attribute divine power, a layer of ice still appeared on his body, almost freezing him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, as soon as the blood came out, it turned into ice crystals. The ancestor of the Ice Soul clan pounced on An Yin like a ferocious lion. Senior, please spare his life. Lu Ming shouted in time. The ancestor of the Ice Soul clan held back a little. However, An Yin was still sent flying. A layer of ice covered him completely, making it difficult for him to move. Chapter 3097. An Yin from the Dark Ice clan was frozen by the ancestor of the Ice Spirit clan, and could not move. Lu Ming moved and landed beside an Yin. Where is the 9 extinction divine crystal? Give it to me. Lu Ming said coldly. How do you know that the 9 extinction divine crystal is in the hands of the Dark Ice clan? Anin asked unwillingly. Oh, it seems that the person behind you did not inform you that you have been exposed? It seems that you have been abandoned by the person behind the scenes. Lu Ming sneered. The other side was not prepared. Obviously, they did not know that they had been exposed. The person behind the scenes did not inform them. Obviously, they had abandoned the Dark Ice clan to protect themselves. Damn it! Anin roared angrily. He had also figured this out, and his anger soared to the sky. You've all been abandoned, so there's no need to hide anymore. Tell me, who's the one behind you? Which family is it? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. Anin shook his head. You don't know? Hee, even at this point, you're still helping to hide it. They've already abandoned you. Lu Ming said coldly. I don't know, I just don't know. Every time we meet them, they are wrapped in black robes and meet at the Devil Capital Mountain. I only know that they are a great force of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace, but I don't know who they are. Also, the 9 extinction divine crystal is in my storage ring. Take it. I hope you can let go of the people of the Dark Ice clan with low cultivation. They are no threat to you. Anin let out a long sigh. He knew that he would not be able to survive today. The winner took all. He knew that. He only hoped that the people of the Dark Ice clan with low cultivation could survive. Lu Ming frowned. It seemed that the Dark Ice clan did not know who the person behind the scenes was. This could be inferred from the fact that the person behind the scenes did not inform the Dark Ice clan. If the Dark Ice clan knew who the person behind the scenes was, the person behind the scenes would not dare to let Lu Ming kill them. Was he not afraid that the Dark Ice clan would betray them? It was obvious that the person behind the scenes was not worried at all. He knew that the Dark Ice race did not know who they were. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. This clue was broken again. Could it be that the mastermind was so difficult to find? Then Lu Ming took An Yin's storage ring and searched through it. Not long after, Lu Ming took out a small dark golden box. After opening it, there was a crystal inside that emitted a shocking energy. This was the 9 extinction divine crystal, the treasure of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Looking at the 9 extinction God crystal, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a fiery glow. The 9 divine crystal was definitely a rare treasure. Its value might not be lower than the stellar core that he had obtained previously. However, it was a treasure of the 9 Heavenly King Mansion, and he dared not be greedy. The clan leader of the Ice Spirit clan, and the others naturally did not dare to covet the 9 divine crystal. It was a hot potato. If they did not handle it well, they would be wiped out. No matter how valuable it was, they could only look at it. Ice Spirit clan leader, this storage ring and the Dark Ice tribe are yours to deal with. Lu Ming said as he handed An Yin's storage ring to the Ice Spirit clan leader. All right. When this is over, we will divide the spoils equally. The Ice Spirit clan's patriarch smiled and put away the storage ring. Then he looked at An Yin coldly and attacked, killing An Yin with a final blow. He would not let An Yin go. The battle that followed did not have any suspense. The Dark Ice tribe was almost completely wiped out. However, the Ice Spirit clan did not kill all of them. They did not kill some of the weaker members of the Dark Ice tribe. After cleaning up, the Kongxian school and the Ice Spirit clan met up and flew out. Ice Spirit clan leader, be careful later. Lu Ming reminded the Ice Spirit clan leader. The Ice Spirit clan leader's eyes flashed. He was a smart man and naturally knew what Lu Ming meant. The Flaming Tribe, the 3 overlord forces, and some top sects did not follow. They most likely did not have good intentions. He secretly ordered the people of the Ice Spirit clan to form a large array. Soon they flew out of the glacier. Boom, boom. As soon as Lu Ming and the others flew out of the glacier, powerful auras came from all directions. Countless figures appeared from all directions and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Their powerful auras firmly locked onto them. These people were the Flaming Tribe, the 3 overlord forces, and the other sections. What do you want? The Ice Spirit clan leader asked coldly. It's simple. Hand over the 9 extinction divine crystal. Also, Lu Ming, kill yourself. The invincible Kinzo sect leader took a step forward and said in a cold voice. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the Kongxian school and the Ice Spirit clan changed drastically, especially the people of the Kongxian school. Their expressions were even uglier. These people were targeting Lu Ming at this time. You guys are really greedy. Not only do you want the 9 extinction divine crystal, but you also want my life. Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. His face was calm and there was no trace of worry. These people's actions were within his expectations. Ha ha ha, today, all the major forces are here. I'm not afraid that you can overturn the situation. Lu Ming, you'll definitely die today. I advise you to hand over the 9 extinction divine crystal, and we'll give you a quick death. The Winged Demon Academy's dean sneered. If they took the 9 extinction divine crystal to the 9 extinction heavenly king's residence, they would definitely be rewarded. They would not miss this opportunity. This operation could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. Lu Ming, don't believe them. Even if you agree to them, they won't let us go. The Ice Spirit clan leader shouted. The other party had mobilized so many people. How could they let them go so easily? Ha ha ha, you're right. Today the Ice Spirit clan and Kongxian school will be destroyed. A big man from the Flaming Flame clan laughed. He was the Flaming Flame clan leader. Let's rush out together. At this moment, the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor shouted angrily. His aura burst out, and he wanted to rush out from one of the directions. Old Ice, your opponent is me. An old man from the Flaming Flame clan dashed out. His body was covered in flames like a sun as he attacked the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor. Boom. The two of them exchanged a blow. It was earth-shattering. The sky trembled. Half of the sky turned into ice and snow while the other half turned into flames. Old Flaming Flame. The Ice Spirit clan's ancestor shouted angrily. The old man from the Flaming Flame clan was the Flaming Flame clan's ancestor. He was also in the 4th layer of the King God realm. The Flaming Flame clan and the Ice Spirit clan's ancestors were both in the 4th layer of the King God realm. That was why the two clans had been fighting for so many years without a clear winner. Kill! The Flaming Flame clan's ancestor shouted, and rushed towards the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor. The two experts engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 3098. Let's get out of here, shouted the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. He wanted to lead the Ice Spirit clan to get out of here. However, at this moment, a strong and scorching chi wave rolled towards the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. It was the Scarlet Flame clan's patriarch. He punched out, and a scorching fist energy shot towards the Ice Soul clan's patriarch. Shouted the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. An ice sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at the patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan. Boom. The ice sword hit the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan, exploding violently. Buzz. The ice sword trembled violently and crazily. In the end, it exploded with a bang. The Ice Soul patriarch was also pushed back by a terrifying force. His body crashed into a glacier, and the entire glacier exploded. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan vomited blood, his face pale. 4th King God layer. You've broken through to the 4th King God layer. How is that possible? Shouted the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. He had fought with the patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan for a long time. He knew each other well. The patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan was about the same as him in terms of talent and strength. It was impossible for him to break through to the 4th King God layer so quickly. However, the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan had broken through to the 4th King God layer. How could he not be shocked? What? 4th King God layer? Oh my god! The patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan has broken through to the 4th King God layer. The Ice Spirit clan's members all paled. Many of them had pale faces. In the past, the two clans each had a 4th King God layer expert. In terms of top fighting strength, the two clans were equal. However, the Flaming Flame clan was stronger than the Ice Spirit clan. But now, the Flaming Flame clan had two 4th King God layer experts. In terms of top fighting strength, they had the upper hand. To the Ice Spirit clan, it was a disaster. Ha ha ha. I told you, the Ice Spirit clan will be destroyed today. The Flaming Flame clan's patriarch laughed wildly. He was so excited. especially when he saw the despair in the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan's eyes. He felt so happy. Don't worry. I won't kill you so soon. I will kill Lu Ming first, then I will kill all the people of the Ice Spirit clan. Ha ha ha. The Flaming Flame clan's patriarch laughed wildly. The matriarch of the Ice Soul race roared. She was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood. The difference between the third King God realm and the fourth King God realm was too big. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan was severely wounded. Let's get the 9 Extinction God Crystal first. Lu Ming, tell me, is the 9 Extinction God Crystal in your hands? The dean of the Winged Demon Academy looked coldly at Lu Ming. That's right, it's in my hands. Lu Ming smiled and a small purple gold box appeared in his hand. He picked it up and shook it. His expression was calm from beginning to end. Everyone's gaze was immediately attracted to the small box in Lu Ming's hands. Dean, I will go and snatch the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Sect Master, I will go and snatch the 9 Extinction God Crystal. Patriarch. At this moment, experts from the Mystic Academy, the Invincible Kenzo, the Immeasurable Holy Land, and the Flaming Flame clan stepped out and rushed towards Lu Ming. They all wanted to obtain the 9 Extinction God Crystal. The one who obtained the 9 Extinction God Crystal and handed it over would definitely receive more rewards. These forces had already started competing. There was a total of 8 experts from the 4 forces. They pounced on Lu Ming and all of them were half-step Divine Kings. As for the Divine Kings, they hadn't taken action yet. They didn't need a Divine King to deal with Lu Ming. Holy Sun. Yu Wuya and the other elders of the Kongxian school were shocked. They wanted to help Lu Ming, but the Divine Kings of the Mystic Academy and the Invincible Kenzo had locked their auras. If they moved, they would suffer a thunderous attack. Don't do anything. These dogs and cats can't do anything to me, Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was calm, but it was filled with disdain. When those words reached the ears of the other great forces, they were infuriated. A Heavenly God Junior. You're just an ant. You're courting death. Arrogant. Let's see if you have the ability to be so arrogant. Those half-step Divine Kings who rushed towards Lu Ming roared furiously. They used all sorts of techniques and attacks to envelop Lu Ming. 8 half-step Divine Kings attacking at the same time was terrifying. Not to mention a Heavenly God Junior. Even a true Divine King would have to be cautious. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, these people couldn't even withstand a single blow. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming muttered and used the Divine Dragon Dharma Idol art. Both of his hands pressed against the void. Instantly, dragon roars resounded through the heavens and earth. 9-clawed dragon appeared one after another. Roar! The 9-clawed divine dragon that was the first to condense roared and pounced towards the fastest half-step Divine King. It waved its claws and destroyed the half-step Divine King's attack. Then, in front of the half-step Divine King's shocked eyes, the dragon claw grabbed his body and squeezed. A miserable shriek was heard as the half-step Divine King was crushed to death. What? Many people were shocked. A half-step Divine King was actually killed so easily. Roar. At this time, a second 9-clawed dragon arrived in front of a second Divine King. Just like the first Divine King, this half-step Divine King was also unable to withstand a single blow. His body was torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon. Not good. Retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The remaining 6 half-step Divine Kings who were charging towards Lu Ming were completely shocked. They almost lost their courage and frantically retreated. You want to retreat now? What a joke. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. The 9-clawed dragon's speed was incomparably shocking. In the blink of an eye, it arrived behind those people and unleashed a terrifying slaughter. Ah! Several half-step Divine Kings were killed in succession. This scene stunned the crowd. Those who knew Lu Ming were stupefied. Lu Ming was just a junior. How could he be so strong? He could easily kill half-step Divine Kings. That kind of strength was too terrifying. Stop. Damn it. Furious roars could be heard from the Yimo Academy and the Imperishable Sword Sect. 2 figures dashed out from the Yimo Academy as a terrifying pressure spread out from them. Divine Kings. 2 Divine Kings at the first Divine King layer had joined the battle. The 2 of them rushed forward, wanting to stop Lu Ming. However, they were still a step too late. By the time they arrived, the 8 half-step divine kings were already dead. None of them were left alive. Ah, brat, I'll skin you alive. I'll make you beg for death. The 2 divine kings roared and furiously charged towards Lu Ming. Their terrifying pressure caused the void to tremble unceasingly. Many people's expressions changed. Divine kings were too terrifying. Lu Ming, Yu Wuya and the others were extremely worried. But at this moment, they wanted to help, but the other side's experts had locked onto them. Once they attacked, they would face a chaotic battle. Chapter 3099. Divine Kings are finally taking action? Lu Ming said indifferently. He waved his hands and another 9-clawed dragon appeared in the sky. Adding the previous 8 9-clawed dragons, there were 9 in total. The 9 9-clawed dragons gathered together and attacked the 2 divine kings. The 2 god kings also unleashed terrifying attacks at the 9-clawed divine dragon. Boom. Boom. In the sky, there was a violent roar, and a terrifying force spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the 9 9-clawed dragons had retreated several tens of thousands of meters. However, the 2 divine kings were also blocked. This scene caused many people's eyes to widen. Lu Ming could block the attacks of 2 divine kings. What kind of monster was he? This. The experts of the Kongxian school, Yu Wuya, and the others were also dumbfounded. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. Not as strong as the Dark Knight Devil King. Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. The reason why he hadn't used his ancient god body was because he wanted to test his opponent's strength. He realized that although these 2 divine kings were also at the first divine king realm, they were weaker than the Dark Knight Devil King, let alone the divine kings of the Jin family and the Winged Men clan. At the same level, the divine kings of the Jin family and the Winged Men clan were stronger. Lu Ming didn't need to use his ancient god body to block them. Damn it. Kill. Seeing that they had failed to take down Lu Ming, the 2 divine kings felt embarrassed. They flew into a rage out of humiliation. Both of them roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming again. I don't want to play with you anymore. At this moment, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then his body rapidly enlarged. Roar. Lu Ming turned into the green-armored ancient god. A roar came from his throat. A wild aura spread everywhere, shaking the earth. Boom. Lu Ming threw out 2 punches. 2 mountain-like fist forces blasted towards the 2 divine kings. There was a terrifying whistling sound in the void. The terrifying fist forces pressed down on the 2 divine kings, shattering their attacks directly. This is... No. The 2 divine kings screamed in fear. In the next moment, their bodies exploded like watermelons. Their souls were destroyed. Instant kill. 2 divine kings had been instantly killed by Lu Ming. Time and space seemed to freeze. At this moment, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Countless people were dumbfounded. Even the patriarchs of the Ice Soul clan and the Flaming Flame clan stopped fighting and looked at this scene in shock. At this moment, Lu Ming became the center of attention, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Boom. After a while, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Heavens, heavens, what did I just see? He killed 2 god kings. I'm not dreaming, right? No, I must be dreaming. He's only at the 6th level of the celestial god realm. How could he kill a god king? This is crazy. At this moment, whether it was the Scarlet Flame race, the Ice Soul race, or the Qin Tian 13 sex experts, they were all indescribably shocked. A 6th level heavenly god had killed 2 divine kings. That was simply inconceivable. They had never heard of such a thing. Ehe. The ones who were the most shocked were the few heavenly geniuses of the 3 overlords. This time, the majority of the people who had come were heavenly gods and above. Therefore, some of the top heavenly geniuses of the various factions had also come. For example, the invincible Kenzo's son Sword Dao Limitless. The strongest heavenly genius of the Scarlet Flame race, Scarlet Flame Devil Pine, and the others. Even the invincible Kenzo's son, Ling Huyi, was among them. However, these people were completely dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped in shock. Clearly, they were unable to calm down. Looks like my battle with him back then was a joke. Ling Huyi smiled bitterly. Ling Huyi was the same as Lu Ming. They were both from the chaotic astral river. Back then, they had participated in the Qin Tian 13 sex assessment together. In the end, Lu Ming had obtained first place, while Ling Huyi had obtained second place. At that time, Ling Huyi was not convinced. He felt that his talent was not inferior to Lu Ming's. Furthermore, he had made a battle with Lu Ming 1,000 years later. In these years, his cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he had already grasped divine-grade divine power. With his comprehension, it was only a matter of time before he grasped divine-grade divine power and became a divine son. He was originally high-spirited, but now, compared to Lu Ming, he realized that he was simply a frog in a well. The difference between him and Lu Ming was too great. There was no comparison at all. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be able to kill him with a puff of air. This brat. The dean of the Mystic Academy, the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, and the others were terrified. Lu Ming was too terrifying. It had only been a short time, but he had already grown to this level. In a few more years, they would not be his opponents. Kill. Today, they had to kill Lu Ming. They absolutely could not let Lu Ming live. This was the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, the dean of the Mystic Academy, and the others all had the same thought. Kill. Experts of the second layer of the King God realm and above, attack together and kill Lu Ming. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, the Winged Demon Academy, and the others all gave the same order. For the time being, they did not plan to attack. They had all obtained the King Breaking Pellet, and had broken through to the fourth layer of the King God realm. However, they had just broken through and their cultivation bases had not yet stabilized. If they attacked now, it would not be good for their foundation. Moreover, they wanted to hide their cultivation bases, so that when they competed with other forces in the future, they could suddenly reveal their cultivation bases and kill their opponents when they were unprepared. The leaders of the other forces all had the same idea, so they ordered their subordinates to attack first. No matter how heaven-defying Lu Ming was, they did not believe that Lu Ming could be a match for experts of the second layer of the King God realm. Moreover, there were experts of the third layer of the King God realm among them. If these people attacked together, even if there were 10 Lu Ming, he would be dead for sure. Boom boom. As soon as the order was given, terrifying auras diffused from the other forces. The terrifying pressure spread everywhere, making many people feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Terrifying experts stepped out from each of the major forces. The weakest among these people was at the second layer of the King God realm. Some of them were even at the third layer of the King God realm. These were the trump cards of the other forces. Lu Ming's face became solemn. Facing these experts, he was indeed not their match. Qiu. Lu Ming's mind flickered. Qiu on his wrist began to move, turning into an armor, covering Lu Ming. Come. Lu Ming let out a long roar and took the initiative to charge out. Kill. Kill. A few experts shouted coldly. Their god power surged, attacking Lu Ming fiercely. The second layer of the King God realm was much stronger than the first layer of the King God realm. Even if they were not as strong as the experts of the Jin family, Lu Ming alone would not be able to defeat them. However, with Qiu, it was different. Boom boom. Lu Ming punched. His fist was covered with thick lightning bolts. The lightning bolts were thicker than a person's waist. They struck two second layer of the King God realm experts. Chapter 3100. Lu Ming threw a punch. Bolts of lightning engulfed the two experts at the second King God realm. Those were the lightning bolts released by Qiu. How powerful were they? The two second King God realm experts didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies turned into ashes in the lightning, disappearing without a trace. This scene was even more shocking than when Lu Ming had killed the two first King God realm experts in just a second. It had almost scared them to death. Die. Lu Ming shouted. His aura was like a rainbow as he punched out again. Some more lightning strikes struck out. This time, a third King God realm warrior was covered in them. This third King God realm expert was an ancient senior elder of the Mystic Academy. He had lived for a long time and his strength was formidable. However, at this moment his face was filled with fear. He tried his best to resist but found that he couldn't resist the lightning bolts. He let out an unwilling scream as all of his defenses were destroyed. The lightning struck his body heavily, cutting off his life force. This third King God Realm expert was turned into a charred body and was blown away. The others on the scene were numb. The experts who were fighting with Lu Ming were almost scared to death. Retreat! Retreat! They screamed crazily, retreating like crazy. Lu Ming was a demon, an invincible demon. No matter how strong they were, they would be devoured by Lu Ming. It's too late to retreat now. Die! Lu Ming roared, dashing forward. Lu Ming, you want to die? At this moment, a furious voice arose. Then, a sword light cut through the void, slashing toward Lu Ming. That sword light was 10,000 zhang long. Its power was earth-shaking. When the sword light appeared, the earth and sky trembled. It crazily pressed down on Lu Ming. That's... Facing that sword, Lu Ming's eyes focused. He didn't have time to chase after the others. He used all of his strength to resist that sword light. Boom! Lu Ming punched out with all his strength. In an instant, more than a dozen lightning bolts shot out from his fist. The lightning bolts intertwined and shot towards the sword light. The lightning and the sword light collided heavily with each other. It was as if two planets had collided with each other. A monstrous force erupted, engulfing everything in its path. The surrounding people all retreated frantically, afraid that they would be dragged in. Bang 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 then, more than a dozen lightning bolts collapsed one after another, turning into energy and disappearing. As for that sword light, it was also trembling unceasingly. However, it was still stronger. Although its power was weakening, it did not collapse. After the lightning was completely extinguished, the sword light did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming, slashing at Lu Ming's fist. Dang, an intense explosion sounded out as Lu Ming felt a terrifying power rush out from the sword light, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble, and he was forced back thousands of meters. How powerful! Fourth King God Layer. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body. When the sword light dispersed, a figure appeared in the sky. It was the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. At this moment, he was staring at Lu Ming with his cold eyes. He wished he could kill Lu Ming in one strike. A terrifying sword light shot out from his body, piercing through the sky. It was 100,000 zhang tall. Fourth King God Layer. You have also broken through to the fourth King God Layer. Impossible. Impossible. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan shouted in disbelief. First, the patriarch of the Flaming Flame clan had broken through to the fourth King God Layer. Now the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo had also broken through to the fourth King God Layer. What was going on? What fourth King God Layer? The Kongxian school and the Ice Spirit clan were all frightened. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo had also broken through to the fourth King God Layer. Now their opponents had 3 fourth King God Layer experts. How could they fight against them? The excitement they had felt when Lu Ming had shown his invincible strength had disappeared. That's right. Fourth King God Layer. Today you won't be able to cause any trouble. The sect master of the indestructible swordsmanship sect stared at Lu Ming. As he blinked, streams of sword aura shot out. Lu Ming, I admit that I underestimated you. Not only is your strength beyond my imagination, but you also have the help of a powerful metallic life form. However, your fate today is already decided. It can't be changed. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo continued. His voice was cold. Just now he had already tested Lu Ming's fighting strength. If he hadn't broken through to the fourth King God Layer, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lu Ming. However, now that he had broken through to the fourth King God Layer, he was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. Is that so? Although you're strong, I'm afraid it's not enough to kill me. Lu Ming said. Although the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo was strong, he wasn't as strong as the Winged Clan's fourth King God Layer expert. Back then, at the 9 Extremes Heavenly King Mansion, Lu Ming had also worn the armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into. He had exchanged blows with a 4th-tier King God Realm expert. At that time, Lu Ming had been injured. Even Qiuqiu's armor had been broken. This time, Lu Ming had only been pushed back. His qi and blood were surging. Lu Ming was right. It wouldn't be easy for the patriarch to kill him. Is that so? What if you add me? A cold voice arose. Then the dean of the Mystic Academy stepped forward. He stood next to the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo, releasing a terrifying aura. His aura wasn't any weaker than the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. Admi. As soon as the dean of the Mystic Academy stepped forward, the sacred master of the immeasurable Holy Land also stepped forward. He stood next to the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo and the Winged Demon Academy, surrounding Lu Ming. His aura was also terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than the two in front of him. Fourth King God Layer. You're all in the Fourth King God Layer. Impossible. How can you all break through to the Fourth King God Layer? The patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan shouted in disbelief. He vaguely felt that they had fallen into a trap today. The others were also shocked, especially the experts of the top sections. Their faces were even more unsightly. The patriarchs of the three overlords had all broken through to the Fourth King God Layer. To the Qin Tian Star area, this was going to change drastically. In the future, the top forces would have no way to resist the three overlords. Even the experts of the Flaming Flame clan frowned. In the past, only the Flaming Flame clan and the Ice Spirit clan had Fourth King God Layer experts. Now the three overlords all had Fourth King God Layer experts. There would be many variables in the future. The faces of the Kongxian school and the Ice Spirit clan paled. They were terrified. The difference in strength was too great. Would they really be unable to escape death today? Holy Sun Lu Ming, if you have the chance to escape, you must escape. Your talent is rare. As long as you escape, the Kongxian school will have hope to rise again. Yu Wuya secretly transmitted to Lu Ming. With the strength Lu Ming had just displayed, if he didn't care about others and risked his life to break out, he might be able to escape. I, Lu Ming, am not the kind of person who would ignore others and escape alone. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued. Moreover, there's no need to escape when facing these people. Chapter 3101. No. Yu Wuya was startled. Could it be that Lu Ming still had a trump card? Looking at Lu Ming's confident expression, Yu Wuya didn't say anything else. Your cultivation can't have broken through in such a short time. You must have taken a king breakthrough pill, right? Lu Ming glanced at the sect master of the indestructible sword sect, and the other two and spoke calmly. The three from the invincible Kenzo were startled. Lu Ming, why do you care how we broke through? As long as we can kill you, that's enough, said the Mystic Academy's dean coldly. Haha, ridiculous. According to what I know, although the king breakthrough pill can help you break through in a short time, the price is that you'll exhaust your potential. You'll never be able to break through again, said Lu Ming. The expressions of the sect master of the indestructible sword sect and the others changed drastically. They didn't know that the king breakthrough pill had such a side effect. However, they quickly regained their composure. With their talent, it was already difficult for them to break through. They might have been stuck in the third layer of the God King realm for the rest of their lives. Now that they could break through to the fourth layer, it was worth it. Even if they couldn't break through in the future, they would still be overlords of the Qin Tian Star Zone. The Qin Tian Star Zone doesn't have a king breakthrough pill. Tell me, who gave you the king breakthrough pill? Asked Lu Ming loudly. You're about to die, so you talk too much. There are some things you don't have the qualifications to know. The sect master of the indestructible swordsmanship sect shouted coldly. His aura was violent, and a terrifying sword force locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Even if the other party did not reply, he could guess that the king-breaking elixir was most likely given by the Jin family and the Winged Man family. It was inconvenient for them to send their own experts over. Therefore, they wanted the forces of the Qin Tian Star Sector to kill Lu Ming. Come. Just the three of you aren't enough. Scarlet Flame Race, come at me together. Lu Ming looked at the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch. He wanted to eliminate the enemy's core strength in one fell swoop. Arrogant. You overestimate yourself. The sect master of the invincible Kenzo and the dean of the Mystic Academy shouted coldly and made their moves. A beam of sword gleam cut through the sky and charged toward Lu Ming in a mighty manner. At the same time, the dean of the Mystic Academy struck out with his palm. A demonic palm covered a radius of 1,000 miles as it slammed towards Lu Ming. The two overlords of the Qin Heavenly Star Field attacked at the same time. Their strength was earth-shattering. and no one in the Qin heavenly star field could ignore them. Swish Lu Ming used the Nine Heavens Kuan-Peng technique, transformed into a huge Kuan-Peng, and rushed in a direction. You want to leave? Stay! Shouted the Winged Devil Academy's dean. Devilish chi surged, and his devilish palm rapidly grew in size as it shot toward Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming bellowed and punched out. Streaks of lightning burst out from his fist. The lightning interweaved and blasted towards the devil palm. Boom! The lightning struck the demonic palm, causing it to vibrate violently. In the end, a hole was blasted open. Lu Ming dashed through it and skyrocketed into the starry sky. I already said that you can't kill me. Lu Ming laughed as he flew. Chase! Roared the invincible Kenzo's master. He turned into a ray of swordlight and chased. At the same time, the Winged Devil Academy's dean and the Boundless Sacred Ground's sacred master chased after him. Today they absolutely couldn't let Lu Ming escape. If Lu Ming didn't die, it wouldn't be long before his power surpassed theirs. On the other side, the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch's expression changed. He soared into the sky and charged at Lu Ming. His thoughts were similar to the others. They had to kill Lu Ming. They couldn't allow Lu Ming to rise. So he didn't hesitate to join the ranks of those attacking Lu Ming. Despicable! Roared Yu Wuya, the Ice Soul Race's patriarch, and the others. The Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch and the Winged Devil Academy's dean were actually joining hands to deal with a junior. They were truly shameless. But they couldn't interfere. They could only worry. They're finally attacking together? No one noticed that the corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. What he wanted was for the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch to attack together, so he could catch them all in one fell swoop. The reason he had pretended to flee was to draw the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch's attention. Lu Ming's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. As soon as Lu Ming stopped, the Winged Devil Academy's dean and the others immediately chased after him. The four experts surrounded Lu Ming. Let's see where you can run now, roared the Winged Devil Academy's dean. Don't waste words with him. Attack together and kill him, shouted the invincible Kenzo's master. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel confident facing a junior like Lu Ming. He wished he could immediately kill Lu Ming. Only then would he be at ease. I've been waiting for you. Lu Ming sneered and a small pagoda flew out of his hand. This small pagoda was the king pagoda that Blue Merchant had given him. As soon as the king pagoda flew out, it rapidly grew in size and emitted profound fluctuations. It immediately enveloped the Winged Devil Academy's dean, the invincible Kenzo's master, the Boundless Sacred Land's sacred master, and the Scarlet Flame Race's patriarch. Once they were enveloped by the king pagoda, their divine energy fluctuated and their auras weakened. What's going on? What kind of treasure is this? The four of them roared in fright. They had never seen a treasure like the King Pagoda before. A treasure like the King Subduing Pagoda was rare even in the Qin Tian Star area. Most of them could only affect low-level King God Kings in the first or second King God layers. There were very few that could affect fourth-level God Kings. This was something that Blue Merchant had personally refined. Kill! Lu Ming took this chance to attack the Winged Devil Academy's dean. Creak! Qiuqiu turned into a suit of armor. Its power was completely under Lu Ming's control. Lu Ming clenched his fist, and endless lightning filled the air. It turned into a lightning spear that pierced towards the Winged Devil Academy's dean. The Winged Devil Academy's dean roared, and used his full strength to attack. However, his star core was suppressed by the King Pagoda. When he tried to use his divine energy, he was met with great resistance. He could only use 60 to 70% of his strength to attack. However, the Winged Devil Academy's dean had relied on the King Breakthrough Pill to forcibly break through. Furthermore, he had just broken through, so his foundation wasn't stable. Although he was a fourth-level God King, he was one of the weakest among them. He couldn't block Lu Ming and Qiuqiu's attack. Boom! The lightning spear directly pierced through the Winged Devil Academy's dean's demonic palm. The spear didn't stop and flashed past. Pooh! The spear directly pierced through the Winged Devil Academy's dean's forehead. The Winged Devil Academy's dean stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then, with a miserable shriek, his body exploded. Countless tiny bolts of lightning shot out of his body. The Winged Devil Academy's dean had died. The people who witnessed this scene were almost frightened to death. The Winged Devil Academy's dean, an overlord of the Qin Tian Starfield, had died just like that. He had been killed by a junior. Chapter 3102. Kill. After killing the Winged Demon Academy's dean, Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all. His figure flickered as he charged toward the invincible Kenzo sect master. Not good. The invincible Kenzo sect master's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly retreated, not daring to clash head-on with Lu Ming. However, under the suppression of the king subduing pagoda, his strength was greatly reduced, just like the Winged Demon Academy's dean. Even his speed was greatly reduced. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was not affected at all. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the sect master of the indestructible sword sect. The lightning spear condensed again, and he charged toward the sect master of the indestructible sword sect. Block it for me. The invincible Kenzo sect master roared as he slashed out with his sword with all his strength. Boom. The lightning spear collided with the invincible Kenzo sect master's sword light, causing a shocking explosion. Countless tiny bolts of lightning and sword chi shot out in all directions. Then, the invincible Kenzo sect master's sword light violently vibrated and exploded with a boom. The lightning spear didn't stop as it continued to stab toward the invincible Kenzo sect master. The invincible Kenzo roared as it frantically used its remaining strength to dodge to the side. However, it was still a step too late. Half of its body was struck and exploded. The invincible Kenzo sect master was heavily injured and frantically retreated, wanting to escape. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape? Sizzle. Lu Ming punched out, and a total of 7 lightning bolts as thick as a human waist shot toward the invincible Kenzo sect master, enveloping him within. I'm not willing to accept this. The invincible Kenzo sect master roared as he turned into ashes amidst the lightning. Another overlord-level character had been killed. Run. Run. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Patriarch and the Boundless Sacred Ground's sacred leader were so scared that they almost pissed their pants. The two of them fled in 2 different directions. Lu Ming did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately chased after the Scarlet Flame Patriarch. Comparatively speaking, he would rather let go of the Boundless Sacred Ground's sacred master than the Flame clan's patriarch. The King's Suppression Pagoda enveloped the Scarlet Flame tribe's patriarch and followed him like a shadow. He couldn't escape at all, and was quickly caught up by Lu Ming. As for the Immeasurable Sacred Ground's sacred master, he had escaped the range of the King's subduing pagoda. People of the Immeasurable Holy Land, follow me. Retreat. Boundless Holy Land's Holy Lord roared. He had managed to escape with great difficulty, so he no longer dared to oppose Lu Ming. He called out to the people of Boundless Holy Land and madly flew out of the star system, disappearing without a trace. Let's go, let's go. Retreat. The people of the Winged Demon Academy and the invincible Kenzo no longer had the heart to stay after seeing their principals and sect masters killed. They all began to flee. Don't let them escape. Kill them. The Ice Soul Patriarch was an extremely decisive person. How could he let go of this opportunity? He roared and charged towards the 2 great sections. The Immeasurable Holy Land had fled. As for the Winged Demon Academy and the invincible Kenzo, many of their experts had been killed by Lu Ming, especially the few third-layer Godly King experts. They were all killed by Lu Ming. No one could stop the Ice Soul Patriarch. The other experts of the Ice Soul Patriarch charged towards the Scarlet Flame tribe. A chaotic battle unfolded. The Ice Soul Patriarch was invincible. He killed the invincible Kenzo and several Godly King experts of the Winged Demon Academy in a few moves. At this moment, Lu Ming caught up with the Scarlet Flame tribe's patriarch. Ancestor, save me. The patriarch of the Flaming tribe shouted in horror. He wanted to call the Flaming ancestor to save him, but the ancestor of the Flaming tribe couldn't leave, because the ancestor of the Ice Soul clan was attacking him with all his might. The 2 ancestors were locked in a fierce battle. Die. After Lu Ming caught up with the Scarlet Flame tribe's patriarch, he launched a fierce attack. The Scarlet Flame tribe's patriarch had also broken through after consuming a King breakthrough pill. He was on the same level as the Winged Demon Academy's dean, and the invincible Kenzo's patriarch. He couldn't stop Lu Ming's attacks. After enduring 2 moves with all his might, he was killed by Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming put away the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch's storage ring. Then he charged towards the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch and the Ice Soul Patriarch were engaged in a fierce battle. When he saw Lu Ming charging towards him, the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch was almost scared to death. He fought with all his might, trying to escape. However, the Ice Soul Patriarch knew that this was the best time to kill the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. How could he let him escape? The Ice Soul Patriarch risked his own injuries to tie down the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. He set up countless ice mountains in the sky to block the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. Those who cultivated ice-attributed divine power were more effective in intercepting the Patriarch. Get lost! Get lost! The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch kept roaring. His body was like a star as he launched crazy attacks, trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. One by one, the icebergs exploded, but immediately, more icebergs formed in their place. Buzz. At this moment Lu Ming arrived. The king-subduing pagoda emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch's aura suddenly weakened. His star core was greatly suppressed. However, the Ice Soul Patriarch was completely fine. How could the Ice Soul Patriarch miss this opportunity? He formed an ice sword and slashed out. Boom. Half of the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch's body was severely injured. Lu Ming didn't even need to do anything. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch and the Ice Soul Patriarch's strength were originally on par. Now that the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch was suppressed by the king-subduing pagoda, his strength was greatly weakened. He wasn't a match for the Ice Soul Patriarch at all. After being heavily injured in one move, the Scarlet Flame Tribe's Patriarch barely managed to block a few moves before he was killed by the Ice Soul Patriarch. At this point, the boundless sacred ground had escaped. The Scarlet Flame Tribe, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Winged Demon Academy's top experts had all fallen. As for the other top sects, they had long since fled. Lu Ming and the others couldn't be bothered to care about them. Young friend Lu Ming, many thanks. The Ice Soul Patriarch cupped his fists and thanked Lu Ming. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Let's deal with the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Demon Academy first. Lu Ming said. Okay. The Ice Soul Patriarch nodded and charged towards the Scarlet Flame Tribe. Although there were still some experts among the Scarlet Flame Tribe that were fighting with the Ice Soul Patriarch, the situation was completely one-sided with the Ice Soul Patriarch. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's experts were killed one after another by the Ice Soul Patriarch. Lu Ming controlled the King Suppression Pagoda and charged towards the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Demon Academy. There weren't many experts left from the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Demon Academy. Some of them had been killed by the Ice Soul Patriarch, so there were even fewer left. There was almost no suspense in this battle. Not long after, the experts of the major forces were killed one by one, especially those above the Divine King realm. They were all killed. Only a few of them managed to escape. However, some heavenly gods managed to escape, but the top experts of these sects were all slaughtered. They were only in name now. Soon, they would be occupied by other sections. From then on, the situation of the Qintian star field would change drastically. Not long after, the area finally quieted down. The battle had come to an end. Chapter 3103. The battle had come to an end. In the end, the experts of the Winged Demon Academy, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Flame Tribe had all been killed. Ha ha ha. The Patriarch of the Ice Soul Clan laughed heartily. He was overjoyed. The Ice Soul Clan had benefited greatly from this battle. Not only had they eliminated the Dark Ice Tribe, but they had also eliminated their archenemy, the Flame Tribe. After leaving this place, he could lead his army to invade the Flame Tribe's territory. From then on, the Ice Soul Clan would become stronger and stronger. It would not be impossible for them to return to their former glory. The other members of the Ice Soul Clan were also smiling. Not only the Ice Soul Clan, but everyone in the Kongxian school was also happy. After this battle, the Winged Demon Academy and the Invincible Kenzo had been eliminated. Of the three overlords, only the Boundless Sacred Land was left. Although the Boundless Sacred Land was stronger than before, the Kongxian school had Lu Ming. they would most likely surrender obediently. In the future, the Qin 13 sects would be led by the Kongxian school. How could they not be happy? Just as everyone was happily cleaning up the battlefield, a voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He raised his head and shouted, "Who is it?" Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, a pitch-black blade light slashed down from the sky. The blade light was extremely fast. It was not aimed at Lu Ming, but the Ice Soul Clan's forefather. The Ice Soul Clan's forefather's expression changed drastically. He roared and unleashed all his divine power. He pushed his hands out and instantly set up dozens of ice walls above his head. However, when the pitch-black blade light slashed down, the ice walls shattered one after another. In an instant, the dozens of ice walls were all cut open. The blade light did not stop and slashed toward the Ice Soul Clan's forefather. Poochie! There was a flash of blood as the Ice Soul Clan's forefather was cut in half. Fortunately, the Ice Soul Clan's forefather had avoided being hit in the head at the critical moment. Only his body was hit, but he was still severely injured. 5th level King God Realm. The Ice Soul Clan's forefather shouted in horror. He could sense that the attacker was a 5th level King God Realm cultivator. What? 5th King God Layer? The others were also shocked. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura came from the sky. A terrifying pressure pressed down on them. Following that, several black-robed figures appeared in the sky. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that there was a total of 18 black-robed men. They were scattered in all directions, keeping a distance from each other. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, locking onto everyone present, especially Lu Ming. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Even the weakest of them was no weaker than the Ice Soul Clan's old ancestor. The weakest one is in the 4th King God Realm. The face of the Ice Spirit Clan's old ancestor was deathly pale. The others were just as horrified. Among the 18 black-cloaked men, the lowest cultivation base was at the 4th sky of King God Realm. Some of them had a terrifying aura, which was several times stronger than the 4th sky of King God Realm. That was definitely a cultivator of the 5th God King layer or above. Why would so many experts appear here all of a sudden? Furthermore, they didn't seem to be here with good intentions. I thought we didn't have to do anything. Who would have thought that those people would be so weak? One of the black-cloaked men said coldly. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, everyone could feel his cold gaze fixed on Lu Ming. "It seems like you're here to kill me?" Lu Ming asked. "You're quite smart. Not bad, but you can also get rid of everyone here," the black-cloaked man said, his voice filled with murderous intent. The people of the Ice Soul Clan and the Kongxian school turned pale. If these experts wanted to kill them, they were dead meat. Although Lu Ming had the king subduing pagoda, how could he deal with so many experts? "Who sent you guys here? The Jin family? The Winged family? No, it can't be." Lu Ming paused for a moment. His eyes glittered as he said, "Are you sent by the culprit who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal?" The black-cloaked men remained silent. Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. The Jin family, the Winged family, and the Qin family were all being watched by the Wu family. It was impossible for them to send so many experts here without anyone noticing. There was only one possibility. They were sent by the culprit who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. Lu Ming wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. Perhaps this time, he could find the culprit. Who was it? Don't talk nonsense with them. Attack and kill them to prevent more trouble, another black-cloaked man said coldly. Then he slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The power of this slash was earth-shattering. It was several times stronger than the slash that was aimed at the ancestor of the Ice Soul Clan. This person's cultivation had probably surpassed the 5th layer of the Divine King Realm and reached the 6th layer of the Divine King Realm. Facing such an expert, Lu Ming couldn't do anything. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. Only death awaited him. However, Lu Ming still had Guemo by his side. Guemo hadn't made a move before. He had even allowed the boundless sacred ground's sacred leader to escape. "Senior Guemo, I'll leave it to you." Lu Ming sent a message to Guemo through telepathy. "Finally, you want me to make a move?" Guemo chuckled. Then he appeared in front of Lu Ming and flicked his finger. Boom. As Guemo flicked his finger, the air exploded violently. An extremely terrifying energy rushed forward. The black-cloaked man's saber light was like a piece of paper. It crumbled under the terrifying energy. Then, the energy moved toward the black-cloaked man. Ah! The black-robed man only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before his body was turned into ashes by the force. Guemo had killed a sixth layer of the Divine King Realm expert with a flick of his finger. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone, including the remaining black-cloaked men, looked at Guemo in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A terrifying expert was killed by Guemo with a flick of his finger. What kind of existence was he? Not good. There's a terrifying expert on the other side. Retreat. One of the black-cloaked men reacted and shouted. They clearly knew that the man in the black cloak was a genuine expert of the 6th King God layer. If he could kill a 6th King God layer expert with a flick of his finger, he had to be at least of the 8th King God layer, or even higher. Facing such an expert, no matter how many of them there were, only death awaited them. These black-cloaked men were very decisive. Their bodies flickered and they rushed in a direction. They wanted to escape. Trying to escape under my nose? Ridiculous. Guemo said coldly. Then he opened his mouth and sucked. Huff. 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 Suddenly, a terrifying suction force burst out from Guemo's mouth. It swept across the sky and enveloped all the black-cloaked men. The flying figures of the black-robed men immediately stiffened. Then they flew backwards towards the Bone Devil's mouth. Chapter 3104. Ah! These black-robed people screamed in fright. Then they attacked with all their might. Terrifying attacks burst out one after another. However, as soon as they attacked, their attacks automatically dissipated. Then one by one, the black-robed men flew into the Bone Demon's mouth and disappeared. Leave some of them for questioning. Lu Ming shouted. He was afraid that the Bone Demon would swallow them all. The Bone Devil nodded and sucked. The dozen or so black-robed men flew into its mouth and were devoured. Only 2 of them were left, but their cultivation bases were crippled, and they fell to the ground. The Ice Spirit Clan and the Kongshian school were dumbfounded. They felt like they were dreaming. Each and every one of the black-robed men was a terrifying existence. Each and every one of them gave them the feeling that they were invincible. Just now one of them had severely injured the ancestor of the Ice Spirit Clan. From the ancestor of the Ice Spirit Clan, they knew that the weakest of the black-robed men was in the 4th layer of the King God realm. Any one of these experts was an existence that could move unhindered in the Qin Tian star field, and become the overlord of the Qin Tian star field. However, all of them had been swallowed by an inconspicuous man beside Lu Ming. And this burly man seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was unfathomable in everyone's eyes. So he has such a terrifying expert by his side. No wonder he's been so calm all this time. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan muttered. However, he heaved a sigh of relief. At least they were safe. Tell me, who's behind you? Tell me and I'll give you a quick death. Lu Ming came to the last 2 black-robed men, and started interrogating them. Kill us if you want. Don't expect us to say a word. One of the black-robed men said coldly. You're quite stubborn. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he stepped forward, crushing the arm of one of the black-robed men. However, the black-robed man only let out a low roar and coldly stared at Lu Ming, not saying a single word. Lu Ming, it seems like these people are specially trained deathsworn. Their bones are tough, and it's almost impossible to get any information out of them. Leave them to me. I'll search their souls. Guemo said. Another death warrior. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Back then in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, he was ambushed by some death warriors when he set off from the Wu clan to the Starry Sky camp. Were the 2 groups of death warriors sent by the same force? Alright, I'll leave it to you, Lu Ming said. Guemo nodded and stepped forward to search his soul. But when the Bone Devil began to soul search them, the 2 black-robed men let out miserable screams. Their bodies trembled, and then their heads exploded. They directly died. Just as I expected. Their souls were placed with a powerful seal. Once their souls are searched, they will explode. Guemo shook his head. Damn it. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. These people were definitely sent by the person who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. Unfortunately, the clues were cut off. Ice Tribe leader, pack up. Let's go back. Lu Ming then said to the Ice Spirit Tribe leader. Alright. The Ice Spirit Tribe leader nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Lu Ming's position in his heart was high and untouchable. As long as Lu Ming gave the order, he could easily dominate the Qin Tian star field. Of course, Lu Ming had no intention of dominating the Qin Tian star field. After cleaning up the battlefield, they left one after another. After some time, the Ice Spirit Tribe returned to their territory, while Lu Ming and the Kongxian school returned to Kongxian planet. Not long after, the news of the battle with the Dark Ice Tribe spread like a hurricane throughout the Qin Tian star field. The entire Qin Tian star field was shaken. It was as if a strong wind was blowing. Countless people were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Qin Tian star field was about to change. Sure enough, one of the 3 overlords, the Immeasurable Sacred Ground's sacred leader, personally led people to the Kongxian school and expressed his willingness to follow the Kongxian school's lead and obey the Kongxian school's orders. The Immeasurable Sacred Leader was scared out of his wits by the Dark Ice Tribe. After fleeing back to the Immeasurable Sacred Ground, he could not eat or sleep in peace. Lu Ming's strength was too strong, and he was still growing rapidly. Even if he hid in the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and focused on defense, he could not be at ease. Thus, he led people to surrender. The enmity between the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and Lu Ming wasn't that great. Lu Ming also couldn't be bothered to exterminate them, so he accepted the Immeasurable Sacred Ground's surrender. As soon as the news spread, the other top sects of the Qin Tian 13 sects could no longer sit still. They led people to surrender, and all of them surrendered to the Kongxian school. In an instant, the Kongxian school's prestige soared. Of course, Lu Ming was too lazy to care about this. He left it all to Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Wuya, and the others. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yu Wuya, and the others were also very fast. After the Immeasurable Sacred Ground and the other sects surrendered, they immediately gathered these sects and launched an attack on the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Devil Academy's territory. There was no suspense at all. Almost all of the God King realm experts of the Winged Devil Academy and the Invincible Kenzo fell in the battle against the Dark Ice Tribe. Even if there were some left, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the combined forces of the Kongxian school and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. In just a few months, the huge territory that the Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Devil Academy had originally occupied was occupied by the Kongxian school. Naturally, these territories all belonged to the Kongxian school. The original Invincible Kenzo and the Winged Devil Academy's geniuses either surrendered or fled. For example, the Invincible Kenzo's son, Sword Dao Wuji, had fled, and his whereabouts were unknown. As for Ling Huyi, the genius who had competed with Lu Ming in the past, he surrendered and joined the Kongxian school. For a time, the Kongxian school had become the overlord of the Qin Tian star zone. At the same time, the Ice Soul race had also gathered an army and launched an attack on the Flame race. Not long after the Kongxian school had occupied the Invincible Kenzo and the Mystic Academy's territories, the Ice Soul race had also completely conquered the Flame race. The Flame race was almost completely annihilated. The remaining members fled across the universe and fled to other star zones. The Qin Tian star zone had become the domain of the Ice Soul race and the Kongxian school. The two forces had practically divided the vast territory of the Qin Tian star zone. And all of this was caused by one person, Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name resounded throughout the Qin Tian star zone, and he became a legend. During this time, Lu Ming had taken time to return to the chaotic astral river and brought Lu Shenhuang, Ancestral Gragon, 9 Lives Demonic Cicada, and the others to the Qin Tian star zone to cultivate. They had originally wanted to go out and explore, and now was the right time to come to the Qin Tian star zone. With Lu Ming's current reputation, many of the Kongxian school's resources would be tilted towards them, and they would improve very quickly. After dealing with Qin Tian's matters, Lu Ming returned to the Jiuju Heavenly King residence. Now that the matters in the Qin Tian star zone had been resolved, Lu Ming had to put all his attention on Jingyu's matter. Chapter 3105. Now Lu Ming's main goal was to deal with Jingyu's matter. While increasing his strength, he would also prepare for Jingyu's matter. After a long journey, Lu Ming returned to the starry camp. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming saw a huge battle the moment he returned to the starry camp. In the sky, a few young men were fighting fiercely and it was a chaotic battle. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the young men belonged to two different families. How dare you accuse my Lu family of stealing the 9 extinction divine crystal? You're courting death. One of the young men roared. Who else could it be if not your Lu family? The young man who was fighting with him sneered. I said it was your Zhang family who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. Your Zhang family is the mastermind. The young man from before shouted. Bullshit. Kill. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, and there were many onlookers in the surroundings. In the end, both sides suffered heavy injuries and were wary of each other. Hence, they ended the battle and retreated. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before heading to the place where Blue Merchant lived. You got the 9 extinction divine crystal? Blue Merchant smiled. I got it. Lu Ming smiled and took out the 9 extinction divine crystal and passed it to Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant could pass the 9 extinction divine crystal to the Heavenly King Divine Guards. After that, there was nothing for him to do. I didn't misjudge you. Lanshang laughed and sized Lu Ming up carefully. You should have cultivated the Universe 10,000 Tao Sutra and mastered many kinds of divine-grade divine powers, right? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he soon felt relieved. According to Jingyu, he had obtained the Universe Myriad Tao technique from an ancient ruin, and almost no one knew about it. However, that didn't mean that no one knew about it. Blue Merchant was Jingyu's teacher, and it was normal for him to know about it. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and admitted it. There are advantages and disadvantages to being able to wield multiple types of divine power. The advantage is that it can make your combat strength extremely powerful. Every time you break through a level, your combat strength will skyrocket, far surpassing those of the same level. However, there are also many disadvantages. First, the energy required for cultivation is too much. The speed at which you have improved has already exceeded my expectations. The other thing is that you need to comprehend the divine power of origin. For an ordinary person, it would take them a lifetime to comprehend the divine power of origin. Moreover, you have to comprehend so many different types of divine power. Blue Merchant said all of this in one breath. He paused and pondered for a moment before continuing. Therefore, you have to act according to your ability. The amount of divine power you have is not the more you have, but it has to be within your control. If it seriously affects your cultivation, you have to reduce the amount of divine power you cultivate. Alright, Lu Ming understands. Lu Ming nodded. He had discovered this long ago. Therefore, during this period of time, he did not cultivate the other divine grade techniques that he had obtained. He was afraid that he would bite off more than he could chew. Show me all of the divine powers you have mastered. I want to see how far you have mastered them. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. Then he performed the 7 types of divine grade divine powers that he had mastered one by one. The Sovereign's divine power has already awakened the divine power of origin. The indestructible sword force is 99% awakened. As for the others, there is still a long way to go. Blue Merchant muttered under his breath. Then, a jade token appeared in his hand and he handed it to Lu Ming, saying, Among the divine powers you have mastered, I am most familiar with the Sovereign's divine power. The divine power I mastered in the past was also the Sovereign's divine power. Here are some of my cultivation experiences. Take a look. As for the other divine powers, I need some time to prepare. You can go back first and come to me after some time. I will guide you in cultivating the other divine powers. Many thanks, Uncle Lan Shu. Lu Ming received the jade token and quickly expressed his gratitude. He was overjoyed in his heart. Blue Merchant was Jingyu's teacher in the past. Before the Star Core was destroyed, he was one of the strongest experts in the Taishu dynasty. His strength was unfathomable. With Blue Merchant's cultivation experiences and his guidance, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would definitely increase exponentially. He would not have to take many detours. And, you can go back and take a look. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming bid farewell and left Blue Merchant's residence. He headed back to his own residence. However, when he was near his residence, he saw two young men fighting fiercely. Lu Ming found it strange. Although the space camp was filled with competition, the frequency of fights was not as high. He had just returned and he had already seen several big fights. There were many people watching from the side. Lu Ming immediately saw Wu Ming and Wu Yu. Lu Ming flew over. Lu Ming, you're back. Wu Ming and Wu Yu were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Others also saw Lu Ming, especially the geniuses from the Jin family and the Qin family. There was a flash of surprise in their eyes when they saw Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming was most likely going to die in Qin Tian Star Field. They did not expect that Lu Ming was still alive and had returned to the space camp. This made the other sects feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming ignored the Jin and Qin family's sky prides and landed beside Wu Ming and Wu Yu. He asked, "What's going on?" When I returned, I saw several fights. It's because of the 9 extinction divine crystal, Wu Ming said. 9 extinction divine crystal? Lu Ming was surprised. Wasn't the 9 extinction divine crystal given to him to handle in Qin Tian Star Field? What did it have to do with these families? Although we know the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal, we've confirmed one thing. There's a spy in the 9 extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion who helped outsiders steal the 9 extinction divine crystal. However, this spy was not found. Hence, the families in the 9 extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion began to suspect each other. Especially those families who have a grudge against each other. They accused each other of being the spy and the conflict intensified. Wu Ming explained. Hence, in the space camp, the sky prides of the various families were fighting each other. Outside the space camp, the families were even attacking each other. Some families were in a frenzy. Now the 9 extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion is in chaos. Wu Yu explained. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect the 9 extinction divine crystal to cause so much trouble. In the air, the two young men exchanged more than 100 blows. In the end, the young man escaped with serious injuries and the battle ended. Lu Ming chatted with Wu Ming and Wu Yu for a while before flying back to his residence. The sky prides of the Jin and Qin families looked at the direction where Lu Ming left with cold eyes. They exchanged a few words and left the space camp. They were most likely going back to report the news. Young master. When Lu Ming returned to his courtyard, Qiu Autumn Moon flew out with a joyful face. She had been worried about Lu Ming going back to Qin Tian Star Field alone to steal the 9 extinction divine crystal. Now that Lu Ming had returned, she was relieved. Qiu Autumn Moon, you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Autumn Moon and was surprised. After not seeing her for a while, Qiu Autumn Moon's cultivation had broken through to the half-step Divine King realm. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Chapter 3106. Autumn Moon's cultivation had reached the half-step Divine King realm. When Lu Ming went to Qin Tian Star Field, Autumn Moon's cultivation was only at level 9 Heavenly God realm. In addition to the time taken to travel, it had only been a few years. This speed was too exaggerated. Yes, Autumn Moon nodded and said. It's mainly because I have not digested the last inheritance. That's why my cultivation has progressed so fast. Good. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The faster Autumn Moon progressed, the happier he was. After chatting with Autumn Moon for a while, the two entered their respective rooms to cultivate. However, after Lu Ming entered his room, he could not calm down. His mind was still troubled by the person behind the 9 extinction divine crystal. Who is this person behind the scenes? What is his purpose? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. He had a feeling that the person behind the scenes had instructed the Dark Ice tribe to steal the 9 extinction divine crystal, but did not take it himself. His purpose was definitely not that simple. How can I find out who is behind the scenes? Lu Ming whispered. The person behind the scenes had sent men of sacrifice to kill him several times. Lu Ming would not be at ease until he found out who was behind the scenes. Who knew if he would be assassinated again when he went out in the future? Lu Ming could not guarantee that he would be safe every time. How can I find out who is behind the scenes? Are there any clues that I have overlooked? Lu Ming calmed down and thought quietly. Thoughts flashed across his mind as he recalled the incident of the 9 extinction god crystal being stolen from him. Wait. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that he had overlooked an important clue. This clue was the Demon Capital Mountain. In the Demon Capital Mountain, Lu Ming had heard more than once that the Demon Capital Mountain had a backer in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Therefore, no one dared to touch the demonic night spring of the Demon Capital Mountain. Otherwise, with the Dark Night Demon King's cultivation, he would not be able to protect the demonic night spring. It was very obvious that Devil Capital Mountain's backer was very likely the mastermind behind the 9 Extinction God Crystal incident. And there must be people who knew who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain was, which was why they didn't dare to make a move. If it was just hearsay, how could those powers resist the temptation of the Devil Night Spring? If that was the case, wouldn't they be able to find the mastermind behind the Demon Capital Mountain, as long as they could find out who was backing them? That's right, I actually overlooked such a simple thing. Lu Ming clapped his hands and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had been so focused on the evidence left behind by the Night Devil that he neglected such a simple logical problem. Go ask Wu Zifeng. Lu Ming smiled and secretly left the Starry Sky camp, heading towards the Wu clan. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the Wu residence and saw Wu Zifeng. In a courtyard, Lu Ming, Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong sat at a round table. During this period of time, Yu Linglong had been cultivating in the Wu clan. Their cultivation had progressed very quickly, and they had both stepped into the heavenly god realm. Zifeng, you should have heard that Devil Capital Mountain has the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion backing them. I've been thinking about something. Since other forces don't dare to have any ideas about the Devil Capital Mountain, they must know who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain is. As long as we find out who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain is, it would be equivalent to finding the mastermind behind the theft of the 9 Extinction God Crystal. Lu Ming said. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Wu Zifeng clapped his hands and his eyes lit up. Does your Wu clan know who the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain is? Lu Ming asked. I'm afraid I don't know. Wu Zifeng shook his head. You don't know? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, rumor has it that the Devil Capital Mountain has a backer behind them. Other forces don't dare to have any ideas about them. Those forces don't refer to the forces of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Wu Zifeng said. Why do you say that? Lu Ming asked. Although the Devil Capital Mountain's Devil Night Spring is precious, the forces of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion don't put it in their eyes. For example, our Wu clan, Jin clan, Qin clan, etc. Although some of them have heard of the Devil Capital Mountain, they don't put it in their eyes at all. They are too lazy to send people to deal with the Devil Capital Mountain. It's not that they are afraid of their so-called backer. Those forces that are afraid of the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain should be referring to the major forces of the Chu Tian Star Field. Wu Zifeng explained. I see. Lu Ming suddenly understood. The Chu Tian Star Field was close to the Qin Tian Star Field. It was also the border of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Powerful forces like the Wu clan and Jin clan didn't care about the Devil Capital Mountain at all. Naturally, there was no such thing as fear. Those who had ideas about the Devil Capital Mountain, and those who were afraid of the backer behind the Devil Capital Mountain, were only the forces of the Chu Tian Star Field. For example, in the Qin Tian Star Field, if a small force had some kind of treasure, only the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Ice Soul race, or the Scarlet Flame race would have their eyes on it. As for the Wu clan and Jin clan, why would they care about the treasure of a small force? Then as long as we find the powerful forces of the Chu Tian Star Field, and find out who they are afraid of, wouldn't we know who the mastermind is? Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. That's right. As far as I know, there are a total of 2 strongest forces in the Chu Tian Star Field. One is the Wind Moon sect, the other is the ancient Han clan. Wu Zifeng said. Alright, I'll make a trip to the Chu Tian Star Field. Lu Ming said. Wait, Brother Lu, I'll find someone familiar with the Chu Tian Star Field to accompany you. After all, the Chu Tian Star Field is too big. Wu Zifeng said. Alright. Lu Ming nodded and did not refuse. Having someone to lead the way was better than him searching blindly. Wu Zifeng took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Then they chatted while waiting. They did not wait for long before a middle-aged man came to the courtyard. "Young master, why are you looking for me?" The middle-aged man bowed to Wu Zifeng. "Wu Shan, it's like this." Wu Zifeng told him what had happened and said, "Go to the Chu Tian Star Field with Brother Lu and investigate." "Yes, young master." Wu Shan accepted the order and looked at Lu Ming, saying, "Young Master Lu, please." "All right, there's no time to lose. Let's go." Lu Ming nodded and said goodbye to Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong before leaving the Wu clan with Wu Shan. Lu Ming did not return to the Starry Sky camp. He left the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence with Wu Shan and took the teleportation formation to the Chu Tian Star Field. On the way, Lu Ming found out that Wu Shan was a 3rd-layer Divine King Realm cultivator. The two of them took the teleportation formation and finally arrived at the Chu Tian Star Field. The two biggest forces in the Chu Tian Star Field are the Wind Moon sect and the Han family. These two forces have never dared to touch the demon capital mountain. Instead, they often buy the demonic night spring from the demon capital mountain. They definitely know who is behind the demon capital mountain. This place is closer to the Wind Moon sect. "Let's go to their headquarters first," Wu Shan suggested. "Wu Shan, you're more familiar with this place. You lead the way," Lu Ming said with a smile. Chapter 3107. The two of them headed towards the Wind Moon sect's headquarters. However, when they arrived at the Wind Moon sect's headquarters, they were dumbfounded, dilapidated, ruined, and a complete mess. In the Wind Moon sect's headquarters, the mountain range was destroyed, the ground cracked and the palace collapsed. It was a doomsday scene. Among the dilapidated walls, there were corpses. On the wide ground, there were corpses everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air. The Wind Moon sect was annihilated. "Damn it, we were too late," Lu Ming roared. Obviously, the mastermind wanted to annihilate the sect and erase the evidence. They were one step ahead of them and annihilated the Wind Moon sect. "Let's go and see if there are any survivors." Lu Ming suppressed his anger and rushed forward. However, there were corpses everywhere. Not even chickens or dogs were spared. Not a single person was seen alive. Such ruthless means, such ruthless means," Lu Ming roared. Lu Ming was considered someone who had seen big scenes, but such ruthless means were rare. How many people did the Wind Moon sect, a huge force that dominated the Chu Tian Star Zone, have? It was hard to calculate, but now they were all dead. No one was left alive. It seems like these people were killed not long ago. Otherwise, the news would have spread. Wu Shan frowned. "Not good, let's go to the Han family. Quick." Lu Ming's face changed. The other party annihilated the Wind Moon sect and would definitely not let the Han family off. "Let's go." Wu Shan's face changed too. Immediately, the two of them rushed towards the Han family. The Han family's headquarters was also on a vast planet. On this planet, there was a mountain range with the densest divine aura. Most of the Han family members lived here. However, when Lu Ming and Wu Shan arrived, they discovered that the mountain range had also collapsed. The palace was destroyed and corpses were scattered among the rocks. The smell of blood assailed their nostrils. It was like hell on earth. "Damn it!" Lu Ming roared. They were too late again. The other party was ruthless. The two of them were unwilling to give up. They searched the ruins to see if they could find any survivors. Unfortunately, they were all corpses. Even the desolate beasts had been killed. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming's face was extremely gloomy. It wasn't easy to find a clue. Could it be that it was broken again? Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Several black-robed men rushed out from a broken wall and surrounded the two of them. An ice-cold killing intent enveloped the two of them. "It's them." At first glance, Lu Ming recognized that these people were very similar to the Death Warriors who had tried to assassinate Lu Ming in the Qin Tian Star Field. These people exuded a strong murderous aura, as if they were demons. "Did you kill all the people here?" Lu Ming asked in an extremely cold voice. "Nonsense. Hee, looks like there are still some fish that escaped the net from the Han clan. They actually came back to court death," a black-robed man said coldly. Suddenly, a saber light burst out from his hand and slashed towards Lu Ming. These people obviously didn't know Lu Ming. The black-robed man who attacked was a first-layer King God Realm cultivator. When he saw that Lu Ming was only a sixth-layer heavenly god, he thought that he could easily kill him. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw out a punch. The bracelet on his wrist that was Qiu shone and a bolt of lightning shot out. Bang! The saber light of the black-robed man was shattered. The bolt of lightning struck the man's body. The man screamed in pain and turned into ashes. One move, instant kill. The remaining black-robed man was stunned. Then he shouted angrily, "Kid, you're courting death. Kill them." The remaining 5 black-robed men were enraged and attacked together. These black-robed men were all King God Realm cultivators. The strongest one was at the 3rd layer King God Realm. Logically speaking, they should be able to kill Lu Ming and Qiu easily. However, Lu Ming had Qiu with him. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and threw out another punch. Qiu used all of his strength. Thick bolts of lightning shot out from his hand. The 5 black-robed men were all covered in lightning. Bang! 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 The 5 black-robed men screamed and were sent flying. They fell heavily on the ground. Their bodies had turned into ashes, and there was no sign of life. Even the 3rd layer King God Realm cultivator was killed. Since Qiu had eaten the treasures Lu Ming had taken from Starmoon Ancient City, its aura had become stronger and stronger. Its cultivation base had increased rapidly. Now, it was close to the 3rd layer King God Realm. Naturally, its strength had also increased. The lightning it shot out could easily kill a 3rd layer King God Realm cultivator. Wu Shan was ready to fight, but when he was about to make a move, he found that the enemy was already dead. "Young Master Lu Ming, you really live up to your reputation," Wu Shan exclaimed. "Wu Shan, these men of sacrifice are still here. It means that the Han family was destroyed not long ago. Let's look around. Maybe there are still survivors," Lu Ming said. Immediately, the 2 of them started to search the area. However, they were much more careful. They restrained their auras and hid their figures, afraid that the men of sacrifice would discover them. The overall strength of the Chu Tian Star area was much stronger than the Qin Tian Star area. As one of the 2 overlords of the Chu Tian Star area, the Han family was also very strong. They were much stronger than the Flaming Tribe and the Ice Soul Tribe of the Qin Tian Star area. They definitely had experts above the 5th layer of the King God Realm. If they could destroy the Han family in such a short time, the experts sent by the other party were definitely terrifying. If they encountered such experts, Lu Ming and the others would be in trouble. "Be careful. There are people here," Lu Ming suddenly said while walking. He and Wu Shan hid well. Swoosh! 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 Beams of black light shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds and rushing into the starry sky. It was the men of sacrifice. The men of sacrifice suddenly left the area, which confused Lu Ming and Wu Shan. The 2 of them pondered for a while, and continued to search the area. However, they found nothing. There are people over there. After a while, Lu Ming and Wu Shan saw some figures flashing in front of them. They restrained their auras and approached carefully. They saw a few men in black robes. "There are no survivors here. However, we just received news that the core members of the Han family are training outside the Red Flame Star. They probably know our secret. Our superiors want us to go to the Red Flame Star to kill them," one of the men in black robes said. Although his voice wasn't loud, Lu Ming and Wu Shan still heard him. "Let's go. This time, we can't let the core members of the Han family go," another man in black robes said. Then they shot up into the sky and flew into the starry sky. "There are survivors from the Han family?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. From what they said, it seemed that the survivors of the Han family might know something important. The men in black robes who had left before were probably heading to the Red Flame Star. The survivors of the Han family must not die. We must find the survivors of the Han family before the enemy finds them, Lu Ming said firmly. "I know where the Red Flame Star is. Follow me," Wu Shan said. "Okay, let's go." Then, the 2 of them shot up into the sky and turned into 2 beams of light, rushing into the starry sky. The 2 of them crossed the starry sky and came to the nearest teleportation platform. They stepped into the teleportation platform and rushed to the Red Flame Star. Chapter 3108. The Scarlet Flame planet was located in the south of the Chutian star field. It was a barren land. The environment here was very complicated. Stars would often explode, affecting the environment. The environment here was very hot. On the Scarlet Flame planet, there were flames everywhere. Many fire elemental creatures and fire elemental treasures were born here. The people of the Chutian star field loved to come here for adventure and training. The Han family had avoided disaster because they had core members who came to the Scarlet Flame planet for adventure and training. However, the teleportation array could not transport them directly to the Scarlet Flame planet. It could only transport them to a planet far away from the Scarlet Flame planet, and they had to fly a long distance. Lu Ming and Wu Shan traversed the starry sky and flew towards the Scarlet Flame planet. Lu Ming, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Do you still have the treasures you gave me last time? I want to eat. Suddenly, Qiuqiu's voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Clearly, the treasures that Lu Ming gave Qiuqiu last time had been refined by Qiuqiu. Of course. Here. Lu Ming took out a few treasures he obtained from Star Moon Ancient City and gave them to Qiuqiu. Lu Ming obtained about a dozen treasures. These treasures had lost a lot of their spirituality, but the materials were still very precious. Lu Ming planned to let Qiuqiu eat them all. Qiuqiu turned into a metal ball and opened its mouth. It stuffed the treasures into its mouth and started chewing. Wu Shan was dumbfounded. Lu Ming, I feel like I'm about to evolve. Qiuqiu said. Really? Then you have to cultivate well. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Qiuqiu turned back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. The two of them continued flying. Even with their cultivation, it took them half a month to reach the Scarlet Flame planet. In the void in front of them, there was a huge scarlet planet that was rotating slowly. The two of them rushed towards the Scarlet Flame planet and slowly descended. Where are the Han family survivors? Lu Ming frowned. On the Scarlet Flame planet, there were mountains that reached into the clouds. On these mountains, there were many scarlet plants. The roars of desolate beasts could be heard constantly. As far as the eye could see, it was boundless. It was extremely difficult to find someone on such a vast and boundless planet. However, even if it was difficult to find, he still had to find it. The two of them flew high up in the sky and began to search. However, after searching for 10 days, he still found nothing. Lu Ming became a little anxious. It's not easy for us to find them, but it's also not easy for those men of sacrifice to find them. This is a good thing. Wu Shan advised. Lu Ming nodded, and the two of them continued their search. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Wang. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Lu Ming's wrist. This aura came from Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu flew out from Lu Ming's wrist and turned into a ball. It floated in the air and emitted an aura that grew stronger and stronger. It was about to break through. Qiuqiu was actually about to evolve and break through at a time like this. Lu Ming smiled wryly. Of all times, it had to break through at this moment. However, Lu Ming could only stop and wait for Qiuqiu to complete its breakthrough before continuing. He couldn't just leave Qiuqiu here alone. Wu Shan also looked at Qiuqiu in surprise. He said, Lu Ming, why don't you wait here? I'll look around first. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lu Ming said helplessly. This was the only thing he could do for now. Wu Shan nodded. He turned into a beam of rainbow light and left the place. Lu Ming, on the other hand, waited there. Luckily, Lu Ming didn't have to wait too long this time. A few days later, a powerful attractive force erupted from Qiuqiu's body. The divine qi of heaven and earth frantically converged towards Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu was about to break through. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a large number of high-grade divine crystals and shattered them. They turned into dense divine qi that surged towards Qiuqiu and was absorbed by it. Boom! Suddenly, Qiuqiu's aura skyrocketed. It broke through a bottleneck and entered a new level. Third King God Realm. Qiuqiu had entered the Third King God Realm from the Second King God Realm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a steady stream of divine qi continued to converge towards Qiuqiu, stabilizing its cultivation base. At this moment, Lu Ming took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Wu Shan, asking him to come back and meet him. Half a day later, Qiuqiu's aura stabilized. Lu Ming, I've broken through. Haha. Your treasures are too effective. Qiuqiu grinned. Lu Ming was also surprised. It seemed that the treasures he had brought back from Starmoon Ancient City were indeed extraordinary. Although their spiritual energy had been severely depleted, it had still helped Qiuqiu break through another level in such a short time. One should know that breaking through to the King God realm wasn't easy. Now that Qiuqiu had broken through to the third King God realm, its strength had undoubtedly increased. Amazing! Lu Ming exaggerated. Then he had Qiuqiu turn into a bracelet and wear it on Lu Ming's wrist. Whoosh! After a while, a beam of light rushed over. It was Wu Shan. Wu Shan, do you have any clues? Lu Ming asked. I do. I just saw a few black-clothed death warriors flying in a direction. I think they might have found the traces of the Han family's survivors. Wu Shan said. What? Let's go, let's follow them. Lu Ming's expression changed. If they found the Han family's survivors first and killed them, then the clues would be cut off. Wu Shan led the way and the two quickly flew in a certain direction. In a flaming valley, a young woman was fighting a flaming lion. The flaming lion was extremely huge. It was dozens of meters tall and had a powerful aura. It was an 8th-layer heavenly god. On the other hand, the young woman was only a 6th-layer heavenly god, but she was evenly matched with the lion. It was obvious that the young woman was also a peerless genius. In fact, the young woman was the third daughter of the Han family's patriarch Han Ing. She was extremely talented since she was young and had mastered divine-grade divine force. She was the #1 genius of the Han family's younger generation. Not far away, there were two old men. They were both in the Divine King realm. They had accompanied Han Ing to the Crimson Flame planet to train. It was obvious that they were unaware that the Han family had been wiped out. Young lady's cultivation is getting stronger. I believe she will soon reach the 7th-layer heavenly god realm. One of the old men said with a smile while stroking his beard. That's right. In a few years, when young lady's cultivation is higher, she will be sent to the 9-Ju Heavenly King Palace to cultivate. If she's lucky enough to join the 9-Ju Heavenly King Palace's Starry Sky Camp, it will be a meteoric rise. In the future, our Han family will be able to surpass the Wind Moon sect and dominate the Chu Tian star field. The other old man said with a smile. He looked at Han Ing with doting eyes. Roar. The flaming lion roared furiously. Its battle with Han Ing was getting more intense. Han Ing yelled. The long sword in her hand emitted sword rays. Her attacks became sharper and sharper, slowly gaining the upper hand. After a few more moves, Han Ing seized the opportunity and struck the flaming lion's vital point with his sword, killing it. Chapter 3109. Great! The two old men clapped their hands and laughed after Han Ing killed the fiery lion. Third mistress, you're only a step away from the 7th-layer heaven god realm. I believe you'll be able to achieve a breakthrough soon. Once you've achieved a breakthrough, we'll head back. I believe the patriarch will be shocked. One of the old men said. Sure, I'll try my best to achieve a breakthrough within 3 months. Han Ing nodded with a firm gaze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that instant, several black rays were fired from afar. In just a few breaths' time, more than 10 black-robed figures appeared in the sky, surrounding Han Ing and his crew. Their bodies were emitting icy auras. Han Ing and the two old men were shocked. Subconsciously, the two old men protected Han Ing in the middle. Who are you? One of the old men asked. You're Han Ing, the third mistress of the Han clan? One of the black-robed figures glanced at Han Ing and asked. That's right, I'm Han Ing. Han Ing said. Hehe, very well, we've finally found you. One of the black-robed figures uttered a hollow laugh. You're looking for me? Why are you here? Han Ing asked. Of course, we're here to kill you. The black-robed figure laughed coldly. Han Ing and the two old men were startled upon hearing this. Who are you? You should know that we're from the Han clan. If you dare to touch us, the Han clan won't forgive you. Han Ing snapped. The Han clan was one of the overlords of the Chu Tian starfield. They were extremely powerful. In the Chu Tian starfield, very few people dared to not give the Han clan face, let alone kill a member of the Han clan. Hehehe, the Han clan won't forgive us? The black-robed figures burst out laughing mockingly. The black-robed figures did not make their move immediately, as if they wanted to see the despair on Han Ning and her crew's faces. One of them said with a hollow laugh, "I bet you have no idea that your Han clan has been eliminated. Not even a chicken or a dog was spared. Only a few of the core members of the Han clan are left." Ehe. Han Ning and the two old men shuddered upon hearing this. Their faces were filled with disbelief. "Impossible, you're lying. Are you trying to scare us with such a method? Don't even think about it. We won't fall for it." Han Ning yelled in disbelief. "You don't believe me? Hee. I'll make you give up then. Take a look at this." One of the black-robed figures took out a shadow stone. The stone glowed and projected a projection. On the screen was the scene of the Han clan being annihilated. One by one, the members of the Han clan were killed on the spot. No. Han Ying's figure began to tremble. His face turned extremely pale, without any sign of blood. The two old men from the Han clan were about the same. Hee. Aren't you feeling hopeless? Hee. More than 10 black-robed men sneered. Seeing Han Ning and the others in despair, they felt very happy. They could have killed Han Ning and the others immediately, but they chose not to do so. They wanted to see the despair in Han Ning and the others. These men of sacrifice had been trained harshly since they were young. Their lives were in the hands of others, and they were a little perverted. Why did you do this? Why did you destroy my Han clan?" An old man from the Han clan roared. "That's because your Han family knows something you shouldn't know." A black-robed man sneered. "I'll kill you." Han Ning screamed. She was about to pounce on the black-robed figures, but one of the old men waved his hand and trapped Han Ning with his divine power. "Miss, the Han clan has been destroyed. You can't die. You must escape." One of the old men from the Han clan shouted. "That's right. You're the only descendant of the Han clan. You can't die. We'll save you even if we have to risk our lives. You can't die." The other old man shouted. "You want to live? How naive. All right, I'll send you on your way." One of the black-robed figures said coldly. His killing intent was cold. "Charge." The two old men from the Han clan led Han Ning and launched a fierce attack. The two old men from the Han clan weren't weak. They were both third heaven divine god realm experts. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. Bam. Bam. One of the black-robed figures was careless and was sent flying by the two old men. He spat out blood. "You're courting death." The remaining black-robed figures shouted coldly. A few terrifying saber lights shot towards Han Ning and the two old men from the Han clan. They were as fast as lightning. There were two fourth heaven divine god realm experts among the black-robed figures. The two old men from the Han clan were no match for them. As soon as the black-robed figures attacked, the two old men from the Han clan knew that they couldn't stop them. "You guys run. I'll hold them back," one of the old men from the Han clan shouted. He turned around and pounced on the black-robed figures. His body emitted a dazzling light. He wanted to detonate his star core to take them down with him. "Grandpa Lu!" Han Ning screamed. "Run!" the old man shouted. Then his body exploded. The explosion of a third heaven divine god realm cultivator was extremely powerful. However, when he self-detonated, the dozen or so black-robed men were already prepared for it. They all retreated at the same time. They were as fast as lightning, avoiding the destructive force produced by the old man's self-destruction. Some of them only suffered light injuries. The remaining old man from the Han clan took Han Ning and flew away quickly. "Chase!" The black-robed figures shouted coldly. They turned into rays of black light and chased after Han Ning and the old man. The old man from the Han clan was a third heaven divine god realm cultivator. Moreover, he was carrying Han Ning. He couldn't run fast enough. The black-robed figures quickly closed the distance between them. Does God want to destroy the Han clan? Does he want to kill the last member of the Han clan? The old man from the Han clan was furious. He wasn't afraid of death. He was just afraid that he couldn't protect Han Ning. "There are people." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw two figures rapidly approaching from the front. Only third heaven divine god realm cultivators. What a pity. The old man from the Han clan became gloomy immediately. Of course he saw Lu Ming and Wu Shan. He thought that Lu Ming and Han Ning had come out to train. Third heaven divine god realm cultivators couldn't help them. "You two run. It's dangerous here." The old man from the Han clan shouted to warn Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others had come for Han Ning. How could they leave? They continued to rush towards Han Ning and the old man from the Han clan. Die. At that moment, the two black-robed figures were about to catch up with Han Ning and the others. They slashed their sabers. A terrifying saber light slashed towards Han Ning at an astonishing speed. Be careful, Lu Ming shouted. He was still a distance away from Han Ning and the others. He wanted to help them, but it was too late. At the critical moment, the old man from the Han clan pushed Han Ning away. He turned around and blocked the attack alone. The old man from the Han clan slashed out a sword light. However, a third Heaven Divine God Realm cultivator was much weaker than a fourth Heaven Divine God Realm cultivator. The saber light slashed down and the sword light shattered. The old man from the Han clan tried his best to dodge, but one of his arms was cut off. The old man from the Han clan hastily retreated. He coughed up blood and his face turned pale. Chapter 31:10. The old man from the Han family was severely injured and his face turned pale. However, because he had resisted for a while, Lu Ming and Wu Shan finally arrived. Lu Ming used his god power to catch the old man from the Han family. His god power flowed into the old man's body to stabilize his injuries. He asked, "Senior, are you all right?" "You. Why didn't you leave?" The old man from the Han clan sighed as he spoke. Leave. None of you will be able to leave." At this moment, the black-robed men had arrived. More than 10 of them surrounded Lu Ming and the others. "It was none of your business, but you came here to die. Then, I will kill you as well." One of the black-robed men glanced at Lu Ming and Wu Shan coldly. However, Lu Ming ignored the black-robed men. He looked at Han Ning and the old man from the Han family and asked, "You two, are you from the Han family?" Han Ning and the old man from the Han family were surprised. "That's right. We are from the Han family. Who are you?" The old man from the Han family asked. "We are here to save you. The Han family has been destroyed, but you can't die," Lu Ming said. "Save us. Unfortunately, they are too strong." The old man from the Han family sighed. "You want to save us? Let's attack together and kill them. Let's end this quickly." A black-robed man of the fourth king god realm shouted coldly. He slashed his saber at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had dared to ignore him, so he would kill Lu Ming first. "Be careful," the old man from the Han family shouted. Although he knew he would die today, he was still anxious. "Let me," Lu Ming said indifferently. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the old man. He threw a punch at the black-robed man's saber light. When Lu Ming threw a punch, Qiu wriggled on its own and wrapped Lu Ming's fist tightly. Clang! Lu Ming's fist collided with the other party's saber, and there was a deafening sound. The saber vibrated continuously. The black-robed man's body was also shaken and he was pushed back. What? The others were astonished. Lu Ming had defeated the black-cloaked man, who was a cultivator of the fifth king god layer. The Han clan members' eyes lit up. Perhaps they were saved. "Damn it, let's kill this brat first." The black-robed man was also greatly shocked. He roared, and an even more shocking aura burst out from his body. He used his full strength to attack Lu Ming. He did not use his full strength in that move just now. Kill! Kill! The other black-robed men also charged towards Lu Ming. The combined might of more than 10 black-robed men was astonishing. "That's great. Let's get rid of them all at once." Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he punched out again. Creak, creak, creak. This time, bolts of lightning shot out from Lu Ming's fist. More than 10 huge bolts of lightning shot out from his fist and rushed towards the black-robed men. The attacks of the black-robed men collapsed after being hit by the lightning bolts. Their bodies twitched as they were sent flying backwards. Except for the 2 cultivators of the fourth king god layer. The rest of the black-robed men fell on the ground. Their bodies were charred black, and they were no longer breathing. These black-robed men were killed instantly. Only the 2 cultivators of the fourth king god layer were still alive. However, they were severely injured. Their bodies were charred black, and black smoke was rising from them. Their auras were extremely weak. Qiu had just broken through to the third king god layer, so it had the ability to kill cultivators of the fourth king god layer. However, its power was too scattered. which was why the two cultivators of the fourth king god layer survived. Seeing this, Han Ying and the old man of the Han clan were dumbfounded. They thought they were dreaming. Lu Ming had killed more than 10 black-robed men with one move. Run! Run! The remaining 2 black-robed men rushed in 2 different directions, frantically fleeing. Qiu kill. Lu Ming waved his hand. Qiu flew towards one of the black-robed men. That black-robed man was severely injured, so his speed was greatly reduced. Qiu caught up with him in a few moves. A saber extended from Qiu's body and slashed down. The black-robed man tried his best to resist. However, even if he was in his best condition, he wouldn't be Qiu's opponent, let alone when he was severely injured. Qiu's saber slashed down and cut the black-robed man into 2 halves, killing him on the spot. Then, Qiu turned around and dashed towards the other black-robed man. The distance between Qiu and that black-robed man was getting closer and closer. That black-robed man knew he couldn't escape. He shouted, "If you kill us, you will die too." Blood-tongue drawl. That black-robed man suddenly stopped, turned around and roared. His body emitted a strange red light. Then he opened his mouth and a small red snake flew out of his mouth. That little snake was not an illusory body. Instead, it was a real snake. Bam! As soon as the small snake flew out, it exploded and turned into a ray of bloody light that charged towards Lu Ming. The speed of the bloody light was shockingly fast. Lu Ming wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The bloody light rushed into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming carefully sensed his body and found that he was completely fine. He circulated his divine power, but didn't discover the existence of the bloody light. At that moment, Qiu had caught up to the black-robed man and killed him with a slash of his saber. "Come, let's leave this place quickly." After killing the black-robed man, Qiu flew back to Lu Ming's wrist and turned back into a bracelet. Lu Ming came to Han Ying and the others. "Who are you people? Why did you save us?" The Han family elder asked. "We'll talk later. Let's leave quickly." That black-robed man was only one wave. There are more black-robed men on this planet. If we encounter stronger ones, we will all die, Lu Ming said. Han Ying and the Han family elder nodded. The few of them rushed into the sky. Soon they flew out of the atmosphere and into the universe. "Let's go to the nearest teleportation portal first," Han Ying said. "No, since these black-robed men are looking for you in this area, they must have set up a trap. There must be experts guarding the teleportation portals nearby. If we go there, we will be walking right into their trap," Lu Ming said. "Then what should we do?" Han Ying's face was pale. "Fly. Only if we fly far enough, and use the teleportation portal to leave this place," Lu Ming said. Then Lu Ming and the others randomly chose a direction and flew at full speed. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, more than 10 black-robed men appeared at the place where they killed the black-robed men. Looking at the corpses of the black-robed men, these black-robed men exuded shocking killing intent. "The target has escaped. Most likely, he was rescued by someone," one of the black-robed men said. "Then what do we do?" someone asked. "Lu has mastered the blood-tongue lore. If he can use the blood-tongue lore in time, the target won't be able to escape," one of the black-robed men said. Then this person stretched out his arm, which was covered with blood-red threads. It was extremely strange. Chapter 31:11. Lu really used the blood-tongue technique. "Found him, he has already escaped from this planet," the black-robed man said. "Inform the others and give chase." One of the black-robed men with the strongest cultivation level gave the order. Then they soared into the sky, transforming into beams of black light. They dashed out of the starry sky of the universe and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, Han Ying, and the others flew at full speed, passing by one planet after another. They had been flying for more than half a month, swallowing divine pills to recover their divine power while flying. Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula and had an endless supply of divine power, so he did not need any divine pills to recover his divine power. However, to avoid suspicion, he also pretended to swallow divine pills to recover his divine power. "It's been so long, we should have shaken them off by now, right?" Han Ying said. "All right, let's go to the planet in front and rest for a while," Lu Ming said. There was a planet in front of them that was devoid of life. The few of them landed, then swallowed divine pills and meditated. Not long after, they had basically recovered 70 to 80% of their divine power, and were in a much better state. You two, who are you? Why did you save us? Can you tell us now? Han Ying looked at Lu Ming and asked. After this period of adjustment, Han Ying's mood had improved a lot. He had walked out of the sorrow of the Han family's annihilation. We're from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, Lu Ming said. 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence? Han Ying and the old man from the Han family were surprised. That's right, a treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence was stolen. There's a spy in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. We're here to investigate the spy. Then, Lu Ming briefly explained the theft of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, and the person behind the Demon Capital Mountain. So that's how it is. So my Han clan has been silenced. Han Ying smiled bitterly. Lu Ming sighed. He did not know how to persuade Han Ying about this matter. You're here to find out who's behind the Demon Capital Mountain, right? Han Ying took a few deep breaths. His eyes were filled with hatred. You know? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. I do know. My father once told me about it. The Demon Capital Mountain produces the Demon Night Spring. The Demon Night Spring can nourish the soul, and is priceless. My Han clan and the Wind Moon sect both coveted it before, but later on, we were warned by someone. The person who warned us was the backer of the Demon Capital Mountain, Han Ying said. Who is it? Lu Ming quickly asked. 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, Sikong Clan. Han Ying gritted his teeth as the hatred in his eyes intensified. It's actually the Sikong clan, Wu Shan exclaimed. Sikong family? Which Sikong family? Lu Ming asked. He was not very familiar with some of the big families in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Among the powerful families in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, there's only one Sikong clan. Wu Shan said with surprise in his eyes. The Sikong clan is very powerful, stronger than the Jin clan or the Qin clan. However, they have always been neutral and rarely have conflicts with other clans. The most important thing is that the sister of the current clan master of the Sikong clan is the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's wife. What? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King's wife? This time, even Lu Ming was shocked. The sister of the clan master of the Sikong clan was the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's wife, which meant that they were family. The Sikong clan actually ordered others to steal the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's treasure, the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. What were they trying to do? Is the one behind the Demon Capital Mountain really the Sikong clan? Lu Ming whispered and was very puzzled. Definitely. My father told me this himself. Not only the Han clan knows about the Chu Tian Star Zone, but the Wind Moon sect also knows about it. It's because we know who's behind them that the Han clan doesn't dare to touch the Demon Capital Mountain. By the way, how's the Wind Moon sect? Han Ying said. The Wind Moon sect has also been destroyed. There's no one left alive. Lu Ming said. Sure enough. What a ruthless method. I must take revenge for this. Han Ying clenched his fists and his eyes were full of hatred. Oh no, let's go. They're coming. Suddenly Wu Shan exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the starry sky. Sure enough, they saw a few rays of black light flying toward them. Let's go. Lu Ming hollered. Everyone dared not stay any longer. They dashed in another direction. A great escape had begun. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, a few more figures suddenly appeared on a meteorite. It was Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others originally had 4 people. Now there were only 3 left. Lu Ming, Wu Shan, and Han Ying. The 3 of them were all injured. Their auras were weak and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had gone through a fierce battle. These 3 months of escape could be said to be extremely dangerous. Once, they were caught by a group of black-robed people, and the 2 sides engaged in a great battle. In that battle they were all injured. The old man from the Han clan also died in that battle. In the end, Qiu risked being injured, and they narrowly escaped. During this period, no matter how we escape, the other party can catch up. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. The other party must have some way to track us. Lu Ming, do you still remember the red light that fell on your body when the black-robed person used the blood snake art? Wu Shan said. So it was that red light. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Before the black-robed man died, he shot out a beam of red light that landed on Lu Ming's body. There was nothing unusual about Lu Ming's body. He tried to sense it carefully, but he could not find anything unusual. It was most likely some kind of mark that fell on Lu Ming's body. The other party could use this mark to find them. No wonder they could not shake off the other party no matter how they ran and changed directions. The only thing we can do now is ask Guemo for help, Lu Ming muttered. Then, a pitch-black bone appeared in his hand. This bone was given to him by Guemo when Lu Ming left the Qintian Star Zone. Guemo was still cultivating in the Yulong secret domain. He was waiting for the Yulong secret domain to recover his strength and see if he could enter the Divine King realm. When Lu Ming left, Guemo gave him this pitch-black bone. He told Lu Ming that if he encountered any trouble he could activate this bone. Even if Lu Ming was in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, Guemo would be able to sense it and rush over to help him. This was much more useful than a voice transmission jade talisman. A voice transmission jade talisman could not transmit information over a long distance. Even a high-grade voice transmission jade talisman had a distance limit. It was very difficult to transmit from the Qintian Star Zone to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Of course, some powerful forces had special methods to transmit information quickly. In this situation, Lu Ming could only ask Guemo for help. He could not solve it with his own strength. He activated his divine power and injected it into the pitch-black bone. The pitch-black bone immediately emitted a mysterious fluctuation. It flickered a few times before calming down. Chapter 31:12. I've contacted a senior expert. He'll be here soon, but we have to avoid the pursuit of those black-robed death warriors before he arrives, Lu Ming said. Wu Shan and Hanning nodded. Their eyes looked ahead. Countless meteorites were suspended in the starry sky in front of them. Countless meteorites of different sizes were suspended in the starry sky. The territory was boundless, and there was no end in sight. A long time ago, this was probably a tragic battlefield. Many planets were destroyed, forming countless meteorites that floated in the starry sky. Their goal was this area. This area was extremely complicated. Countless meteorites were messy, and some of them were huge. Next, they had to use this terrain to avoid the pursuit of the enemy and hold on until the Bone Demon arrived. Let's go, Lu Ming shouted softly. The 3 of them flew forward into the group of meteorites. Soon they disappeared into the meteorite group. While Lu Ming and the others were fleeing, 9 Extinction Heavenly King residents, Sikong family. In a secret hall, a black-robed man was reporting to a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the current head of the Sikong family, Sikong Nan. Bam! Sikong Nan slapped the armrest of the chair, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. What a bunch of trash. You can't even wipe out a small force like Chu Tian Star Field. Why would I raise you? Sikong Nan's cold voice sounded, causing the black-robed man to tremble. Master, according to reliable news, the young lady of the Han family was rescued by Lu Ming. The black-robed man said. Lu Ming again. That little bastard always ruins my business. He's courting death. Sikong Nan shouted coldly. Go send out more experts. We must kill them. Our information must not be leaked out. Yes, I'll do it right away. I'll send the strongest experts. The black-robed man nodded repeatedly, then turned and left. No, I'm still worried. This matter must be foolproof. I'll go there personally, Sikong Nan whispered. Then his figure flashed and left. Chutian Starfield. More than an hour after Lu Ming and the other 2 entered the group of meteorites, many figures appeared outside the group of meteorites. All of them were black-robed men. There were more than 10 of them, and all of them were experts. Even the weakest of them was a divine king. The target is in this group of meteorites, one of the black-robed men said. Are they trying to play hide-and-seek with us using these meteorites? What a joke. Let's split up and search for them. Let's see where they can hide. Once we have any news, we'll inform the others immediately. a powerful black-robed man said. Immediately, the dozens of black-robed men spread out and flew into the meteors in groups of 3 to 5. Lu Ming, Wu Shan, and Hanning didn't stay in one place after flying into the meteorites. They stayed on one meteorite for a while, then immediately moved to another meteorite in order to disrupt the enemy's search. Just like that, they wandered around the meteors for 3 days. Who? Suddenly Lu Ming shouted coldly in a certain direction. Kid, your spiritual sense is quite sharp, isn't it? A chuckle was heard. Then, a black-robed man appeared in front of them. Seeing the black-robed man, Wu Shan and Han Ying's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies tensed up and they were ready to fight. However, Lu Ming smiled and said, Senior Bone Demon, you're finally here. Bone Demon's speed was really amazing. It only took him 3 days to come here from Qintian Starfield. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Wu Shan and Hanning heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the senior that Lu Ming mentioned was here. Lu Ming, you guys are really in a sorry state. Bone Demon said with a smile. Senior Bone Demon, don't mock me. By the way, did you see any black-robed men when you came in? Lu Ming asked. I saw them. There were dozens of them, including many experts. They're looking for you. Bone Demon said. Very good. Now let's catch them all in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. After being chased for so long, he had a belly full of anger. It was time to fight back. Lu Ming, what are you going to do? Bone Demon said with a smile. Of course, I'll lure them into the trap. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then they stopped running and rushed in the direction they came from. Not long after, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a flash, 5 or 6 black-robed men surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Kid, let's see how you're going to escape. One of the black-robed men said ferociously. His murderous intent was as cold as a knife. They glanced at Bone Demon, but Bone Demon had concealed his aura. With their cultivation, they couldn't see through Bone Demon at all. Therefore, they didn't take Bone Demon seriously. Escape? Why should I escape? Lu Ming sneered. Not escaping? You know you can't escape. One of the black-robed men sneered. These black-robed men weren't in a hurry to attack. They were still a little wary of Lu Ming's group. They were still outnumbered. If Lu Ming's group went all out, they would most likely suffer losses. Now that they were in an advantageous position, and they had already sent a message to the others would be here soon. At that time, dealing with Lu Ming's group would be a piece of cake. Since the black-robed men didn't attack, Lu Ming's group naturally didn't attack either. Lu Ming was also waiting for the black-robed men to gather together and catch them all in one fell swoop. Wu Shan and Hanning were a little worried. After all, they didn't know Bone Demon's strength. However, seeing Lu Ming's calm face, they could only brace themselves and wait. The black-robed men were also a little puzzled. Why didn't Lu Ming's group break through the encirclement? If they didn't break through now, wouldn't they have no chance when there were more of them? Who cares what tricks you're playing? In the face of absolute power, it's a dead end. Some of the black-robed men thought. As expected, not too long later, more and more black-robed figures began to gather from all directions. More than 10 black-robed men surrounded Lu Ming's group. Why aren't you attacking? Kill them. One of the black-robed men said coldly as he slashed his saber at Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was terrifyingly strong. His aura was violent. Lu Ming felt his body being locked down, unable to move. This black-robed man's cultivation was definitely above the 5th layer of the Divine King realm. Luckily, they hadn't encountered this person before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape. But now Bone Demon took a step forward, arriving in front of Lu Ming. Then he reached out his hand and grabbed. In an instant, a giant dragon claw appeared in the air, grabbing at the black-robed man. His opponent's saber light shattered like paper. The dragon claw didn't stop, grabbing the black-robed man. Ah! The black-robed man screamed in disbelief. Chapter 31:13. The black-robed man screamed in fear when he was caught by Gumo. He was a 6th-layer Divine King Realm cultivator, but he was like an ant in front of Gumo Bang. Gumo clenched his fist, and the black-robed man exploded. He died on the spot. How is this possible? The rest of the black-robed men were shocked. They could not believe it. A sixth-layer Divine King Realm expert was not killed by Guemo. That black-robed man was one of their leaders. Let's go. We can't defeat him. Let's go. Some of the black-robed men shouted and retreated. They wanted to run away. Guemo could easily kill a sixth-layer Divine King Realm expert. He was too terrifying. They could not deal with him. Roar. At this time, the Bone Devil let out a loud roar. Terrifying fluctuations burst out from the Bone Devil's mouth, forming circular shockwaves that rushed out in all directions. Bang! Bang! Those black-robed men were hit by the shockwaves and exploded. They died on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Dozens of black-robed men were killed. This, Wu Shan and Haning were dumbfounded. Dozens of powerful black-robed people were actually all annihilated after the Bone Devil roared. They finally knew why Lu Ming was so relaxed and calm after Gumo's arrival. Gumo's strength was unfathomable. This man is as strong as the family master. A thought flashed through Wu Shan's mind, and he was shocked. An expert like him was an overlord even in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. It was unexpected that there was such an expert by Lu Ming's side. There are still a few left. I'll be back soon, Guemo said. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Not all of the black-robed men who entered the meteorites had arrived. Some of them who were further away had not arrived yet. Guemo was going to kill them all. They did not have to wait for long before Guemo returned. It's done. Where are you going now? Guemo asked. To the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace and expose the Sikong family. Lu Ming said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It was obvious that the Sikong clan was the one who had sent people to assassinate Lu Ming. Lu Ming wouldn't be at ease until the Sikong clan was completely dealt with. Go. Bone Demon waved his hand, and a gust of divine power was released. It shrouded Lu Ming and the others, swept them up, and broke through the air. The Bone Devil's speed was too fast. As they traversed the starry sky, one star after another flew past them. In the Chu Tian star field, there were a total of 2 interstar field transfer arrays. They flew towards one of them. In just half a day, they approached one of the interstellar domain teleportation portals. Their speed was many times faster than when Lu Ming and the others were flying. This interstellar domain teleportation array was located on a huge meteorite. Near this meteorite was a huge commercial planet. They flew towards the teleportation array. Not good. At this moment, Bone's expression changed slightly. Boom. Before Lu Ming and the others could react, an earth-shattering aura exploded from the meteorite with the interstellar domain teleportation array. A strong pressure locked them in place. You guys are finally here. I didn't expect a peak supreme god to interfere. No wonder those trash couldn't take you guys down. A cold voice came from the meteorite. As soon as the voice came out, an old man in a black robe appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. This old man was covered in black light that covered the sky. It was extremely terrifying, like an abyss that could devour everything. This cultivation. Peak Supreme God. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air, revealing a horrified expression. The old man's aura gave him the feeling that he wasn't any weaker than the Jin family head and the others. He was an overlord-class expert. He didn't expect that there would be a peak supreme god in this teleportation array. The Sikong family had really put in a lot of effort. Boom. At this moment, an aura exploded from Gumo's body and dispersed the old man's aura. Kill. The old man was very straightforward. He used his killer move. With a slash of his palm, an earth-shattering saber radiance burst out and slashed at Bone. Roar. Bone let out a roar and his body expanded rapidly. He turned into a dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long, and a dragon claw struck out. Boom. The dragon claw and saber radiance collided. The entire void shook violently as if it was going to collapse. Fortunately, they were fighting in the universe. Otherwise, it would have been devastating. Buzz. The saber radiance shook violently and then collapsed. Bone's body twisted and retreated tens of thousands of meters. With your strength, you want to kill us? You're too confident. Bone roared and extended his dragon claw at the old man. Slash. 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 A saber appeared in the old man's hand, and he slashed out continuously. Terrifying saber radiance shot up to the sky and slashed at Bone. Bone and the old man fought fiercely, creating an endless amount of energy. However, Bone kept Lu Ming and the rest behind him. Otherwise, Lu Ming and the rest would not be able to withstand such energy. Heavens, that's terrifying. What kind of existence is that? Many people near the interstellar domain transportation formation were alarmed by the battle. They looked over in horror. They had never seen such a battle. There was no such powerful existence in the Chu-Tian star field. Too terrifying, too terrifying. It's going to destroy the world. Let's go. We'll be in trouble if we're caught in the crossfire. Many people near the interstellar domain transportation formation flew far away for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Bone and Black Shirt exchanged dozens of blows before Bone finally gained the upper hand. Bone's body was that of a dragon. He was an existence that surpassed a godly king. His body was indestructible and his defense was shocking. Bone could ignore his defense in a fight. Naturally, his combat strength was stronger. Senior Bone, this person is stalling for time. He might have a helper. At this moment, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Fiend. I'm not fighting with you anymore. After Bone Demon repelled the black-robed elder with one move, he led Lu Ming and the rest toward the interstellar sector teleportation array. You're in my hands and you still want to leave. Stay. Black Shirt Elder said coldly. The momentum of his saber changed. His saber was no longer aimed at Bone but at Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest paled. The opponent's saber was very far away from them. They could feel a terrifying saber intent pressing down on them. Their bodies felt like they were about to explode. Fortunately, Bone acted in time. Divine Dragon Tail Whip shattered Black Shirt Elder's saber momentum. Otherwise, Lu Ming and the rest would have been killed in an instant. Facing such a peak godly king, be it Lu Ming or Qiuqiu, they did not have the slightest ability to resist. Kill. After Black Shirt Elder's attack was blocked, his saber momentum changed again. He charged towards Lu Ming and the rest. Bone could only block. Bone had to divert his attention to take care of Lu Ming and the rest. How could he charge over? He was firmly entangled by Black Shirt Elder. Chapter 31:14. The black-clothed old man kept attacking Lu Ming and the others to distract Gu Mo. This way, he could hold Gu Mo back and prevent him from using the interstar domain transfer array to leave. The other party obviously wanted to hold them back and wait for reinforcements. It was very likely that the other party had even sent a peak god king expert to the Chu-Tian starfield. Although Lu Ming and the others were anxious, there was nothing they could do. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, the interstar domain transfer array on the meteorite lit up. A few figures appeared in the interstar domain transfer array. The figures were completely wrapped in black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. They were dressed exactly the same as the men of sacrifice from before. As soon as they appeared, they looked at the distant starry sky, at the place where Gu Mo and the black-clothed old man were fighting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then they turned into several rays of black light and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Their speed was terrifyingly fast. In a few breaths, the black-clothed men appeared not far from Lu Ming and the others. You came at the right time. These people are our targets. Attack together and kill them. The black-clothed old man said. Kill. Kill. A total of 3 black-clothed men attacked at the same time. 3 rays of blood-red saber light slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. The power of the 3 men's attacks was shocking. One of them was not weaker than the black-clothed old man's attack. Without a doubt, he was also a peak divine king expert. The other 2 black-clothed men were slightly weaker, but they were also terrifying experts. With so many experts attacking together, Gumo's face changed. We can't leave this interstar domain transfer array. Retreat first. Guemo shouted angrily. His huge body curled up and protected Lu Ming and the others as he retreated. Clang, clang, clang. Rays of terrifying saber light slashed on Gumo's scales. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. However, they did not break Gumo's defense. How is it possible that he has the body of a divine lord? The black-clothed old man shouted in shock. If they could not break through Gumo's physical defense with their cultivation, there was only one possibility. Gumo's physical body was above that of a godly king. Above the godly king realm was the divine sovereign realm, meaning the sovereign of the gods. A divine lord was much stronger than a divine king. Charge! The bone devil's body trembled, but there were only a few scars on his scales. He was completely fine. He continued to lead Lu Ming and the others to charge out. Stop them! The black-clothed old man roared and unleashed his full strength. Terrifying saber lights that seemed capable of splitting the heavens slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. The other black-robed men also launched fierce attacks. However, the bone devil curled up its body and protected Lu Ming and the others. It ignored its own defense and charged forward savagely. The black-robed old man and the others' attacks were constantly knocked away. At this moment, another figure appeared in the interstar domain transfer array. It was a middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he charged into the starry sky and attacked the bone demon. This burly man was actually also a peak divine king expert. In this way, the other party had sent out 3 peak divine king experts to attack the bone demon. Such a lineup was truly terrifying. In the 9 extinction heavenly king palace, unless a divine lord took action, no one could fight against them. The 3 peak divine king experts launched terrifying attacks. One attack after another landed on the bone demon's body. Even though the bone demon had the body of a dark dragon, which was originally a divine lord's physical body, he could not take it anymore. His body trembled continuously and the scars on his body increased. If the bone demon relied on the dark dragon's strong physical body, he would definitely not be a match for the other party. Lu Ming's face was solemn. The Sikong family had actually sent out so many experts to kill them. Moreover, 2 of them had revealed their true faces. This showed that they were determined to kill them. You want to stop me with just these few bastards? Dream on! The bone demon roared and a dragon's roar came from his mouth. His body shone with black light as he charged forward continuously. His suicidal attack had finally achieved results. The 3 divine king realm experts were attacking Guemo from 3 different directions. Therefore, Guemo was only attacking one person at a time. The other 2 black-robed people were not peak divine king powerhouses. Under the bone demon's attack, the powerhouses on that side retreated repeatedly. Retreat for me! The bone demon roared loudly. Dragon claws stepped out continuously, bombarding the powerhouse in front. Bang! 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 That powerhouse clashed with the bone demon several dozen times in a row. Under the bone demon's suicidal attack, that person retreated repeatedly. How could the bone demon miss such an opportunity? Sweeping up Lu Ming and the rest, he burst out, breaking out of the heavy encirclement all of a sudden. Then he flew rapidly into the distance. Damn it! Chase! Absolutely can't let them escape. The 3 peak divine king powerhouses pushed their speed to the limit and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Both sides, one chasing and one fleeing, flew out a long distance in a blink of an eye. Want to catch up to me? Dream on! The bone demon sneered coldly. Casting some kind of secret art, his speed became faster and faster, slowly pulling apart the distance between him and the other party. The 3 powerhouses behind were extremely anxious. The Sikong family head had already given a death order. They absolutely could not let Lu Ming and the rest escape. Lu Ming and the rest most likely already knew the secret. If the Sikong family was exposed as the mastermind behind the theft of the 9 ultimate divine crystal, then the Sikong family would face a disaster. Therefore Lu Ming and the rest must die. The 3 powerhouses exerted all their strength and chased after the bone demon and the rest. However, their speed was still slower than the bone demon. Slowly, the distance between them was pulled apart by the bone demon. If this carried on, they would be able to escape sooner or later. Buzz! Right at this moment, the void in front of Lu Ming and the rest suddenly fluctuated. The space was like waves of ripples rippling. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged man. He was handsome but his face was cold. When he opened and closed his eyes, radiance shot out in all directions. Kill! The cold middle-aged man spat out a word indifferently. His palm chopped down at the bone demon. Suddenly, a blade light burst out from the cold middle-aged man's palm. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. As soon as the blade light appeared, Lu Ming felt a great sense of terror. It was as if he would be destroyed in the next moment. Lu Ming had never encountered such a terrifying enemy in the real world. The blade light was shocking. It cut through the universe and the starry sky as if it was going to split the entire starry sky in half. Lu Ming had no doubt that if this blade light were to strike a planet with life, it would split the planet in half. Not good. The bone demon's face changed drastically. He twisted his body and wanted to fly in another direction, but it was already too late. The blade light slashed the bone demon's body. Blood splattered everywhere. A wound that was over 1,000 meters long appeared on the bone demon's body. It had almost split the bone demon in half. Chapter 31:15. Guemo was severely injured by the slash. He spat out blood and flew out. "Sir God, it's a Sir God!" Guemo shouted in shock. The cold middle-aged man was actually a Sir God realm expert. A Sir God was the true overlord in 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. He rarely took action and was invincible. Now a Sir God had taken action. Family head. The black-robed elder and the other 2 had also arrived. They exclaimed when they saw the cold middle-aged man. This person was actually the family head of Sikong family. Trash. If I had not taken action personally, they would have escaped. The family head of Sikong family shouted coldly. The black-robed elder and the other 2 did not dare to make a sound. Peak Divine King was only a step away from a Sir God. However, the difference was huge. It was even bigger than the difference between a Peak Divine God and a Divine King. They could not break through Gumo's defense even if they used all their strength. However, the family head of Sikong family could break through Gumo's defense with a casual slash. "We are doomed. Let's go." Bone Demon let out a low growl. Ignoring his injuries, he led Lu Ming and the rest in another direction. "You want to leave in front of me?" The family head of Sikong family said coldly. He took a step forward and caught up with Guemo and the others. His hand was like a blade as he slashed out again. Swoosh. Another shocking saber light chopped towards Bone Devil. This slash had completely locked onto Guemo. Guemo could not escape. Puff. The blade light slashed on Gumo's head. Blood spurted out, and Gumo's head was chopped off. The nether dragon's body was chopped off, and it could no longer protect Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated. They stood in the void with pale faces. Swoosh. A black light shot out from the nether dragon's head. It was a black skeleton. It was Guemo. Bone Demon dashed into Lu Ming's glabella and shouted, "It's over, Lu Ming. It's really over this time. I didn't expect to provoke a Sir God. This time, we're going to die together." Sir God. Lu Ming's mouth was filled with bitterness. Behind them, there were 3 Peak God Kings. In front of them, there was a God Lord. Divine Lords were too strong. Even the physical body of the Nether Dragon had been easily destroyed. They had no chance at all. Interesting, the Nether Dragon's physical body is controlled by another soul, and it's the physical body of a Divine Lord realm Nether Dragon. This is a pretty good harvest. The Sikong family patriarch chuckled and put away the Nether Dragon's body. No matter what, the Nether Dragon's body was still a Divine Lord's body. Its entire body was a treasure. Even Divine Lord experts were tempted. Then the Sikong clan leader looked at Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, within Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the measure character formula and the battle character formula rapidly shrank to the size of a speck of light to avoid being discovered. Han Ning and Wu Shan's faces paled as their bodies trembled. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he couldn't control his body when facing such a terrifying existence. What should we do? In Lu Ming's mind, he was rapidly thinking of countermeasures. But none of them would work. Facing such an existence, any schemes were useless. They would be crushed with a single slap. Purple copper coffin. In the end, Lu Ming thought of the purple copper coffin. If it really didn't work, he could only try opening the purple copper coffin. However, facing such a terrifying expert like the Sikong family patriarch, Lu Ming wasn't confident even if he opened the purple copper coffin. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to kill the Sikong family patriarch, and might even lose his life. You're called Lu Ming, right? Very good. You're the first in so many years to be able to do this at such a young age. I'll kill you with my own hands. The Sikong family patriarch said coldly as he stared at Lu Ming. Boom. In the next instant, the Sikong family patriarch directly attacked, not giving Lu Ming any room to speak. A vast saber light slashed toward Lu Ming, Han Ying and the others. It was dazzling, incomparably dazzling. In the eyes of Lu Ming and the others, there was only this saber light left. Everything else had disappeared. The saber light slashed toward them, but Lu Ming and the others didn't move at all. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but they couldn't. Move, move. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He wanted to take out the purple copper coffin and fight to the death, but his body couldn't move at all. He was suppressed by an invisible force. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He knew that he was still naive. Facing an expert like the Sikong family patriarch, even if he had a killing weapon like the purple copper coffin, he couldn't use it. He couldn't even fight to the death. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Lu Ming sighed in his heart. At this moment, thoughts flashed through his mind. It looked like the saber light was about to land on Lu Ming and the others. If this saber light really landed, Lu Ming and the others wouldn't even have a speck of ash left. However, at this moment, ripples appeared in the space in front of Lu Ming and the others. Then two huge pitch-black fingers stretched out from the ripples and caught the saber light that was slashing down violently. An unbelievable scene appeared. The saber light that the Sikong family patriarch had slashed out, which could destroy everything, was actually caught by the two fingers. Following that, with a slight tremble of his finger, the saber light shattered with a bang. Lu Ming, Han Yi, Wu Shan and the rest, as well as the three Peak God King experts behind them, were dumbstruck. The attack of a divine monarch had actually been destroyed so easily. Exterminating finger, heavenly monarch. The Sikong family patriarch's expression changed drastically. In the end, his voice actually trembled and his face was filled with horror. Sikong Nan, how dare you? A dignified voice suddenly sounded, reverberating in the universe's starry sky. Then the two fingers retracted. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. This person was tall and sturdy, wearing luxurious clothes. Lu Ming and the others only saw the back view, but they still felt endless majesty. This person's aura was as vast and endless as the universe's starry sky. Heavenly King, subordinate Sikong Nan pays respect to the Heavenly King. The Sikong family patriarch's expression was extremely ugly, but he still cupped his fists respectfully and bowed respectfully. His eyes were filled with horror. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Heavenly King? In the Nine Extinction Heavenly King manner, there was only one person who was called a Heavenly King and could make Sikong Nan so fearful and respectful. That was the ruler of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King manor, the Nine Extinction Heavenly King. However, why would the Nine Extinction Heavenly King come here? Behind, the faces of the three peak divine monarchs also changed wildly, becoming incomparably ugly. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King didn't speak. He just looked at Sikong Nan coldly. Sikong Nan forced a smile on his face and said, Heavenly King, why did you suddenly come here? Could it be that you passed by chance? This subordinate has something to do. After it's done, I'll immediately report to the Heavenly King. After saying that, he gave a look to the three peak divine monarchs behind him, letting them take action and kill Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 31:16. The appearance of Nine Extinction Heavenly King shocked Sikong Nan. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the rest before they could speak. Horan. 1. W. 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 R. A. N. W. E. N. C. M. M. The faces of the three peak divine king experts changed. They gritted their teeth and were about to attack Lu Ming and the rest. Whoever wants to die can try it. Nine Extinction Heavenly King said faintly. The three peak god king experts froze, not daring to move an inch. Heavenly King, these people are criminals. They are extremely vicious and must be killed as soon as possible. Sikong Nan said. Nonsense, Heavenly King. We found out that the Sikong clan leader is the mastermind behind the theft of the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal. He wants to kill us. Lu Ming shouted. Little brat, you're spouting nonsense and dare to slander me. You deserve 10,000 deaths for your crimes. Sikong Nan's face changed drastically. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and he was about to kill Lu Ming. However, Nine Extinction Heavenly King took a step forward, and the void shook violently. A terrifying force rushed towards Sikong Nan and crushed Sikong Nan's aura. Sikong Nan's body shook and he retreated. Heavenly King, what do you mean by this? Sikong Nan's face turned ugly. Sikong Nan, do you really think I was passing by? Nine Extinction Heavenly King asked coldly. Is it not? Sikong Nan's face turned ugly. I already knew that there was a mole behind the theft of the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal. I also suspected you, but there was no evidence. That's why I didn't make a move and waited for you to give yourself away. This time, you really made a move. Not only did you come personally, but you also sent out all the experts of the Sikong clan. I naturally have to come and take a look. Nine Extinction Heavenly King said coldly. You followed me here? Sikong Nan's face turned ugly. That's right. Nine Extinction Heavenly King's eyes turned cold and said, Tell me, why did you do this? Who ordered you to do this? Heavenly King, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not a mole. You can't just listen to that brat's words. Sikong Nan shouted. You're still quibbling even now? Do you think I'm that stupid? Speak, who told you to do this? The Nine Extinction Heavenly King shouted, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Facing this aura, Lu Ming felt that he was like an ant. The difference was too great. Sikong Nan's figure also shook violently as he retreated continuously. It was difficult for him to withstand the Nine Extinction Heavenly King's aura. Sikong Nan's expression flickered. Suddenly he looked behind Lu Ming and the others and roared. What are all of you doing? Finished speaking, Sikong Nan's figure suddenly charged madly backwards. He actually used a diversion tactic, wanting to seize the opportunity to escape. How naive of you to play such petty tricks in front of me. The Nine Extremes Heavenly King said coldly, and then slammed his palm into the air. Boom. The sky shook violently. An enormous palm formed and pressed down on Sikong Nan. Break. Sikong Nan roared as a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed out with all his might. A dazzling saber light soared into the sky and slashed at the palm that was pressing down on him. This saber was at least several times stronger than the one that slashed at Lu Ming and the others previously. However, when the saber light slashed on the palm, it shook violently and then exploded with a bang. The violent palm force blasted down. Sikong Nan screamed as his body flew out and crashed into a huge planet in the distance. Boom. The planet roared violently. Half of the planet directly exploded. Like a dazzling firework, flames shot out in all directions. Fortunately, that planet was a dead planet without any living creatures. Otherwise, who knows how many creatures would have died. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A divine lord that surpassed the divine king realm was simply ridiculously strong and unimaginable. This is the realm that I want to pursue, above the divine king realm. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He always remembered that Xian Yanqing wanted him to reach above the divine king realm before he went to find her. He must reach this realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, behind Lu Ming and the others, the three-peaked divine king experts' faces changed drastically. They actually turned into 3 rays of light and flew back madly. They were trying to escape. You still want to escape in front of me? Nine Extinction Heavenly King's cold voice sounded. He then stretched out his finger and pointed 3 fingers in the air. 3 huge fingers formed and pressed down on the three-peaked divine king experts. Ah! 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 The three-peaked divine king experts screamed in horror. They realized that they could not avoid this move at all. Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded. The three-peaked divine king experts' bodies directly exploded and died on the spot. Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. The strength of the 9 Extremes Heavenly King was too terrifying. Those were 3 peaked divine kings, who were on par with the family head of the Jin family. However, they were easily killed in seconds. It was as easy as crushing 3 ants. At this moment, Sikong Nan flew out from the half-destroyed planet. He was not dead, but he was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were torn. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. A divine lord would naturally not die so easily. But that move just now still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. As divine lords, the difference in strength between Sikong Nan and 9 Extinction Heavenly King was huge. Heavenly King, spare my life, spare my life. Sikong Nan shouted. He knew that with his cultivation, it was impossible to escape from 9 extinction Heavenly King's hands. So he begged for mercy. Speak, who ordered you to do this? You must have a purpose for doing this. What is your purpose? 9 extinction Heavenly King shouted coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Sikong Nan shuddered. He had no doubt that 9 extinction Heavenly King would kill him, even though his sister was the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion's princess consort. It's 9 Blades Heavenly King. 9 Blades Heavenly King asked me to do this. He said that there was a way to make my cultivation breakthrough. I have been trapped in the Divine Lord realm for too long. So I was muddle-headed and listened to his words. Heavenly King, spare my life. Sikong Nan shouted. 9 Blades Heavenly King. 9 extinction Heavenly King's eyes flashed with cold light. He and 9 Blades Heavenly King were enemies. They had fought for countless years and neither could do anything to the other. They had a feud when they were young. When they were young, 9 extinction Heavenly King had once killed 9 Blades Heavenly King's younger brother. So for so many years, 9 Blades Heavenly King had always wanted to take revenge and destroy the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. What is his purpose for asking you to steal the 9 extinction Divine Crystal? 9 extinction Heavenly King asked. He asked me to be the mastermind behind the scenes to steal the 9 extinction Divine Crystal. Then he would let the major families in the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion be suspicious of each other and fight with each other to exhaust their strength, causing the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion to fall into internal strife. In this way, when the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion's strength is weakened, he could lead the army and destroy the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion in one fell swoop. Sikong Nan explained everything in detail. I see. Lu Ming suddenly realized. The other party's purpose was to make the major families in the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion be suspicious of each other and fight with each other, causing them to fall into internal strife and internal strife to weaken the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion's strength. P.S. Readers, I am Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 31:17. One had to admit that Sikong Nan's plan was brilliant and almost succeeded. WW. During this period of time, the major families of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion were indeed suspicious of each other and attacked each other. The conflict was getting deeper and deeper. If this continued, it was not impossible for it to evolve into a fierce war. What else? The 9 extinction Heavenly King's face was even colder as he asked coldly. No, that's all. Heavenly King, spare me. I was blinded for a moment and made a big mistake. I won't dare to do it again. For the sake of my sister, spare me. Sikong Nan shouted and continued to beg for mercy. Some things, once you make a mistake, you have to pay a heavy price. If I spare you, how will I explain it to others in the future? Who will listen to me in the future? The 9 extinction Heavenly King said faintly, but his voice contained a cold, murderous intent. Sikong Nan's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and rushed to the back, trying to escape. Swoosh. The 9 extinction Heavenly King also moved. His speed was unimaginably fast. In a flash, he closed the distance between him and Sikong Nan. After a few flashes, he caught up with Sikong Nan and pointed a finger. The void vibrated like a wave, making a terrifying explosion sound. A huge finger pressed towards Sikong Nan. Sikong Nan roared in horror and tried his best to resist. However, his attack and his defense were constantly crumbling under the attack of the 9 extinction Heavenly King. 9 extinction, you will die a horrible death. And that kid, he will die a horrible death. Sikong Nan roared angrily, but in the next moment, his cry came to an abrupt end, because his body directly exploded under the finger of the 9 extinction Heavenly King. Even with his powerful vitality in the Divine Lord realm, it was useless. His body exploded, his soul was annihilated, and he completely disappeared from this world. A terrifying Divine Lord realm powerhouse was killed just like that. The chaotic universe, the upper-class world, was so cruel. No matter how high your cultivation was, there would always be someone stronger. If you could not be the strongest, you could fall at any time. In the vast chaotic universe, there were countless powerhouses falling at all times. Therefore, at all times, every cultivator wanted to improve themselves and break through to a higher realm. In order to break through, they would do anything. Just like Sikong-nan, he was trapped in the first level of the divine monarch realm for countless years. In order to break through, he betrayed the 9 extinction heavenly king and helped the dark ice race steal the 9 extinction divine crystal. He wanted to cause internal strife in the 9 extinction heavenly king palace. After killing Sikong-nan, the 9 extinction heavenly king waved his hand and grabbed Sikong-nan's storage ring. Then a huge nether dragon corpse appeared in the air. "This is yours, right? Take it back." The 9 absolutes heavenly king said. "Lu Ming, put it away. The nether dragon's body has been destroyed. It's useless to me, but it's still very useful to you." Bone cried out in his sea of consciousness. "Thank you, heavenly king." Lu Ming cupped his fists in thanks, and then put the nether dragon's corpse into a spatial ring. This time, being able to make Sikong-nan give himself away and ferret him out. "You've done a great service." The 9 extinction heavenly king looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. "I'm just trying to protect myself. It's not a great service." Lu Ming said. "No matter what the reason is, it's all because of you that we ferret out Sikong-nan. Naturally, you have to be rewarded. How about this? I promise you a condition. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse." The 9 extinction heavenly king said. These words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. Haning and Wu Shan were even more envious. "This is a condition from the 9 extinction heavenly king. It's simply priceless. What condition do you want to put forward?" The 9 extinction heavenly king asked. "Heavenly king, can I put this condition aside first? Can I mention it after I've thought about it?" Lu Ming said. Now Lu Ming had not thought about what condition to put forward. A condition from the 9 extinction heavenly king was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It must be used on the edge of the blade. It would be best to mention it when needed. This little guy is quite smart. All right, mention it when you've thought about it. Take this voice transmission jade talisman. If you've thought about it, you can send me a voice transmission at any time. After saying that, the 9 extinction heavenly king took out a voice transmission jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. "Thank you, heavenly king." Lu Ming received it with joy. "All right, I have to go back and deal with the Sikong clan. I'll take my leave first." The 9 extinction heavenly king left a sentence and took a step out. The void was filled with ripples, and the figure of the 9 extinction heavenly king had disappeared without a trace. Obviously, the 9 extinction heavenly king did not intend to stay in the Sikong clan. One could imagine the fate of the Sikong clan. Shuttling through the void. A divine lord powerhouse is really terrifying. Lu Ming sighed. This was the chaotic universe where the space was extremely stable. After Lu Ming came to the chaotic universe, it was the first time he saw someone who could travel through the void. Sikong-nan had used it before, and now the 9 extinction heavenly king was doing it too. "Kid, this is not shuttling through the void." In the sea of consciousness, Gumo's voice sounded. "Not shuttling through the void?" Lu Ming was surprised. Previously, Sikong-nan and the 9 extinction heavenly king appeared suddenly. If it was not shuttling through the void, what was it? The space of the chaotic universe is extremely stable. It is not comparable to a small kiliacosm. Moreover, the chaotic universe is vast and boundless. Its territory is many times larger than a small kiliacosm. It is too difficult to travel through the void and cross the endless starry sky. Guemo sighed. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed. The area of a small kiliacosm like the heaven realm and the primordial realm was far smaller than a planet of life, let alone compared to the endless starry sky of the universe. In a small kiliacosm, to be able to travel from one end to the other, in the chaotic universe, it was only equivalent to a small distance on a planet. In the starry sky, it was nothing. Then what are they doing? Lu Ming asked. After breaking into the Divine Lord realm, they can use an unrivaled technique to carve a starry sky transmission array on their body. This is what they are doing by activating the starry sky transmission array and sending themselves out. This is similar to passing through the void in a different way. Guemo explained. To be able to carve a teleportation array on one's body, how amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed. By carving a teleportation array on one's body, one's movement would be many times faster. There would be no need to take other teleportation arrays. Of course, this method still has its weaknesses. In some aspects, it is not as good as shuttling through the void. For example, it takes time to activate the teleportation array. In a battle, the opponent will not give you time to activate the teleportation array. Another thing is that it can only be used by one person and cannot be used by others. Guemo said. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Sikong Nan did not use the teleportation array to escape. It was because he did not have time to activate the teleportation array. He was afraid that he would be killed by the 9 Extinction Heavenly King before he could activate it. The other thing is that it can only be used by oneself and cannot be used by others. One should know that one can bring others along with them when shuttling through the void. P.S. Readers, I am the Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 31:18. Although there was a weakness in carving a teleportation formation on his body, Lu Ming was envious of it. The Eldritch universe was too big. He had to spend a lot of time every time he traveled. If he could carve a teleportation formation on his body, he would be able to travel much faster. However, he could only be envious. That was the symbol of the Divine Lord Realm. Only a Divine Lord Realm expert could do it. Even a peak Divine King could not do it. He shook his head and threw the thought to the back of his head. He was still too far away from the Divine Lord Realm. It was better for him to take it one step at a time and slowly improve himself. Let's go. We'll find a place to rest. Lu Ming said. This matter was finally resolved and the crisis was completely eliminated. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and felt relaxed all over. All right. Wu Shan and Hanning nodded. Then they left the place in a flash. On a desolate planet, Lu Ming and the others landed. They then consumed a divine pill and began to recuperate. A few days later, they had recovered to their peak state. Miss Hanning, what's your plan next? Lu Ming asked Hanning. I want to return to the Han family and bury the Han family members. Hanning said. At this point, she revealed a mournful expression. We'll go with you. After we're done with the Han family, follow us to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion to cultivate. Lu Ming said. The Han family was annihilated and Hanning was the only one left. She had no one to rely on. If she followed them to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, even if she could not enter the Starry Camp, it was better to cultivate in the Wu family than to wander outside alone. Then Hanning would like to thank young Master Lu. Hanning bowed. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Immediately, they headed towards the Han family. After some time, they returned to the Han family. The Han family was annihilated and no one survived. When they returned, they found that there were many more people in the Han family's territory. Many people flew in and out, moving back and forth. I'm the one who found this storage ring. Piss off. I came first. You're the one who should get lost. You're courting death. In a dilapidated palace, a few loud shouts could be heard. Then, a few figures started fighting with each other. Strong energy overflowed, causing the already dilapidated palace to be destroyed even more quickly. These people. Han Ying's eyes instantly reddened with murderous intent. Obviously, these people were fishing in troubled waters, taking advantage of the situation to loot. The Han clan was one of the 2 overlords of the Chu Tian star field. Before they were destroyed, no one dared to do anything to them. But now that the Han clan had been destroyed, other than a few precious treasures that had been taken away by the Sikong clan, the ordinary treasures were all left here. Naturally, it attracted a large number of people. At first, no one dared to make a move. But after a while, seeing that nothing was wrong, cultivators from the Chu Tian star field swarmed over to steal the Han family's treasures. It was so much so that some of the Han family's people were stripped of their clothes and weapons. No wonder Han Ying had such an expression. All of you scram. Lu Ming took a step forward and suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder, causing the few people who were fighting to stop. Where did this brat come from? Are you trying to mess with us? Hurry up and scram. A middle-aged man glanced at Lu Ming and scolded disdainfully. I'll give you one last chance. Put down your storage rings and scram. Otherwise die. Lu Ming said with a sullen face. Arrogant. I think you'll be the first to die. The burly man was impatient. He swung the battle axe in his hands toward Lu Ming. This burly man's cultivation level was not weak. He was a half-step divine king. However, he was a far cry from Lu Ming. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Lu Ming said indifferently. He threw a punch and a 9-clawed dragon flew out and pounced forward. Puff. The middle-aged man was directly torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon and died on the spot. When the others saw this, their faces turned pale with fright. I'll go now. I'll go too. The few of them threw down their storage rings and quickly ran away. Looks like we have to get rid of these rascals first before dealing with the Han family's affairs. Lu Ming said. Young Master Lu Ming, please. Han Ning said with a sobbing tone. Her eyes were red. At this moment, she was angry and helpless. Don't worry, let's go. Lu Ming nodded and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Ming, Wu Shan and Han Ning headed towards the core of the Han family. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He thrust out his spear and spear light shot out like shooting stars, killing 5 or 6 experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation. The remaining people were terrified and quickly ran away. The 3 of them killed their way in. Along the way, they did not encounter any powerful experts. The strongest one was only at the 2nd heaven of the Divine King realm. He was easily killed by Wu Shan. Soon they arrived at the core of the Han family, which was also the place where the main house of the Han family was located. This place used to be a boundless mountain range with rich divine qi. It was a blessed place with many palaces. However, the mountain range had collapsed and the palaces were destroyed. Only ruins were left. Many corpses were lying in the ruins. 6th Grandpa, 8th Grandpa. Han Ning cried when she saw the corpses of the old men. They were her family members. Who are you? Get out of here. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the core of the Han family. Some of them were middle-aged and some were old men. They glared at Lu Ming and the others and said, The Hanli sect has booked this place. Get out of here, or you'll die. Do you understand? An old man shouted coldly. Hanli sect. You're from the Hanli sect. Han Ning shouted. Since you know we're from the Hanli sect, get out of here. The old man waved his hand. What kind of force is the Hanli sect? Lu Ming asked Han Ning through voice transmission. The Hanli sect is a powerful force in the Chu Tian star field. They used to be second only to the Han family and the Wind Moon sect. They had a good relationship with the Han family. I didn't expect them to take advantage of the situation after the Han family was destroyed. Damn it. Han Ning gritted her teeth. I see. Lu Ming nodded. It turned out that the Hanli sect was second only to the Han family and the Wind Moon sect in the Chu Tian star field. No wonder they were so overbearing and occupied the core of the Han family. I don't care which sect you are from. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, What? Boy, what did you say? The old man shouted. He was surprised that someone in the Chu Tian star field dared to talk to him like that after hearing the Hanli sect's name. He was courting death. Boy, you're dead for what you said. Kill. The old man shouted coldly and slapped Lu Ming. The old man's cultivation was not weak. He was at the 1st heaven of the king god realm. The wind from his palm whistled, and was very powerful. Leave it to me. Wu Shan, who was next to Lu Ming, stepped forward and threw a punch. Chapter 31:19. Wu Shan punched out, and a fist energy as big as a mountain crushed towards the old man. Bang. Wu Shan had the cultivation base of the 3rd king god realm. The old man couldn't resist him. His fist energy exploded, turning the old man into ashes. You. How dare you kill the people of the Hanli sect? You're courting death. Send the signal. The remaining few people were shocked and furious. One of them let out a long howl, and his voice spread far and wide. Swoosh. 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 Immediately, many figures flew out from the core of the Han family. There were at least 20 of them. Each of them had a powerful aura. All of them were experts at the Divine King realm. The Hanli sect was second only to the Han family and the Wind Moon sect. They were even stronger than the Ice Soul race in the Qin Star Zone. There were more than 20 divine kings in the group. Soon more than 20 people arrived before them. What happened? A young man in his 20s asked with a cold face. He was holding a folding fan. They killed Guardian Wang. One of them pointed at Lu Ming and the others and shouted. What? Guardian Wang is dead? They're courting death. The young man shouted angrily. He looked at Lu Ming and the others with murderous intent. However, when his gaze landed on Han Ning, he was stunned for a moment and revealed a look of surprise. Han Ning, it's you. You're not dead. The young man shouted. Sun Yan, how dare you? Why did you bring people to occupy the core area of my Han clan? Han Ning shouted. They knew each other. They were all elites of the Chu Tian Star Zone. It was normal for them to know each other. Sun Yan's eyes flashed. He laughed and said, Ha ha ha, Han Ning. Do you still think you're the young lady of the Han family? Now that the Han family has been destroyed and all of their experts are dead, the Hanli sect is the leader of the Chu Tian Star Zone. Do you understand? At this point, Sun Yan's gaze swept over Han Ying's body. His eyes were fiery and flickered with an evil light. In the past, I pursued you bitterly, but you didn't even spare me a glance. Hee hee hee, now that the Han family has been destroyed, let's see who you can rely on. Good. You're not dead. I'll take you down and make you my toy. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Ha ha ha. Sun Yan laughed. His eyes were burning. You dare. Han Ying's face turned pale with fright. Where did this idiot come from? Why are you shouting here? Get out of here. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward. He glanced at Sun Yan coldly and reprimanded him. Sun Yan nodded. Only then did he notice Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Brat, what did you say? You can't hear what I'm saying. Looks like your ears aren't good either. Lu Ming said indifferently. You're courting death. Men kill him for me. No, cripple him for me. I want to feed him to the dogs. Sun Yan shouted coldly, his killing intent as cold as a blade. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just a follower of Han Ning. He was probably a lucky survivor of the Han family. Now that the Han family had been destroyed, Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was simply courting death. Previously he had been suppressed by the Han family. Now the anger he had suppressed completely erupted. Young master, leave it to me. Behind Sun Yan, a skinny man stepped forward and clawed at Lu Ming's throat. This young man was at the first king god realm. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just a heavenly god. It would be easy for him to cripple Lu Ming. He didn't even use his full strength this time. You're just a servant of a wild dog. How dare you bark? Die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. A long spear appeared in his hand. The battle symbol secret art increased his fighting strength by 4 times. He thrust the spear at the skinny man. The spear light was dazzling like a meteor. It moved at an extremely fast speed toward the skinny man. Puff! The spear light pierced through the skinny man's palm as if it had pierced through tofu, leaving a bloody hole. Ah! The skinny man screamed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he was still at the first king god realm. However, he was injured by a heavenly god realm cultivator. At the same time, he couldn't believe it. Moon slashing. After Lu Ming's spear pierced through the skinny man's palm, he continued his attack. The 9 types of god energies in his body exploded. The 9 types of god energies, with the awakened god origin factor as the core, rushed into the long spear and exploded, creating a terrifying power. The crowd only saw a crescent moon flash out. Then they saw the skinny man's body split in half. He had killed a god king in 2 moves. Before Lu Ming transformed into his ancient god body, he wouldn't have been able to kill a god king so easily. However, the skinny man had underestimated him. Lu Ming had seized the opportunity and killed him in 1 move. You Sun Yan was stunned. He stared at Lu Ming with his mouth agape. A heavenly god could kill a god king. He had never heard of such a thing. He was dumbfounded. If you don't get lost, then die. Lu Ming shouted. His long spear vibrated and turned into a dazzling spear light, thrusting toward Sun Yan. Young master, be careful. Behind Sun Yan, an elder roared. A gush of divine power gushed out and sucked Sun Yan's body behind him. Then he threw a palm strike at Lu Ming. Boom. Buzz. The old man's palm struck Lu Ming's long spear, causing a violent explosion. Lu Ming's long spear shook violently. Lu Ming was pushed back by a powerful force. He felt his blood and qi churn, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill! Kill this bastard for me! Sun Yan reacted and roared crazily. Just now he had almost been killed by Lu Ming. Cold sweat flowed down his back. He was terrified. This feeling made him a little hysterical. Kill! You're all dead! The experts behind Sun Yan roared. Violent auras erupted as they charged toward Lu Ming. The auras of so many experts were terrifying. Han Ying's face turned pale. Wu Shan's aura also erupted as he prepared to attack. Let me do it! Lu Ming's voice resounded. Then Qiu wriggled and turned into an armor, covering Lu Ming's body. Creak. Creak. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch. Huge lightning bolts that were thicker than a person's waist dashed forward. The attacks that were aimed at Lu Ming collapsed after being hit by the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts didn't stop and continued to strike the experts of the Hanli sect. Boom. 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 The experts of the Hanli sect were like balloons that were punctured. They couldn't withstand a single blow from the lightning bolts. They exploded and turned into ashes under the power of the lightning bolts. At least a dozen experts of the first layer of the King God Realm, second layer of the King God Realm, and even third layer of the King God Realm were turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Chapter 31:20. Sun Yan was stunned. The remaining God Kings of the Frigidly sect were stunned as well. Their eyes widened as they became filled with extreme fear. More than a dozen Divine Kings had died just like that. They had been killed by Lu Ming in a single strike. They were the core forces of the Hanli sect. Run! Run! Sun Yan shouted in fear when he realized what had happened. He wanted to run away. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. He had killed more than a dozen Divine Kings in a single strike. There were even a few third-layer Divine Kings among them. Even fourth-layer Divine Kings could not do that. He realized that Lu Ming was a demon god that he could not afford to offend. He wanted to leave immediately and get away from Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming would not give him the chance to do so. Squeak. 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 Lu Ming clenched his fist. Endless lightning gathered in Lu Ming's hand and shot towards Sun Yan and the remaining Divine Kings of the Hanli sect. Young Master! Block it! Two old men shouted. They appeared in front of Sun Yan and unleashed a terrifying aura. They shot out two beams of divine light to block Qiuqiu's lightning. The two old men were fourth-layer Divine Kings. They were two of the three strongest Divine Kings of the Hanli sect. Together with the Patriarch of the Hanli sect, they were both fourth-layer Divine Kings. This time, the Hanli sect had sent out 90% of their experts in order to completely occupy the Han clan and obtain the treasures of the Han clan. However, with Qiuqiu's current strength, the two fourth-layer Divine Kings could not block Qiuqiu's attack at all. A violent explosion resounded. The divine light that the two old men shot out was directly penetrated by the lightning. The lightning bombarded the two old men's bodies. The two old men's bodies trembled as if they had epilepsy. Their bodies were charred. Although they were not dead, they were half dead. As for the other Divine Kings of the Hanli sect, they were turned into ashes by the lightning. Only Sun Yan and the two fourth-layer Divine Kings who were about to die were left. Sun Yan stood in the air with a pale face. He seemed to be scared out of his wits. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of Sun Yan. Ah! Don't kill me! Sun Yan screamed in horror. I won't kill you because there's someone more qualified to kill you than me, Lu Ming said coldly. Then he stabbed out with his spear. The long spear pierced into Sun Yan's dantian, extinguishing Sun Yan's divine fire. Afterward, Lu Ming reached out and flung Sun Yan toward Haning. Miss Haning, I'll leave him to you. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he charged towards the two old men. Those two old men did not have the strength to fight back at all, and were killed by Lu Ming. Haning, spare my life, spare my life! Sun Yan screamed miserably. Blasphemy against my Han clan. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Han Ying's voice was incomparably cold, filled with killing intent. He slashed out with his sword, chopping off Sun Yan's head. As a result, All the experts from the Frigidly sect who had come to the Han clan were killed. This time, the Frigidly sect had definitely suffered a heavy loss. 90% of their experts were killed in an instant, and their strength was greatly reduced. It would not be long before they were wiped out by the other forces in Chu Tian's star zone. After that, Lu Ming and the other two went around the Han clan's territory and chased away all the people who had come to rob the treasure. Then, the three of them worked together to gather all the members of the Han clan. They dug a big hole and buried them, building a big grave. Han Ning knelt in front of the Han clan's grave for 7 days and 7 nights before she got up. "Thank you, young Master Lu Ming, for your help." Han Ning is grateful. Han Ning bowed to Lu Ming again to express her gratitude. This time, if it were not for Lu Ming's help, she really did not know what to do. "Miss Han Ning, you're welcome," Lu Ming said. He sighed in his heart. Speaking of which, this matter was also caused by him. If he had not been searching for the 9 extinction divine crystal, the Han clan might not have been destroyed. The Han clan will not be destroyed. In the future I will definitely revive the Han clan. Han Ying's eyes were firm. "I believe that you can do it." Lu Ming encouraged her with a smile. Then, the three of them left and headed towards the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace. After a period of time, they returned to the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace safely. This trip to Chu Tian's starfield was considered a success for Lu Ming. He had completely resolved the matter of the 9 extinction divine crystal. As soon as he returned to the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace, Lu Ming heard a piece of news. The mastermind behind the 9 extinction divine crystal was found out. The 9 extinction Heavenly King was furious and the Sikong clan was destroyed. This matter shook the entire 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace, and everyone was discussing it. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. This was strength. In the cultivation world and the chaotic universe, everything depended on strength. Otherwise, they would be destroyed. Even if Sikong Nan's sister was the 9 extinction Heavenly King's wife, it was the same. They directly returned to the Wu clan and discussed this matter with Wu Zifeng. Wu Zifeng also sighed. After that, Han Ning stayed in the Wu clan to cultivate while Lu Ming returned to the Starry Sky camp. The following days were peaceful and Lu Ming focused on cultivating. There were too many things that he needed to cultivate now. Firstly, it was the Overlord Spear Art and War God Strike that he obtained from Chu Baxing. After successfully cultivating the Overlord Spear Art, he would be able to cultivate the Divine Grade Divine Power, the Overlord Spear Force. This would greatly increase Lu Ming's attack power. However, Lu Ming could temporarily put the War God Strike aside for the time being. After all, he had not cultivated the Armageddon 3 strikes to the peak yet. In addition, Lu Ming also felt that he had touched the threshold of 5 times his combat strength. As long as he worked hard to comprehend it, he would be able to control 5 times his combat strength sooner or later. In addition, Lu Ming did not want to give up on the Yin Yang God Eye. This was an extremely powerful secret technique. The deeper one comprehended it, the greater its power. The most important thing was the comprehension of the divine power itself. Although the sovereign divine power had awakened the origin divine power, this was only the first awakening. There would be a second awakening, a third awakening, a fourth awakening. Moreover, some people with terrifying talent could even comprehend the origin divine power from the origin divine power. Every origin divine power was passed down from the primordial divine spirit. Its power was far beyond the current secret techniques. Moreover, Lu Ming had already awakened the undying sword force to 99%. Just one more step, and he would be able to fully awaken it. In that case, Lu Ming's strength would increase by another level. However, all of these would consume a lot of Lu Ming's energy. Lu Ming informed Qiu Qiuyu and entered deep seclusion. Lu Ming planned to cultivate the Overlord Spear Art first. After mastering the Overlord Spear Force, he would comprehend the rest. Lu Ming was already familiar with cultivating the Divine Grade Secret Technique. It did not take long for Lu Ming to comprehend the first level of the Divine Grade Secret Technique and cultivate a strand of Overlord Spear Force. After that, there was no need to continue comprehending it. He just needed to slowly nourish it and strengthen it. Then Lu Ming's palm glowed and a scroll appeared. This scroll was the one that Blue Merchant had given to Lu Ming. It contained the Blue Merchant's comprehension of the sovereign divine power. Lu Ming opened it and read it carefully. Chapter 31:21. Lu Ming opened the scroll and read it carefully. At first, Lu Ming was still a little confused, but the more he read, the brighter Lu Ming's eyes became. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lu Ming sighed. Blue Merchant's understanding of the sovereign's god force was too profound. Some of the insights he had read made Lu Ming slap the table in praise. Lu Ming felt his understanding of the sovereign's god force deepening rapidly. In the following days, Lu Ming immersed himself in comprehending the sovereign's god force. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. After 20 years of bitter cultivation, Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign's god force had reached a new height. However, he was still a long way from the second awakening of his quintessence god force factor. On this day, Lu Ming received a transmission from Blue Merchant, saying that he had compiled some of the insights on the other god forces that Lu Ming cultivated and asked him to take them. Of course, Lu Ming ran over eagerly. During this period of time, he had already tasted the sweetness of the Blue Merchant scrolls. With these insights as reference, his cultivation speed was much faster. He could avoid many detours and save a lot of time. This time, Blue Merchant gave Lu Ming 6 different scrolls. These were the other god forces that Lu Ming cultivated. Although Lan Shang had only cultivated one type of sovereign's divine power back then, his realm had been too high. He had seen other powerhouses use it, and his understanding of other types of divine powers was far beyond Lu Ming's. Many thanks, Lan Shu. Lu Ming put away the scrolls and smiled from ear to ear. Cultivate well. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to look for me. Not long later, there's an important mission for you to complete. This matter is related to whether or not we can overturn Jing Yu's case. Blue Merchant said. What is it? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At present, Lu Ming had 2 important things on his mind. The first was the matter of Jing Yu. Back then, he had sworn to help Jing Yu reverse the verdict. The other thing was that he had to raise his cultivation to the divine monarch realm as soon as possible, and then go find Xian Yanqing. Therefore, when he heard that he could help Jing Yu overturn the case, he was immediately energized. I'll tell you about this in the future. Right now you just need to focus on your cultivation, Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only take his leave. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming couldn't wait to open the scroll regarding the invincible sword force and read it carefully. Lu Ming's days continued to be peaceful as he cultivated wholeheartedly. His understanding of the invincible sword force was rapidly deepening. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years passed. On this day, Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted an ancient and desolate aura. This was the aura that could only be emitted after awakening the divine origin power factor. However, this aura was slightly different from when the sovereign god force had awakened the divine origin power factor. This was because the invincible sword force had awakened the divine origin power factor. After 20 years of cultivation, Lu Ming's invincible sword force had finally awakened the divine origin power factor. In this way, Lu Ming had 2 types of god force that had awakened the divine origin power factor, increasing his battle strength by another level. Moreover, during this period, Lu Ming had been slowly nourishing the Overlord Spear Force. His Overlord Spear Force had been constantly improving, and had already condensed a divine flame. Let's go find Uncle Blue Merchant and ask for advice. Lu Ming put away the invincible sword force, and then headed toward Blue Merchant's residence. During this period, he had accumulated some questions that he wanted to ask Blue Merchant. Lu Ming arrived at Blue Merchant's residence and saw Lan Ling humph. Lan Ling coldly snorted when she saw Lu Ming. She looked as if she wanted to eat Lu Ming alive. Clearly, she was still holding a grudge against Lu Ming for teaching her a lesson last time. Lu Ming grinned at Lan Ling and then ignored her. He went to find Blue Merchant. After finding Blue Merchant, Lu Ming asked all his questions. Blue Merchant also patiently guided him. In the following days, Lu Ming went back and forth between his residence and Blue Merchant's residence. He would go into seclusion here and there. Lu Ming's schedule was packed to the brim every day. He took turns to study all kinds of god force skills and secret techniques. His days were very fulfilling. Just like this, More than 100 years passed. It had already been 150 years since Lu Ming returned from Chu Tian Star Field. After this period of bitter cultivation, Lu Ming's foundation was solid. He improved steadily in all aspects, and his strength improved greatly. First, Sovereign God Force. Lu Ming had already cultivated to the peak of the first awakening of his origin God Force. He felt that he was not far from the second awakening. Of course, to cross this step, he needed a fortuitous encounter. He could cultivate so quickly, and it was inseparable from Blue Merchant's guidance. After all, Blue Merchant cultivated Sovereign God Force back then. Therefore, Lu Ming's Sovereign God Force also improved the fastest. In addition, the battle character formula finally broke through and successfully comprehended 5 times battle strength. However, the success rate was only a few tens of %. The probability was extremely low. In addition, after so many years, the quantifying character formula also refined a portion of the stellar core's energy and transferred it to Lu Ming, allowing Lu Ming's cultivation to improve greatly. Not only did he cultivate the Conqueror Spear's force to the peak, his cultivation had also broken through to the 7th level Heaven God realm. In other words, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects in the past 100 years. His strength had undergone a qualitative change. However, Lu Ming felt that his potential had not been used up yet. He had not reached his limit yet. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion, he could still have breakthroughs. Lu Ming planned to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, before going out to temper himself. Lu Ming, get out here. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when a loud roar came from outside. Lu Ming came out from his cultivation and frowned slightly. Could it be that someone is challenging me? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. There was a rule in the interstellar camp. As long as a genius who had just joined the interstellar camp defeated someone and occupied a courtyard, they would have 50 years of safety. In these 50 years, they could reject the challenge of others. When he had just joined the interstellar camp, many people had challenged Lu Ming, but they were all rejected by Lu Ming. Now that 50 years had passed, others could challenge him now. Is it the Jin family, the Qin family, or the Winged Man family? Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He then stood up and stepped out. As soon as he walked out of his room, he saw Chiu Moon walking out of her room as well. All these years, Chiu Moon had been cultivating in seclusion to break through to the Divine King realm. However, it was not easy to break through to the Divine King realm. Even though Chiu Moon was extremely talented and had the inheritance of the Divine I Lord of Heaven, she still had not broken through. Young master, what happened? Chiu Moon asked. I don't know. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming smiled as he opened the door of the courtyard and walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw a group of people surrounding the courtyard. They were all geniuses of the interstellar camp. The group of people had their eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you finally came out? A young man in a golden robe spoke first. Judging from his voice, it was obvious that he was the one who had asked Lu Ming to get out. Chapter 31:22. Are you from the Jin clan? Lu Ming stared at the golden-robed young man and asked. That's right. The golden-robed young man replied. Oh, so you want to challenge me? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. He took a step forward and a powerful aura pressed down on the golden-robed young man. The golden-robed young man was frightened and took a few steps back. Who said I want to challenge you? The golden-robed young man said in a panic. If you don't want to challenge me, why are you yelling here? Are you tired of living? Lu Ming's face turned colder and his eyes flickered like lightning. The golden-robed young man shuddered and took a few steps back. The golden-robed young man felt embarrassed and yelled. Lu Ming, why are you being so arrogant in front of us? Go ahead and be arrogant in front of the people of the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence if you dare. That's right, Lu Ming, you're hiding in the Starry Camp and making us suffer the wrath of the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence. Do you still have any shame? Another young man with a scale on his forehead yelled. He was obviously from the Qin clan. Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence? Lu Ming was stunned. What did this have to do with the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence? Brother Wu, what's going on? Lu Ming looked at the other two young men. They were Wu Ming and Wu Yu. Brother Lu, it's like this. Wu Ming and Wu Yu immediately walked over and explained to Lu Ming. It turned out that the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence had brought a group of geniuses to the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence to promote the interaction between the young geniuses. The geniuses of the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence had been challenging others as soon as they arrived at the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence. Many geniuses in the Starry Camp had been challenged recently. For a period of time there had been a lot of battles. Although both sides had their victories and defeats, the people of the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence had cultivated saber skills and possessed great offensive strength. Therefore, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence had the upper hand overall. On top of that, some of the young men in the Nine Sabers Heavenly King's residence had challenged Lu Ming by name. They wanted Lu Ming to come out and die. However, during this period of time, Lu Ming was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. The Starry Sky Camp was an important place in the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. It was normal that Lu Ming did not know about it. However, how could the Jin family, Qin family, and Winged family, who had great enmity with Lu Ming, let go of Lu Ming so easily? Therefore, they personally brought people to Lu Ming's residence, wanting to force Lu Ming out and let Lu Ming face the challenge of the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence. After hearing this, Lu Ming understood. Previously, Lu Ming had killed many of the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence's geniuses in the Star Crescent ancient city. However, other than Wu Ming, Wu Yu and a few others, no one knew that he had killed young Master Heavenly Mantis. However, many people knew that he had killed Chu Baxing. It was normal for the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence's geniuses to challenge him. Lu Ming, if you hide, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence will vent their anger on us. If you hide, we will take the blame for you. How dare you? That's right. Hurry up and face the challenge. After the Jin family and Qin family's instigation, the others began to shout. The Jin family, Qin family, and Winged family had instigated many other families' geniuses to come together. Where are the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence's people? Lu Ming asked nonchalantly. He had cultivated for more than 150 years, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was just about to stretch his body when the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence's people came at the right time. Although he knew that the Jin family and Qin family wanted to force him to fight the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence's people, he had nothing to fear. The Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence's geniuses are in the Heavenly King district. The golden-robed young man from the Jin family could not wait to shout. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence was divided into many districts. The Heavenly King district was the core of the Heavenly King residence. It was also the most prosperous district of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence. Heavenly King district? Lu Ming smiled and said to Wu Ming and Wu Yu, "Brother Wu, let's go and beat up the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence's people." Brother Lu, you have to be careful. There are many Divine King Realm geniuses from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence this time. Wu Ming quickly reminded Lu Ming with concern. Although Lu Ming was almost invincible among those below the Divine King Realm, the Divine King Realm geniuses were too strong. They were worried for Lu Ming. Divine King Realm geniuses? Great. Let's go. Ah. Lu Ming laughed heartily and walked towards the exit of the Starry Sky Camp. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's strength is shocking. Even Jin Yuan was killed by him. I wonder how he will fare against the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence's people? There's going to be a good show. Some of the young men discussed as they followed Lu Ming from afar like a long tail. Lu Ming, Wu Ming and Wu Yu walked at the front. After leaving the Starry Sky Camp, they turned into a few rays of light and continued to head towards the Heavenly King district. Soon, they arrived at the Heavenly King district. Looking from afar, there were countless majestic buildings built on the ground. At a glance, it was boundless and there was no end in sight. This place was an incomparably huge city. It was just that there were no walls. Some of the buildings were built on the ground while some were suspended in the air. From afar, they could see living beings of different races flying around. It was a lively and bustling scene. Where are the people from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence? Lu Ming turned around and asked the young men from the Jin family and Qin family. They are in the battle zone on the west side. The The young man in the golden robe from the Jin family quickly replied. He could not wait for Lu Ming to go there. The battle zone on the west side? Lu Ming was puzzled. It was his first time in the Heavenly King district, and he had no idea what was going on here. The battle zone is where the Heavenly King district is for people to spar with each other. Lu Ming, come with us. Wu Ming said and flew forward. They flew past countless buildings and soon arrived at an open area. There were many battle stages built on the open area. At that moment, two young men were fighting fiercely on the battle stage in the middle. The battle stage was surrounded by spectators. They flew over. The two young men fighting on the battle stage were both half-step divine kings. One of them used a saber, and it was obvious that he was a genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence. The other used a long sword. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, and it was difficult to determine the winner. In the end, both of them left the battle stage. Shush! After the two young men left the battle stage, a spear radiance flashed and a young man in armor landed on the battle stage. His aura was violent and a spear radiance shot up to the sky from his body. A huge spear shadow appeared between the heavens and earth, stirring up the void. An ancient and desolate aura was emitted from it. Half-step divine king, origin divine force factor. Someone said in a solemn voice. He is a peerless genius from the war god family of the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence. His name is Chubatian. He is a half-step divine king, and he has awakened the origin divine force factor. His strength is terrifying. He is the one who has been challenging Lu Ming. Someone whispered. Lu Ming naturally heard what they said. Chapter 31-23. Chu Baishan's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Where's Lu Ming? Is he still a coward? Tell him to come out and face his death. Didn't I tell you that Lu Ming is cultivating in the starry camp? Someone replied. What a coward. Fine, if he doesn't come out, I'll challenge all of you. Who wants to fight? Chu Batian roared in a domineering manner. Many people from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence had ugly expressions on their faces. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Chu Batian was the descendant of the War God clan, and his battle prowess was extremely strong. Some time ago, there was a half-step divine king from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence who had awakened the origin divine force and fought with Chu Batian. However, he was no match for Chu Batian. No one below the Divine King realm could defeat him. However, Chu Batian was a half-step Divine King. If they sent a Divine King realm genius to deal with him, it would be embarrassing even if they won. No one dares to fight? The people from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence are a bunch of trash. Chu Batian scolded, his arrogance growing. Lu Ming, since you're here, why don't you fight? At this moment, a voice resounded throughout the entire place. The person who shouted was the young man in golden robe from the Jin family. His eyes were gleaming with pride. He wanted to expose Lu Ming and let Lu Ming fight with Chu Batian. If Lu Ming lost, he would be killed by Chu Batian. If Lu Ming won, he would offend the War God clan. It was killing two birds with one stone. What? Lu Ming is here? Where is he? Suddenly the crowd was in an uproar. Over there. Finally, someone who had seen Lu Ming pointed in the direction where Lu Ming was. Almost everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming. On the battle stage, Chu Baishan's eyes shone brightly. His body emitted a strong killing intent as he locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at Chu Batian. However, Lu Ming's gaze was calm, and even contained a trace of disdain. With his current strength, Chu Batian wasn't a threat to him at all. You're Lu Ming? How dare you kill a member of my war god family? Get down here and die. Chu Batian bellowed. You're no match for me, Lu Ming said indifferently. Many people were stunned by his words. Lu Ming's words were too arrogant, right? The other party was a peerless genius of the war god clan, an invincible character beneath the God King realm. Yet, Lu Ming did not place the other party in his eyes at all. Arrogant. If you have the strength, then come down here and fight, not just with your mouth, Chu Batian said coldly. Although he had heard that Chu Baxing had died at the hands of Lu Ming in the Star Crescent ancient city, he had heard that Lu Ming had killed Chu Baxing. However, He did not believe that Chu Baxing had been killed by Lu Ming in broad daylight. He was well aware of Chu Baxing's strength, which was about the same as his. How could Lu Ming kill Chu Baxing when he was several layers above him? Impossible. He believed that Chu Baxing must have been under some kind of restriction in the Star Crescent ancient city, which was why he was killed by Lu Ming. Since you're asking for it, I'll fulfill your wish, Lu Ming said indifferently. He took a step forward and landed on the battle stage, facing Chu Batian. Everyone's gaze fell on the two of them. Who do you think is stronger between Lu Ming and Chu Batian? Some people began to discuss. I think Chu Batian, the genius of the War God clan. He's unparalleled in battle strength, and is almost invincible beneath the God King realm. Someone sighed. Don't forget, Lu Ming killed Jin Yuan. That's right. Lu Ming is also a monster. It seems like we'll have to fight to find out who's the winner. Chu Baishan's eyes narrowed when he heard the crowd's discussion. Lu Ming killed Jin Yuan? Was Lu Ming really that strong? Boom. Chu Baishan's body erupted with a powerful aura. He did not dare to be careless when he heard the crowd's discussion. A dense, desolate, and ancient aura filled the air. Whoosh. Following that, a spear appeared in his hand. The spear vibrated, and a spear light pierced towards Lu Ming's throat. Lu Ming did not take out his spear. Instead, he used his divine force to form a spear and stabbed it towards Chu Batian. Boom. The two spear lights collided, and a violent explosion erupted. It was as if two meteors had collided. Then a violent force rushed towards Chu Batian. Chu Baxing's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat. Overlord Spear Force? Lu Ming said in a low voice. There was no doubt that Chu Baishan's divine force was the Overlord Spear Force cultivated by the Overlord Spear Art. Is that all you've got? Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly, his tone full of disdain. Damn it. Chu Baishan's heart trembled, and then he was enraged. Strike of the War God. Chu Batian roared, and his divine force surged. Then, a giant appeared in the sky. The giant was clad in battle armor, and wielded a spear. His battle intent surged as he stabbed his spear at Lu Ming. Strike of the War God. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then Lu Ming's body moved, and he rushed up to meet the strike of the War God. Boom. This time, the explosion was even more intense. Lu Ming's body drifted backward, and the huge god of combat also retreated continuously. Of course, it wasn't that Lu Ming couldn't stop the War God. Lu Ming retreated on purpose. During this period of time, he had begun to comprehend the War God clan's divine skill, Strike of the War God. Lu Ming was fighting with Chu Batian, so he could take the opportunity to comprehend the Strike of the War God. This would be beneficial to his cultivation, so Lu Ming purposely retreated to allow Chu Batian to fully unleash the Strike of the War God. As expected, Chu Batian saw that he couldn't defeat Lu Ming with his first move. So he roared again, and used the Strike of the War God again to attack Lu Ming. The giant War God held a spear in his hand, and spear shadows filled the sky. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming shook his spear, and spear shadows shot out like shooting stars. Boom. 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 Lu Ming fought with Chu Batian as he tried to comprehend the Strike of the War God. In a battle, one's comprehension of a divine skill was the fastest. Lu Ming's comprehension of the Strike of the War God was rapidly improving. Chu Batian was getting more and more anxious. He had already unleashed his full strength, but he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only a 7th-level celestial god. He finally realized how terrifying Lu Ming's battle prowess was. It was possible that he could kill Chu Batian with his own battle prowess. Chu Batian was starting to think of retreating. It's about time, Lu Ming muttered. Then he changed the direction of his spear. Dazzling divine power soared into the sky, and a giant war god appeared. This god of war was almost identical to the one that Chu Batian had conjured. Strike of the War God. In the battle just now, Lu Ming had finally comprehended the Strike of the War God. He was able to create a giant war god to attack with. Strike of the War God, how can you use the Strike of the War God? Chu Batian roared in disbelief.